This young man's name is Lu Li. He is a master of computer science. Because he wanted to find out the reason for his big brother's disappearance. So he joined a game called Illusory Moon. But life is as bad as a dog, because of the crime of carrying hacking software. So while loading the character, the system had an error. Instead of being a player like everyone else, you become a useless skeleton again. After becoming the world boss, he hid himself among the players to find the secrets of the game world. Even though you have become the only king, that is still not enough, because your mission is to change this world. The guild, the players, the boss, all are just stepping stones for me. To start today's story, a certain game's information board suggested that this map's level range was from 10 to 35, with 3 stars as the recommended stats. The abundant rainfall had created this giant forest. Inside there were a lot of rich materials such as wood and huge fruits, which was the main source of income for the surrounding villagers, but along with the exploitation in the deep jungle, huge dark shadows could often be seen moving about. Right now a boss is yelling at a bug player, "Dare to openly decide victory or defeat with me." This guy with a scar on one eye is the king of the road, and the boss he is about to conquer is called Armed. One arm is an elite boss. He replied, "If the boss is good, then jump in here. Who's afraid of who?" His mouth was strong, but in his heart he was secretly calculating. His status was almost depleted, so he bet one last move. The boss swung his large sword and used a move towards him. He thought to himself, "Here it comes, the big boss's move." Avalanche chop. The great sword hit the rock face. The rocks and soil shook and flew everywhere. King of the Road player dodged the attack from the boss. He used acceleration sound increase 30% within 5 seconds. Continue to jump up and exchange a crossed swords chop. Using the smoke to widen the distance, using the combination of 2 skills, sound step and crossed swords chop. I am truly a peerless genius, 1 in a million. After he killed the crippled boss, the announcement rang out, "Congratulations on successfully defeating the elite boss, Armed Meng." Sword information system screen. Armed heavy sword requires level 15 swordsman specialist, durability 100 to 1, attack plus 84, crit plus 12, speed minus 10, special level use minus 5. King of the Road happily waved the sword. It turned out to be a high-level attribute that reduced the need to use 5 levels. On the first day I was able to get such a weapon. My luck was really great. With it I would definitely be able to climb to the top of the rankings, top level and top combat power. A cute red-haired elf-shaped virtual assistant appeared and said, "Congratulations master, for obtaining powerful equipment." He also happily asked back, "Is there any news from the elf assistant?" As he guessed, the little spirit also announced at this time, "The owner of the limited time activity has opened. Is the owner participating?" The information on the notice board appears, "Limited time activity has opened, Illusory Moon City Fake. We will release a rare boss in the giant forest for a limited time, Illusory Moon Walker. Defeating it can get rare equipment and a large amount of EXP. Invite players to hunt it. The remaining time of the event is 30 minutes. He curled his lips and thought to himself, "Haha, whatever you want, you get. The limited boss will definitely have some difficulty, just in time to test my new sword." He opened the map to determine the boss's location. The little spirit also added, "Master, I sensed that many players were moving towards the boss. We must also quickly speed up to avoid being attacked by other players first. I also have no way to answer. I also want to speed up, but all I see is trees and trees, dizzy and lightheaded, here." While talking, a flash of purple light suddenly shot up in front of him. He thought to himself, "Purple light, purple light, purple light." He shouted happily, purple equipment, even if it wasn't a swordsman's equipment, it would definitely be worth several thousand pieces if sold. It must be mine, mine, mine." He quickly followed the call of money. The speed also became faster. As soon as he arrived, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Oh my god! So much equipment, get rich, this is all mine, it is all mine." This is the main character's script. In front of him was a pile of equipment stuck on the ground. He smugly felt like he was the male lead of some movie, but life wasn't like a dream. A dark shadow passed by him. He only had time to feel the coolness on his neck and was shocked. "What the hell? No way, no way. My equipment, the heavy sword you worked so hard to obtain, also stuck in the ground and blended in with the other equipment." The one who just made a move was the boss of the limited time activity Illusory Moon Walker. a skeleton with 2 swords in his hands. Killing players in less than a minute, this boss must be described with the word terror. But the group of people who had just arrived did not witness the scene just now, and they all exclaimed, "Boss over there, oh my geared. So many equipments, the heavens truly have eyes. The boss is mine, I'm getting rich." Time gradually passed, one person after another rushed forward to attack the boss. A girl, seeing the situation, offered a plan. "This boss seems very strong, why don't we surround and attack it together?" Another person nodded in agreement. Everyone charged together, marksmen and mages attacked from a distance, restricting the boss's movements. Shields and warriors attracted the boss's attacks, taking turns to defend. Another person agreed. The crowd encouraged each other, they raised their equipments together to attack. But under the 2 scarlet blades and the shadow of the illusory moon wanderer passing by, everyone was sent to the leaderboard to count their numbers. The remaining players were horrified. "Holy crap, is this boss for people to fight? Weren't you guys talking big just now? Hurry up, let's go." That guy immediately denied it. "I'm just a passing swordsman, it has nothing to do with me, I'm just here to admire the scenery." Another one shouted while running, "Run away, if we get killed, we'll lose equipment and experience." By this time, the event had ended, a group of players died, and a group escaped in time. Then the boss put the 2 short swords behind his back and mumbled, "Killed too few." Back to 3 days ago, in the director's office of a certain company, the old director scolded loudly, "Lu Li, I'm so disappointed in you. With your ability, this year you could have obtained company shares and become a shareholder of our Heavenly Mandate company, a bright future, infinite prospects, but you wanted to investigate some missing person, harming the interests and reputation of the company. After the board of directors voted, you were fired. Do you have anything to explain about this?" Facing the old director's questioning, this young man calmly replied, "No, this super handsome guy is named Lu Li, 26 years old, 183 centimeters tall, former director of game research and development at Heavenly Mandate, top data analyst, master of computer science, and so on and so forth." He coldly turned away, leaving only the words, "If there's nothing else, then I'll go to complete the resignation procedures now." After he left, the old director sighed annoyedly, "Heiza, what a pity, what a talent. Secretary Wang, do you think you can find someone who can replace Lu Li? If not, try increasing Lu Li's salary by 20 million. The pretty short-haired secretary standing behind the old man, who had been silent all this time, didn't even bother to speak now. The old man continued to call, "Secretary Wang, Secretary Wang, Secretary Wang, I'm talking to you." Secretary Wang's face at this moment was like she was broken-hearted. She was secretly lamenting, "Hayes, I applied for this position before just so I could see Lu Li a few more times every day. If Lu Li is gone, then I might as well quit too. What is this old man barking about? Doesn't he know he's being too noisy?" As for Lu Li at this moment, he had just finished his resignation procedures and was now on his way home. He tightly gripped a picture and thought, "Older brother, I finally found a clue about your disappearance." The picture showed 3 very cute children. "I will definitely find you," he secretly decided. After walking for a while, he reached out and grabbed his chin thoughtfully. Where am I? It turns out this guy is a workaholic, going home once every 2 years, and also a clueless person, unable to distinguish east, west, north, and south. Scene change, a female voice angrily shouted, break up, ah Faye. You damned scum, you always said I was your only baby, but in your WeChat there are 68 nicknames all labeled baby." A petite, pretty girl dressed stylishly pointed at the blonde guy and scolded. The blonde guy knelt on the floor, explaining, Z, let me explain." The girl didn't give him a chance. "I don't need to hear your excuses, not a single word from your mouth is sincere, let's break up for real, I don't want to see your face anymore." After scolding, the girl covered her face and ran away crying. Coincidentally, Lu Li, who had just returned, witnessed this. The Faye on this side was still kneeling on the ground calling after her, Z, don't go, everything I said was sincere. Each of you is the one and only baby in my heart." Just then Lu Li walked in, and both were stiff, not knowing what to say. Faye was surprised. Second brother, Lu Li was speechless. Did I come back at the wrong time? This Faye no longer had the appearance from before. No, second brother, whenever you come is the right time. Lu Li was puzzled. Your girlfriend scumbag had no intention of repenting. small matter, it will be the same in 2 days. Let's go inside and sit first. Second brother, you must be thirsty, do you want something to drink? He casually said he wanted to drink, but his eyes accidentally fell on the leopard print bra on the sofa, and then a pile of things scattered on the floor. Lu Li pinched the bra with 2 fingers and said unhappily, "Ah Fei, I've told you many times, if you live alone, pay attention to hygiene, you also need to restrain your life." Ah Fei heard him nagging and quickly stopped him. Bro, I know, then he snatched the bra from Lu Li's hand and conveniently threw it aside. Second brother, you should stay with me for at least 2 days this time, every time you come back, you're always in a hurry. Lu Li was still angry that his brother was being messy, and he dared to throw it away when he heard him change the subject. Casually said, "This time I might really have to stay for a few days," Ah Fei happily asked. "Really, that's great, let's go eat barbecue tonight." "No, you must be tired from work, so I should take you to a massage." "Second brother, don't worry, it's a reputable shop." Lu Li's voice became serious. "Ah Fei, there's a clue about older brother's disappearance." Ah Fei also cheered up, older brother's clue. Lu Li became serious at this moment. "All the equipments I ordered before have been prepared, tonight is when Heavenly Mandate's illusory moon officially reopens." Lu Li replied, "Good, the reason older brother disappeared must be related to this game, let's take action." A few hours passed, the alarm time has come. Both were dressed in professional gaming support gear. They nodded lightly at each other. After connecting, the system also announced, "Zing, identifying information, the people are confirmed, do you confirm to enter the game?" He didn't hesitate to press confirm. The system continued to announce, "Welcome to the world of Illusory Moon. Dear player, I am the helper sprite, the virtual assistant of the Illusory Moon game, you can call me CC, the game is about to begin, I wish you a happy journey in this virtual world." System data continues to load, announcements continue to ring, nerves connected, sensory system connected, adjusting vision, connecting to the scene, displaying lighting effects. Data loading complete, starting character creation. After a series of tedious announcements, finally the game launch notification appeared. You have arrived at the newbie village of Modland, in a medieval setting. Lu Li's character panel also displayed, Lu Li, newbie adventurer, level 1, unassigned class, stats, strength 15, intelligence 5, agility 12, no elemental resistance, no charm, no achievements. He tried to feel around a bit, thinking to himself that the neural connection was completely optimized, all the body's senses in the game, the temperature and humidity, were very realistic. At this moment, Ah Fei nearby waved his hand at him. Second brother, this way, this is my new friend, let's form a party together to do quests." He couldn't help but feel helpless at his younger brother's flirting skills. Wasn't this too fast? But he had things to do, so he had to make the excuse, "You two go ahead first." Ah Fei asked in surprise, "We go first, second brother, aren't you coming with us? The newbie quests are the same for everyone." He just smiled and said, "We're taking different paths, I have other matters to attend to, you hurry up and level up." After he finished speaking, he turned around and left, leaving his younger brother dumbfounded. What does different paths mean? Over here, after splitting off, he immediately called his virtual assistant, CC, a small sprite appeared. "Master, I'm here," he ordered, "open the special gift code redemption." A notification screen appeared, "To open the special gift redemption window for you, please enter your gift code is." Then, he entered a code that was long, convoluted, and complex. After entering the code, another notification appeared, "Gift code is correct, redemption successful, you have 3 unread emails, please check them." The little virtual assistant curiously asked Lu Li, "Master, what are these 3 items? I don't even know about them." While checking the mailbox, he replied to her, "These are my hacks." The little girl was both shocked and terrified. "Hacks, master, we strongly prohibit hacks, please stop immediately, or your account may be permanently banned." Lu Li said dismissively, "These things are hidden in the lowest level code of the game, the system can't detect them, it would take half a year of human effort to find them, so getting banned is impossible." At this moment, the information for the items in the mailbox also appeared. Item 1, Omniscient Bracelet, level requirement, 10, all classes can use it, durability, infinite, strength +5, intelligence +5, agility +5, constitution +5, elemental resistance +5, charm +5, special, equipment quality increases with level, every 10 levels. The equipment will increase in quality once. Hidden attribute, each time the equipment quality increases, the user will randomly receive a skill according to their class. He ordered the virtual assistant CC to help him hide this equipment. The little girl was surprised. This bracelet is so beautiful, why hide it? Lu Li said calmly, it's too cumbersome, I prefer things to be a bit more streamlined. Then he checked the next item. The notification screen showed the item information. Item 2, Random Achievement Grimoire, every 10 levels, based on random character events, achievement quests will be randomly generated, completing the quests will grant random rewards. Hidden attribute, unknown. He evaluated this item. It seems like I only entered the command for a strong item, and then threw the rest to someone to create randomly. The sprite nodded. CC felt that it could be a very interesting item. The screen continued to display the information for the third item, Invitation to Azura Purgatory. This item is just a scroll tied with a dark red string, with a skull on top. Lu Li opened the scroll and sighed. Working for 2 years at the Heavenly Fate Company was just to get this. During the older brother's experiment, a hidden storyline was discovered. This must be the reason for the older brother's disappearance. If anything happens later, the clues will be cut off at this point. I definitely can't let Fei have anything happen to him. Inside the scroll was the text, Invitation to Azura Purgatory. The Azura clan fears nothing in heaven and earth, follows its own heart, seeks only itself. Those who prevent me from finding myself, I will kill. Those who go against my heart, I will kill. All things that hinder me, I kill all things. Following this was a system notification, pre-transfer to the Azura class. Please note that after switching to this class, a completely new storyline will be activated. Lu Li confirmed without hesitation. At this moment, his heart suddenly throbbed with pain. My heart hurts so much. All around him were 4 skeletal monsters. They raised their knives and stabbed him before he could react. He thought to himself in confusion, what's going on? How come I didn't know the storyline had such a setting? This feeling of pain is too realistic. The notification board turned red with the information, your character has been detected as dead. Error, celestial law character in the area is under attack. System error, restarting, restart failed. A series of restart notifications rang out. Lu Li's consciousness at this time was like falling into a void. It's too dark, I can't see anything, am I going to be stuck and die in the game? System, exit game, a glaring red notification appeared, error code not detected, your data source cannot exit the game. Lu Li was surprised that he couldn't exit the game. The exit game command is an absolute forced execution. Why can't I exit the game? System, fix the error code. System, answer me. Then suddenly, the system recovered, a skeletal hand rose up. Finally, it was a whole skeleton. Lu Li thought to himself, the system has recovered. The notification board appeared. Lu Li, dilapidated skeleton soldier, level 1, unassigned class, stats, strength 20, agility 17, elemental resistance 5, intelligence 30, constitution 19, charm 5. Then he began to assess his surroundings and where this place was. Over here, there was a necromancer holding a magic staff. Awaken, my servant. Looks like the summoning was successful, so this guy is the epic boss Rhine, the level 30 necromancer. Skills, hell blockade, corrosive fire, summon undead. He thought to himself that the person in front of him must be an NPC, so he went over to try talking to him. Then he waved his hand and asked, hello, can I ask where this place is? The boss Rhine over here was stunned. Perhaps it was the first time he had seen a talking skeleton. What? How can it talk? Could it be a rare summoned guardian skeleton? Over here, when he saw that it wasn't talking, he thought it wasn't going to talk to him. It was likely not a newbie NPC area, so he would look for someone else to ask. He turned his head to leave, but Rhine got angry. Why isn't it kneeling? It seems to not be following my orders. A slave who isn't whipped still thinks he has human rights, huh? He immediately summoned hell shackles that rushed to bind Lu Li. Still not understanding what was happening, he questioned, what are you doing? Rhine laughed savagely, what am I doing? Cuckoo, of course, I'm teaching you how to be a good dog. He cursed inwardly, is this Boston's defense? Damn it, I'm only level 1 and don't have any skills. Who designed this script? At this moment, an anomaly occurred, and he was thrown far away. The shackles also shattered. It turned out to be a high-level monster passing by, and that Rhine guy disappeared somewhere. Maybe he was trampled to death. Lu Li was a little scared. This seems too terrifying. Have I arrived at a morgue? What's the point of playing like this? He then summoned his virtual assistant. CC appeared and teased, I'm here, master, your new equipment looks very cool. He didn't have time to pay attention to the girl's teasing. Where exactly is this place? CC replied, master, your current location is in the pure black zone, the birthplace of all high-level bosses in Illusory Moon, the area with the highest level of danger. Lu Li rubbed his skull head. Then how do I proceed with the game? There are no local missions to do, CC replied. Wait a moment, I'm checking for you. Then, she opened the system support panel to check. After a while, she successfully checked. There's a mission point 100 kilometers away from you, master, follow me, he thought to himself, 100 kilometers. Dragon-like monsters were flying in the sky. Below, Lu Li was struggling to climb the mountain. He complained to CC, hey, is there no normal road to take? The little sprite helplessly replied, master, this is the shortest route. If you take a detour, you'll have to travel an additional 400 kilometers. The two were now drifting on a dry log, with a giant carnivorous fish chasing closely behind him. He used all his strength to flap his bony arms, speeding up and shouting to the virtual assistant, CC, why are you leading me on such a strange path? The innocent girl encouraged him, master, keep going. Do you need me to play some background music for added drama? No need, master, you have a message from Ah Fei. The chat window popped up, I'm so scared, second brother, my main quest is to kill 20 wild boars, and I'm exhausted, but I've leveled up to level 5 and received a green quality burst staff, he replied, not bad. Ah Fei continued to ask, second brother, where are you, what level are you, did you secretly go to sweep dungeons with high experience and good equipment? No, I'm only level 1, Ah Fei clearly didn't believe it, impossible, that's not like you at all, second brother. The early stages of monster hunting are a bit tiring, so persevere more, as you often say. He didn't have time to waste with this guy. I'm busy, hanging up now. Lu Li was now being chased by a monster snake. He ran with all his might, while CC continued to encourage him, master, hurry up, you're about to be caught, damn it, do you even need to say that? He cursed as he ran. After overcoming countless obstacles, the two finally reached their desired location. CC happily said, master, it's right in front of you. Lu Li breathed a sigh of relief, phew, finally here. Looking ahead, there was a giant pillar of green light, with a long line of people that seemed to have no end. He asked wearily, do we have to wait in such a long line to get in? The virtual assistant announced that the estimated queuing time was 2 hours. Suddenly, he noticed an entrance on the other side with no one there. CC worriedly said, master, this is not the planned route. Lu Li rushed forward, ignoring CC's obstruction. He said, either way, we're entering the city, being able to enter is all that matters, your planned route is still too rigid. CC still wanted to dissuade him, but, alright, you can rest temporarily. CC could only agree, yes, master. Lu Li then approached the gate, but was blocked by 2 large pigs standing at the gate. One of them said to him, hey, what are you planning to do? He calmly said, gatekeepers, older brother, I have some urgent business, can you make some arrangements? The pig didn't make things difficult for him. Alright, everyone has urgent times, hurry in. Lu Li thought to himself, everything is going much smoother than I thought. Then he thanked the 2 pigs and stepped inside. The 2 pigs also smiled at him. No need to thank us, just go in. After he went in, one pig couldn't help but laugh. Brother is really cunning, he even thanked brother. The other pig naturally said, let's wait a while to start, we'll go in and see how miserably this kid dies. Then they both laughed loudly. At this time, a yellow notification popped up, registration for the Fengyun platform event has ended, Fengyun platform wins. Great wealth and fortune, Fengyun platform loses, 9 deaths and 1 life. Lu Li stepped into the corridor and thought, finally here. He walked to the end and a large hall with dazzling light struck his face. It turned out to be an arena. A rabbit was rambling, finally, our last contestant has finally appeared. Let me see the basic information of this contestant. Lu Li's information board appeared before everyone's eyes. Lu Li, dilapidated skeleton soldier, level 1, etc. Everyone immediately started discussing noisily, "What, this contestant is only level 1. Where did this trash come from? Is this guy here to be a joke? It must be an arrangement by the program, I could kill him with a fart, huh." Others also laughed, "Huh, maybe this cannon fodder contestant can bring us a more interesting story." The rabbit then shouted loudly to silence everyone, "Alright, everyone be quiet. I believe everyone can't wait any longer. Now I declare the Fongyun platform battle officially begins." The audience cheered happily. The rabbit continued, "This time, the MC commentary role is still played by your most powerful duo. I am Nimble Rabbit." A turtle wearing a microphone next to him spoke up, "And I am the rabbit who doesn't care about the turtle's slow speech." "Alright, although everyone has heard it many times, according to the regulations, I will still announce the rules of the tournament. Fongyun platform rules. 1. The competition uses a ring form, the two sides fighting to the death, the winner being the last one standing. 2. To ensure fairness, the level will be adjusted to the level of the lowest level participant, no lower than level 10, and skills can only be used within the adjusted level, with equipment uniformly issued by the Fongyun platform. 3. Apart from the opponent admitting defeat, the only criterion for judging the participant's victory is to kill the opponent. For the winner's reward, the Fongyun platform will receive 5,000 exp, a weapon corresponding to the level. The rabbit quickly continued, "Now, let's begin adjusting the levels for the contestants. This is a Fongyun stage match where the players' ranks have been lowered to the lowest level ever." As soon as the rabbit finished speaking, the contestants' levels were immediately reduced. They complained, "Ugh, why do we only have 2 skills left at this level? Ultimate skills and newly learned skills are useless now. Little skeleton, you better not run into me, or I'll break every bone in your body. Brat, you're not naive enough to think that equal levels can make up for the difference in experience and skill, are you?" He was now attracting attention, but not in a positive way. He inwardly sighed, "If I had known, I would have followed CC's arrangements from the beginning. I must have entered the wrong door." At this moment, a system notification rang out, "Congratulations, player, for reaching level 10, you can now temporarily choose your starting profession." Lu Li hesitated when choosing a profession. So many responsibilities, which one should I choose? Before, when the 3 of us brothers played together, the 2 of them always said I was very suitable to play as an assassin, so I'll choose assassin then. He quickly chose the assassin profession. The system notification successfully changed his profession. "Congratulations, you have successfully transitioned into an assassin." Meanwhile, the rabbit quickly continued hosting the program into the next stage. "I wonder if the contestants have adapted to the level adjustments yet. Time waits for no one. Right now, let's begin distributing equipment to all the contestants," the rabbit said with all its might, completely ignoring the stuttering turtle, who voted for this guy to be the MC. "I vote for the turtle to be stewed, guys." Lu Li had now received his equipment, 2 daggers. He inwardly assessed, "This feeling isn't bad. If I can't beat them, I'll immediately admit defeat. There shouldn't be any problems." The MC rabbit continued to introduce, "Next, and next, we will arrive at the super highlight of this Fongyun stage match. Let us warmly welcome the special dream mentors to this Yun stage. In this match, those who perform exceptionally well may be taken under their command. This one on the left is our renowned Zhuanghuai Shui of Blood Origin City." The system panel displayed information about the cold-faced individual, Zhuanghuai Shui, Hall Master of the Northern Moon Hall of Illusory Moon City, responsible for managing external warfare and deploying the city's combat power. The rabbit's voice continued, "Half of Illusory Moon City's combat power comes from Zhuanghuai Shui's Northern Moon Hall, and the leaders of the younger generation of experts from the 7 cities are also Zhuanghuai Shui's apprentices. To be valued by Zhuanghuai Shui is to bring glory to your ancestors, to be beaming with pride, to ascend to new heights in life." Underneath the stage, the crowd characters are constantly chanting, "Zhuanghuai Shui, sir, I am a fan of you. Zhuanghuai Shui, sir, are you still recruiting concubines? Zhuanghuai Shui, sir, Zhuanghuai Shui, sir," etc. Switching to the other side, the rabbit continued to introduce, "And this one on the right is our Illusory Moon City's #1 beauty, Wu Yu." The system panel also displayed basic information about her. Wu Yu, Hall Master of the Eastern Moon Hall of Illusory Moon City, head of the distribution of resources for Illusory Moon City and the Blood Pool Secret Realm. Another introduction from the rabbit about that extremely hot and beautiful enchantress, MS, you is truly worthy of her name, a wealthy and noble woman. At the same time, Wu Yu's strength is also unfathomable, but Yu's selection criteria are extremely harsh. Until now, Yu has only accepted one disciple, but true to the saying that geniuses are hard to come by, Wu Yu's disciple is the winner of 10 consecutive Fengyun stage matches, a peerless genius who shook Illusory Moon City, Han Yixiao, needless to say. The crowd continued to stir, but the level of excitement was no longer as intense. Wu Yu, someone else interrupted him. Don't be noisy, Wu Yu has a very hot temper, if she doesn't like you, she'll kill you. That's right. Before, on the street, Wu Yu saw someone she didn't like. First, that person had their eyes gouged out, and then they were chopped into pieces for the hellhounds to eat. I also heard that a guard just shouted once, and Wu Yu had their tongue pulled out. The crowd fell silent in fear upon hearing this. But falling into Lu Li's ears, he only heard one sentence, Han Yixiao is older brother. Finally, a clue about him has appeared. He stole a glance at her, thinking inwardly, this woman, Wu Yu. Meanwhile, as Lu Li was secretly looking at her, Wu Yu also noticed that he was staring at her. She was inwardly annoyed. How dare he stare at me so impudently? I really want to strangle him. Oh well, Zhuanghui Shui is right next to me. If I do that, he'll have an excuse to lecture me again. Or should I just kill Zhuanghui Shui altogether? The vigorous rabbit was still speaking at this time. All right, the introduction is over. The generous reward and heaven-defying luck, who will it ultimately belong to? Let's witness this game together. For the audience to have a better viewing experience, let the quick rabbit comment and explain in real time for everyone. At this time the game has started. The rabbit continues with the role of commenting and explaining to everyone. Let's start with our first match. The most respected player in this Fengyun stage match comes from the blood claw of the missing battle Mad Lion clan. Born with the bloodline of the Mad Lion clan, he is naturally superior. The blood claw Mad Lion is a representative figure of the new generation. His claws are extremely sharp, recognized as a seed player in this Fengyun stage match. One-hit kill, player Blood Claw wins with overwhelming dominance. The first game is over. The rabbit again comments on the second game, followed by the Great Sword Zombie Warrior Bei Lei from the Great Sword Guild. The Great Sword Guild is also a new guild recently under South Moon Hall. A human-shaped demon with a demon face holding a sword appeared before everyone. Its opponent this time is a goblin. Bei Lei is the vice guild master of the Great Sword Guild, rumored to be very famous in South Moon Hall. His sword is fast, accurate, and ruthless. Countless experts have fallen under his sword. It seems he will win relatively easily. The second game has ended just like that. Oh, the third winner has also appeared. It's the twin-blade demon Gear from the distant and remote wilderness, who fought all the way to Illusory Moon City. His strength is naturally not to be underestimated. Everyone is now focused on a humanoid monster wielding twin swords, with a very strange eye growing in the middle of his stomach. The quick rabbit turns to introduce the fourth game, none other than Lu Li's game, only his game has ended quickly. The fourth winner is what? But it's a cannon fodder player. Did anyone see what happened? How could he? How interesting. Let's start the next round. Even more interesting, the semi-finals. The notice board appeared with images of the winning players and the list of the next matches. The notice board continued to ring. The random record has completed. The first match is about to begin. Is cannon fodder player Twin Blade Demon Gear. That Gear guy is really arrogant, he contemptuously says to Lu Li to surrender. I disdain killing a weakling like you. You are not qualified for me to take action. Lu Li silently didn't answer. Changing scenes, a fireball technique is released and kills a monster. A coquettish voice then rose. Wow, Ah Fei brother, you're so amazing. This goblin patch has been swept clean by us. So it turns out that fuck boy Ah Fei is hunting with two girls. The remaining girl is also no less coquettish than the other. That's right, the whole bunch of goblins can't even touch brother. How did you do it? Teach me. Ah Fei was praised and his nose flared. Ha ha ha, these things are just child's play, not worth mentioning. The little fox girl continued to flatter him. But I feel that Ah Fei is already very powerful. The remaining girl also chimed in. That's right, brother, are you a professional player? He playfully teased the two of them. You two little goblins, brother has something even more powerful, want it? But thinking of Lu Li, Ah Fei suddenly changed his tone and said seriously, but when you two see my second brother, you'll know what the peak is. Thinking to himself, I don't know how my second brother is doing right now, if things are going smoothly or not. Lu Li and Gear stood facing each other on the arena. Both are in the semi-finals and Gear forced him to surrender. Of course our main is not accepting. The Quick Rabbit quickly commented, "Oh, it seems that our legal association player is also very backbone, does not intend to accept the goodwill of the player." The freak with an eye on his belly Gear points his sword at him. It seems you still don't understand the current situation, you have missed the only chance to live. But rest assured, I will give you a swift death." Then, he immediately waved 2 swords into the air, and the green sword lights instantly fired towards him. The Quick Rabbit also praised Quayo. This lightning-fast trick of the player Gear is so fast that it makes people dizzy. Lu Li is not weak either, he quickly dodged the opponent's fast attack. The MC Rabbit was surprised. "What, our cannon fodder player can actually dodge?" Gear spat out, "Fluke." He continued to unleash 2 streams of sword light, quickly injuring Lu Li. Rabbit quickly updated his status. The cannon fodder player once again escaped the sweep of the Gear player. He was still chasing after him closely. "You can't escape." He unleashed an even more powerful blow than before. Despite being vulnerable, Lu Li was still able to dodge Gear's attack. This made MC Rabbit even more surprised, adjusting his glasses. "What, the cannon fodder player actually dodged a charged attack from the Gear player, unbelievable." Regardless of the commotion around him, Lu Li focused on the battle more than ever. He was now carefully analyzing his opponent. The enemy's arm length is about 80 centimeters, their weapon has a 100 centimeters blade, and the handle is 20 centimeters long. Subtracting the palm plus the arm length, the enemy's range should be less than 200 centimeters. If I can control this 200 centimeters well, I have a high chance of not getting hit, but I still need to pay attention to possible situations, such as throwing weapons or ranged skills. The enemy's skill requires 0.5 seconds of charging and the attack flies at a speed of about 160 km per hour. With my reflexes, dodging shouldn't be difficult. I've now created some distance. The next move he unleashes is likely a skill called Instant Slash. This skill is a straightforward charge, which will have a brief delay. By seizing that opportunity, I can win. In contrast to Lu Li, Gear was being affected by the surrounding chatter. Gear, aren't you supposed to be strong? Yeah, how can't you even take care of a level 1 skeleton? So embarrassed. Hurry up and surrender. The worst thing in a battle is to lose your composure, and this idiot has fallen for it. He gritted his teeth. Damn it, I'm so angry, this dog just got lucky. Next move, I'll cut him in half. He, as Lu Li predicted, used Instant Slash. Seizing this small opportunity, Lu Li quickly attacked. He moved 80 centimeters to the left, bent down 60 centimeters, and activated the critical strike skill. In the moment of his delay, he launched the finishing blow. Gear couldn't believe his eyes. He cried out unwillingly. What? How can I die at the hands of this kind of trash? I haven't even become the undead lord yet." But that was all. He immediately fell to the ground, dead as can be. MC Rabbit quickly said, unable to anticipate this, "The match has ended, the cannon fodder player wins. I can't believe my eyes anymore." He pinched the delay turtle's cheek hard, as if to confirm it wasn't a dream. Could it be that the cannon fodder player is a wolf in sheep's clothing, and actually has some talent? Let's give the cannon fodder player a round of applause, and look forward to his next performance. Zhuanghui Shui said with interest, "This little skeleton is quite interesting. Wu Yu, what do you think?" Wu Yu replied indifferently, "It's just a bit of intelligence, nothing surprising." But her thoughts changed slightly. "But in return, it doesn't make me feel bored. Grant you to live a little longer." Zhuanghui Shui nodded and said, "That's right, this kind of low-level bloodline can only be trash forever." Rabbit continued to lead the atmosphere. "Alright, everyone please be quiet." Although the final was very interesting, what follows is the most exciting match of this Fengyun stage, which can be said to be the battle to determine the champion. The next match information appeared on the announcement board: Bloodbath, the Mad Lion Blood Claw, versus Bei Lei, the Zombie Swordsman. The match began, and the two were now warming up. The Xie Shui Claw pointed directly at the Jiangshi Bei Lei. You must know very well in your heart that you are no match for me." This Jiangshi was not to be trifled with. "Blood Claw, it's true that my bloodline is not as good as yours. But as long as I hold a sword in my hand, I will advance without retreating." "Unstoppable," Bei Lei said as he launched his attack. Using the heavy sword to trigger the flowing wood Instant Slash, holding a heavy sword but moving nimbly. MC Rabbit was also surprised. What? Player Bei Lei actually used a combination skill of flowing water movement and instant slash. This move is at least 5 times faster than Player Gear's instant slash. This one strike is enough to chop off Blood Claw's head. Bei Lei was smug. This is the price of underestimating your opponent. Remember, the bloodline isn't. He was about to say some cool words before taking down his opponent. But life is not always as expected. His attack was tightly bitten by Blood Claw's jaws. Blood Claw exerted force. Bei Lei's sword shattered. He was horrified. What? How could this be? Blood Claw didn't give his opponent time to regain his senses, using his talent to unleash force. Explosive Blood Claw. 2 claws tore Bei Lei's entire body apart. He died in just one blow. Blood Claw arrogantly looked at his opponent's corpse and said, "What did you think? I thought you might have some strength, but you're just trash." MC Rabbit seemed to awaken. Everything happened so fast. Oh my god, the Mad Claw player is too strong. Player Bei Lei, who we had such high hopes for, was floored with just one move. He excitedly grabbed the delay turtle's neck, almost sending the little guy to join the Jiangshi. So it turns out that the champion of this Fengyun stage was decided in advance. The entire stadium chanted Blood Claw's name. Blood Claw, Blood Claw. Zhuanghua Shui nodded with satisfaction. This little lion is not bad, the bloodline is pure enough, and it has some value for nurturing. In contrast, Wu Yu showed disgust. This bloodline is only so much that I wouldn't even want it to guard my door. Lu Li thought with some fear. What just happened? That lion actually bit and shattered someone else's weapon. If the weapons are uniformly distributed, they can't be easily destroyed like that, unless the lion, even if it's level 10, has much higher base attributes than average. Sensing Lu Li's gaze, the lion turned back to him and said, "Hey, brat. You dare come up here, haha, this master hasn't had enough fun yet." The lion, Blood Claw, arrogantly wagged its tail at Lu Li, taunting, "Come on up, weren't you so impressive just now? If you've got the guts, don't admit defeat." Lu Li, of course, couldn't be easily provoked by this monster. He was secretly weighing the pros and cons. If his earlier analysis was correct, it seemed he had absolutely no chance of winning. But the only way to get close to her was to win this match. He looked deeply towards Wu Yu, who was sitting on the high platform. She had clues related to Lu Li's older brother. Nimble Rabbit also felt a little sympathy and advised him, "Ahem, cannon fodder player, you performed well today. There's a saying, keep the green hills and don't worry about firewood. As long as you're alive, second place is a great honor." Wu Yu twisted a lock of her hair and thought to herself, "It's too boring if I don't go on stage, surely it won't be so dull then." On the other hand, Lu Li thought differently. If I give up as soon as I encounter difficulty, how can I dare to hope to find my older brother? My older brother and third brother are my only family. Compared to my life, my family is much more important. No matter what the difficulties, they cannot stop me. So he made his decision. The screen announced, the match between Bloodbath, the raging lion Blood Claw, and the cannon fodder player begins. This arrogant lion thought that he had provoked him and sneered gleefully. The minds of low-level creatures are so foolish, just a little provocation and they charge headfirst. Then let me make you the dessert before my victory, let me be slowly satisfied by your despair, your unwillingness, and your extreme regret. Lu Li cursed at him. Why are you so talkative? Do you even want to fight or not? Lu Li quickly approached the lion. Seeing this, Blood Claw stood still and sneered, your speed isn't even as good as that swordsman from before, too slow. However, after Lu Li dodged several of his attacks, he quickly made an observation. Your speed is not bad, I almost forgot he was an assassin, it seems he was just hiding his skills all along, but it's all the same, you are still trash. Then it stopped dodging and switched to an offensive stance, it swung a claw. Lu Li quickly dodged. He also realized that he had no advantage in speed, the lion's base stats were likely much higher than his. Blood Claw began to get annoyed, this brat is like a dead bug in a pile of garbage. Suddenly, he noticed something. There was a small wound on his face, and a drop of blood dripped from it. Blood, since when? How didn't I notice? Damn it, this is a disgrace, utter humiliation, so many people are watching, and Blood Claw, the prestigious leader of the Raging Lion clan, the top figure of the younger generation, was injured by this lowly piece of trash, damn it. Blood Claw immediately activated his passive skill, Bloodbath, activating, speed, crit damage increased by 20% for 5 seconds, he declared to Lu Li, "I will make you die in the most humiliating way." Nimble Rabbit exclaimed, "It's truly unbelievable, our cannon fodder player can actually exchange blows with Bloodclaw without being at a disadvantage." Zhuanghui Shui and Wu Yu were both having different thoughts about Lu Li. Zhuanghui Shui secretly wondered how his level and bloodline were both the lowest, while Wu Yu thought it was becoming more and more interesting. Rabbit continued, "The Bloodclaw player seems really angry. Next, he'll probably go all out." Bloodclaw used his speed to approach and attack Lu Li. "You think you're so good, then I'll crush you with the very speed you're so proud of." He moved continuously at high speed, continuously attacking, causing Lu Li to fall into a passive and awkward position. Suddenly, Lu Li showed an opening. "Damn it, I lost my balance." And Bloodclaw launched an even stronger attack. "Let's see where you can run, violent wild claw. Remember well in your next life that trash belongs in the trash can." Lu Li no longer looked awkward like before. Now he revealed a teasing expression towards the raging lion. "Just fooling you a bit, I've been waiting for your move. Your move has a lot of damage, but the skill has a 0.5-second delay." He immediately activated his backstab skill, a technique that allows the user to teleport behind the enemy to launch an attack. He continued to analyze. "And before you finish activating this skill, you can't turn around." Bloodclaw was calculated by him but did not show any worries. On the contrary, he smiled, "Haha, well calculated but useless." Although he could not turn around for a moment, he could activate another attack skill. Bloodclaw activated the Blood Source 1 skill, Blood Rage, Raging Lion's Roar. A lion-like sound echoed throughout the space. Lu Li was immediately unable to move. Only consciousness is still aware that the body cannot be moved. This should be. MC Rabbit cried excitedly, "Here it is, the unique Blood Source skill of the Raging Lion clan. Blood Rage Raging Lion's Roar forces enemies within 5 m to stand still for 1.5 seconds. Zhuanghui Shui stroked his chin with interest. "Young people have awakened the Blood Source technique. That's right, I want this Bloodclaw." Wu Yu sneered, "Eating so much, aren't you afraid of dying from a burst stomach?" Zhuanghui Shui understood her intention but didn't care. "Ha ha ha, my taste is very rich, and anyway you also said that you would not take an apprentice." Wu Yu thought unhappily, "It's been a long time since I've been interested, what a pity." Bloodclaw was extremely proud at this time. Even though he had been calculated a bit, he had turned the situation around, feeling the victory in his palm. "Ha ha ha, this is the absolute power of the bloodline, despair, trash." A wild claw strike. Lu Li tried to evade, but couldn't escape unscathed. One of his legs was severed. The Rabbit MC expressed regret. "Heiza, the cannon fodder player is so pitiful." Blood Claw player broke one leg and then another. His only advantage, speed, is now gone. The final contest has determined the winner. Let's see if the cannon fodder player chooses to surrender or die in the arena. Blood Claw sneered, "Your current appearance is much more pleasing to the eye." "That's right, there's no need to surrender either." Lu Li asked suspiciously, "What do you mean?" "I mean even if the contest ends, I won't let you go. After all, you'll be killed outside anyway. Why don't you be generous and let the audience watch live? Maybe someone will remember your name for a day or two." Lu Li didn't speak, but inside, he seemed happy. The atmosphere felt like the fish was about to take the bait. Blood Claw stood with his arms crossed in front of Lu Li, speaking in a mocking tone, "We should play something more interesting. Breaking your bones one by one seems old, tearing off your head to play soccer is even more boring. It really is hard to design dialogue." Lu Li secretly measured the distance to him. 3 more steps. Blood Claw crossed his arms and stepped forward, sneering, "Don't be so silent, you should say a word or two, help me make the atmosphere a little more lively." Lu Li counted 2 steps. Blood Claw feigned carelessness, "Oops, sorry, I accidentally stepped on your foot." 1 step. Lu Li's eyes turned bloodshot. He thought to himself, "Right now." As if seizing the opportunity, Lu Li stood up, swung his sword, and charged. His arm that had fallen to the ground also moved. The hand on the ground launched the sword towards Blood Claw's back. Lu Li had also charged to attack. Blood Claw, who was in an excited mood, said, "That's right, there must be resistance to make it fun." Lu Li used a backstab to attack Blood Claw. The two-sided attack caught Blood Claw off guard. He stood dumbfounded. He only managed to exclaim, "What?" Immediately after, he was slashed from behind. The surprise attack made his eyes widen and his mouth gape before he fell face down to the ground. Everyone who witnessed it froze. The nimble rabbit stood stunned and stammered, this thing. This is amazing, the grumpy turtle exclaimed excitedly. It's been a long time since I've seen such a wonderful comeback victory. What follows is mine. The grumpy turtle will comment, analyze, and explain to everyone. The match from start to finish was all within the cannon fodder player's plan. From the beginning, he showed his speed advantage, used the weakest method to inflict the strongest psychological damage, angered Blood Claw, and made Blood Claw lose his stable fighting mentality. I will make you die in the most humiliating way. Damn, I've lost my balance. Then he allowed Blood Claw to unleash his full power, constantly showing weakness to lure Blood Claw, and used his final trump card. Blood Origin 1 skill, Blood Path Raging Lion's Roar. Then the most remarkable point is that the arm and leg were broken by Blood Claw. In fact, it was all broken by himself. Finally, in the desperate situation where everyone thought he would die without a doubt, he used the skull activation skill. The broken bones could still function for a period of time, connected through the subconscious with the skeleton soldier to complete this ultimate comeback victory, taking the weak to defeat the strong. Do you think my analysis is correct? The grumpy turtle struck a cool pose and pointed, shouting loudly, this person's name is Player Zhanyu, level 10, ID Zhanyu. Lu Li then jumped up and used all his strength to stab the sword down at Blood Claw. Blood Claw screamed in panic, I don't want to die, I don't want to die, save me, you must cut the weeds and eliminate the roots. Zhuang Huaishui glanced over. Just as Lu Li was about to kill Blood Claw, Zhuang Huaishui appeared to stop him. Zhuang Huaishui channeled his internal energy into a grass punch with enough power to obliterate Lu Li. Lu Li, who was starting to crumble, exclaimed, what, damn it, just a little bit more. Just then, Wu Yu appeared. She retrieved Lu Li's skull, held it in her hand, and then she pointed her finger, channeling internal energy to attack Zhuang Huaishui. A great divine force struck Zhuang Huaishui, injuring his arm. He frowned and shouted, Wu Yu, you crazy woman, do you want to kill me? If you don't give me a reasonable explanation, this won't be simple. Wu Yu, who was now using her power to heal Lu Li. She said, from now on, you are mine. Wu Yu stood in front of Lu Li, who was kneeling before her. She transferred a blue aura to him. All right, you should be almost fully recovered. Lu Li looked at his bony hands, admiring them in his heart. Not only had the broken bones been restored, but they were even stronger than before. On Wu Yu's fingertip was a small magical orb, glowing brightly, with fiery red streams of energy radiating around it. She smiled gently, but harsh words came from her mouth. Where the hell is that damn rabbit? If you don't announce the results, should I skewer you two to death? The turtle and the rabbit hid behind the table, shouting frantically, we're here, we're here, we're here. The rabbit urged, hurry up and speak. The loudspeaker announced, the turbulent winds and clouds dare to swallow the sun and the moon. Today, we witness the emergence of a new star. Congratulations to player Zhanyu for becoming the champion of the Feng Yun stage this time. The system is calculating the rewards for the Feng Yun stage, rewarded with 5,000 experience points. Level 15 gains a passive skill, Shadow Steps, permanently increasing agility by 20. A red information panel appears. Lu Li, Bone-Mending Warrior, level 15, class, Assassin, stats, Strength 755, Ability 62, Agility 100, Stamina 37, Resistance 15, Charm 10. Achievement, Champion of the Feng Yun stage. Reward, level 15 Epic Dagger, Bloodthirsty Assassin's Ring. Lu Li receives the Bloodthirsty Assassin's Ring. He waves it around a few times to test the feel. Not bad. Detailed information of the Bloodthirsty Assassin's Ring appears clearly. Level 15 requirement, Assassin only, Durability 100, Attack plus 80, Critical hit plus 20, Attack speed plus 15, Special effect, 10% of damage dealt is converted into the user's health. The turtle rested its chin on its hand and commented, clearly the lifesteal attribute is a pretty good weapon. The rabbit stood beside it, agreeing repeatedly, that's right, extremely suitable for wars of attrition. Combat stamina in the next activities is very important. Wu Yu crossed her arms, leaned down, and looked at him. Kid, your injuries are healed, and you've received your reward. hurry up and start the Fengyun tribulation, Lu Li asked confusedly. Fengyun tribulation. The rabbit jumped out to explain to those who didn't understand. Player Zhan Yu is participating in the Fengyun stage for the first time, so you may not be clear. The Fengyun stage is divided into two parts. The first part is after choosing the champion, and then the second part, the Fengyun tribulation, will be activated. The rule of the Fengyun tribulation. The champion of the Fengyun stage will have the ability to limit the identity of the boss, lasting for 8 minutes. Mission: in the case of preserving survival, hunt and kill as many players as possible. Killing players can get similar experience and contribution points. Contribution points can be used for trading with each other, exchanging advanced skills and weapons, and can also be used to improve positions. Zhuanghui Shui roared, "Wu Yu, this isn't over. You actually dare to openly attack the North Moon Hall Master. Are you trying to declare war on the North Moon sect? I'm going to report to the City Lord, because you have no purpose of controlling resources and finances. You have become ambitious." His mouth continued to blabber. "Now you're trying every means to destroy me, just to seize the military resources in my hands. Wu Yu, you look like you want to rebel." Wu Yu, furiously, scolded, "Zhuanghui Shui, you old, rotten man." He was shocked when he heard her scolding him, so shocked he couldn't speak. "Why you what?" Wu Yu pointed at his face and rebuked, "Don't be so shameless. Interrupting the Fengyun stage on your own is enough to punish you. Would you be so kind as to save people? I'm afraid you already gave the champion title to that blood claw guy. You like to scheme all day, digging up dirt, and you even dare to throw mud on my head." Zhuanghui Shui was scolded so stiffly he couldn't retort. "Why you, Wu Yu angrily cut him off. "You what? You think I won't cut your military pay the next time you fight, and then cut your military pay again? I won't even send you equipment." The two bickered fiercely. "Wu Yu, you old rotten man." Lu Li looked at the turtle and the rabbit, who were rushing over. "They're not going to fight, are they? They're both running here at full speed to stop it. If these two big shots really fight, I guess half the people in the city will be in trouble." Lu Li urged, "Hurry up and take me to participate in the next part of the competition." At this time, Wu Yu was still paying attention to the movement on his side, coldly warning, "Don't embarrass me, don't even think about coming back if you can't kill 1,000 people. Activating the random achievement book, a book with a clown's face appeared. It has been detected that the host's level exceeds level 10, generating a random task for you. Successfully arrived, countdown without wires from the action illusory moonwalker. Lu Li looked at the hovering book and said, "I almost forgot about you." A task notification board appears. A random achievement task has been created. Complete Wu Yu's task to kill 1,000 people. Task time is during the Fengyun stage event. Note that if the event ends without completing the task will disappear forever. At this time, Lu Li has turned into the illusory moonwalker boss. The loudspeaker announced, "The time-limited boss, illusory moonwalker, has arrived. Please players go forward to kill." Facing him are 4 players from the Bald Head Cleaver Gang, level 13 a Kung, level 15 a Hai, level 17 a Fat, level 14 a Tai. The system displays that the omnipotent bracelet has detected that the character's level increase has been completed. Strength +5, Intelligence +5, Agility +5, Constitution +5, Resistance +5, Charisma +5. The stats of the omnipotent bracelet appear before his eyes. Current quality of the equipment. Usually, the quality of the equipment will be improved after each character's level. Activate the equipment's first strike, and the owner will receive a professional skill. Every time the equipment is upgraded, the opportunity to receive a skill will be refreshed once. Skill is being randomly distributed. The players began to attack Lu Li, who was in the role of the illusory moonwalker boss. The skill you received quickly inflicts 4 slashes on the target, divided into physical damage 110%, 120%, 130%, 150%. If the target is killed by this skill, the buff is still there, automatically continuing to attack random enemy targets within 10 meters. Passive skill. Every time this skill kills an enemy, an additional slash of 50% physical damage can be added. Lu Li used the bloodthirsty assassin's ring and slashed at the 4 players who had just attacked him. Move to kill, increase the number of attacks. So as long as a large amount of the enemy's blood is suppressed, then use this move again. Grasping how it works, Lap Din Chi Fong, Lu Li struck twice in a row. He realized that it was possible to achieve perpetual motion in theory. Notifications kept ringing as experience +100, contribution +1. Lu Li called CC, the little spirit assistant appeared to help. "Master, I'm here," he asked. "Can other players see my position?" She replied, "Yes, the system will display your position in real time to all players on the server." Lu Li released his power as a way to notify players that the boss was here, then things became simpler. The players followed the traces on the system to find him. Hey, where's the boss? The indicator bar of 1000 players is being filled by Lu Li. As he kept killing, they went from 56 to 314. After a long time of diligently doing the task, he sat on a high branch to rest. The number of people killed in this area was also quite a bit. The number and frequency of players in teams was decreasing. It was time to move a bit. Below was a pile of weapons stuck in the ground. Lu Li regretted, "It's a pity there's no way to pick up the players' equipment, it's really a bit of a waste." Suddenly another player appeared, shouting loudly, I'm rich, it's all mine, it's all mine." Lu Li stood high above, looking down, with the bloodthirsty assassin's ring in hand. He watched the guy who was still singing happily. This is the male lead script. With a slash, he chopped across his neck. The young man slowly disappeared, only managing to look at him once, clutching his neck and exclaiming incredulously, What the hell, I've been defeated, no way, I'm the main character, I'm the strongest, there must be something wrong with the system, my equipment, my RMB, no, don't leave me." Lu Li felt annoyed, this guy is talking too much nonsense. In another place, the players were rushing to Lu Li's location. "Where's the boss? Oh my god, so much equipment, God has eyes, the boss is mine, I'm rich." As people kept coming, Lu Li kept slashing. He looked displeased, seeing that they had only killed less than half. 444 is too few kills. He recalled that time, however, that conversation had awakened him. Lu Li texted, "Ah Fei, coordinate for giant sheep, X156 Y137, come here alone." Ah Fei happily replied, "Okay, my good big brother, you've already started feeding me so quickly. Is it my magic assist or my clothes, or has Big Brother prepared a set of equipment for me?" But when he arrived, only a desolate place remained with a pile of weapons stuck in the ground. Ah Fei cursed, "Son of a..." In the deep forest, a beam of power shot straight into the sky, scaring the birds and animals into scattering. A giant sword stabbed down at the huge monsters that were disappearing. "Congratulations, you have successfully killed the level 15 epic boss, Giant Warrior, Cui Gung." The killer was a long-haired white girl named Luna, Moonlight Knight level 18, job swordsman with stats, strength 60, ability 60, agility 60, stamina 60, resistance 60, charm 60, achievement Meteorite Nova. You can get this title if you fight in the top 100 in the area. Congratulations, you have received a level 15 epic bracelet. Information for Jikong Xin includes level requirement 15, common to all jobs, durability 100, attack plus 10, intelligence plus 10, agility plus 10, constitution plus 10, resistance plus 10, charm plus 10, special. When attacked with an offensive skill, there is a 20% chance to increase resistance by 20 points. Lu Li sat hiding on a high branch watching the entire battle just now. He couldn't help but feel surprised. A player can fight an epic boss. This is the first time he's met someone like this. Lu Li ordered, "CC, check the information on Moonlight Knight." She quickly gave him the information. "Okay, here's the information on Moonlight Knight that Master needs." Moonlight Knight, a hidden profession among the PhDs who possess extremely balanced attributes. All attacks of Moonlight Knight are dual attributes of physical and magical. In summary, the lower limit of this profession is not low, and the upper limit is very high. Luna was very vigilant, her eyes darted left and right. Why did she feel like she was being watched? There's someone around here. A group of 3 vile men appeared in front of Luna. "How lucky, little girl, did you just blow up a purple set of equipment?" The fat leader grinned. "Can we take a look? These brothers haven't seen it before." Luna understood perfectly. She coldly looked at them. "You want to rob me?" The fat man grinned, revealing a shameless, perverted look. No, don't say that, we just want to be friends with you, little sis, and borrow your equipment to play with for a couple of days. I guarantee I'll return it to you. If you don't believe me, we can add each other on WeChat." Lu Li sat on the branch watching everything. He judged in his heart, fishing in troubled waters. Luna's face didn't change at all. She arrogantly said, "All right, if you have the ability, come and get it. The fat man standing behind told his 2 underlings to go forward. Oh, it seems like you want to suffer, little sis, then the brothers will have to search your body. Luna drew the sword from her hand. She swung her hand twice, simply and beautifully, using Starfall Slash to cut down the 2 underlings. Seeing this, the fat man retracted his previous triumphant demeanor. He looked like he had stepped on a nail. He pointed at himself, puffing out his chest. Hey, I'm Xiao Zhang, the guild leader, if you dare touch me. Luna decisively swung her sword and decapitated Xiao Zhang. Only then did she speak. Have you seen enough? Come here. Lu Li jumped down from the branch and stood opposite her. Luna saw him, a boss. Lu Li was surprised. She can detect me. The 2 faced each other in silence, each with their own plans. Luna thought, if I fight here, that guild will likely come back for revenge. Lu Li thought, killing her is too costly and not very profitable. Luna assessed in her heart, this boss will probably be very challenging. Without a word, they both had the same thought to attack. They lunged at each other fiercely. But suddenly, a lot of people arrived. Where is the bald, one-eyed guy? Where is that girl? She bullied our guild brother Xiao Zhang. Real brothers of the guild, avenge our brother. The 2 were surrounded by guild members and the boss raiding squad. Luna was surprised. They came so fast. Lu Li was startled. Another group of people have caught up. The boss raiding squad rushed in. The boss is here. Hurry, catch him. The 2 were like-minded. Without a word, they knew what they and the other needed to do. Lu Li and Luna brushed past each other. The 2 fled in opposite directions. The guild members looked up and saw something fly by. It looks like the boss. Forget him. Today, we're here to avenge our brother. The boss raiding squad looked at Luna running like the wind. Humph, don't cut in, little sister. Hey, little sister, join our team. We're a professional treasure hunting team. At this time, both sides were startled to realize, damn it, don't let that stinky brat escape. The boss is running in that direction. Hurry and chase after him. Because they were running in opposite directions, the 2 hunting teams continued to move forward. Don't run, hurry and chase. As a result, the 2 large teams crashed into each other. Everyone had an incredibly high ego and refused to back down and yield, bickering and fighting over every inch. Damn it, you killed me, get out of the way, I'm chasing someone. No, you get out of the way, I'm chasing the boss. A good dog doesn't block the road. Hey, you bastard, what the hell touched me? Ouch, ouch, it wasn't me. At this moment, the hurried, frenzied footsteps of Lu Li and Luna ran toward them. The 2 attacked at the same time. The blue and red representing the 2 were opposite each other and looked very beautiful. The crowd was now entangled like a tangled fishing net, unable to escape. Hey, 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 she turned around to kill. The 2 released their moves at the same time, slashing down targets without hesitation, with cold, expressionless faces. A group of people started chaotically throwing attacks with no rules, even hitting their own allies. Don't come closer, this is fireball technique, don't use random skills. A blonde guy raised his bow and fired a volley of arrows. A blue arrow hit the muscular guy's butt. He turned around to retaliate. Both sides were covered in dense smoke and dust. Attacks were launched continuously. Whirlwind slash. Lightning magic. Big Dipper kick. The survivors were covered in dirt, coughing and asking each other, did we kill it? I don't know, I'm the one about to die, really dying, bleeding, almost got hit by the group's AoE attack, killed by friendly fire. Lu Li suddenly appeared with killing intent, rabbit enemy wind. He started slashing continuously to complete the quest. The number jumped from 489 to 563, the players were frustrated. How could any bug boss have infinite skills? The starting counter is filled with 702/1000, 8/1000, 956/1000. When it reached 999/1000, only Lu Li was left facing Luna. Both of them rushed at each other at the same time and the system announced, 1000, congratulations on completing the random achievement mission. In a room with glass doors overlooking a lush, blue beach with crashing waves, a person was sitting in a wheelchair and another was standing. The housekeeper stood up and said, "Bok young miss, the master and madam have called you for dinner." Turns out Luna's identity is Bok Soul of the Beck clan. She replied, telling them to eat first, "I'm not hungry." Luna recorded. Jean Yu strategy, time-limited boss, illusory moon traveler, suspected assassin, attack 75 to 80, agility 100 to 105, the boss is suspected to be a high-level AI with intelligence. The clown book appeared to inform Lu Li of a mission. You've completed the random quest to kill 1000 players, processing your random reward. This time your reward is the mystical god earrings. The detailed information of the mystical god earrings appeared. Mythic grade item, the owner can change their race. After transformation they will receive the race's appearance. Passive talent. Common races include human, elf, siren etc. Mystical god bestowal. Can changing your true face really change a person's life? Lu Li held the ring in his hand and exclaimed, mythic grade item, it's truly a reward for killing 1000 players. This item has strong adaptability and operability. It's time to receive your reward. Congratulations on completing Feng Yun Calamity. The system is calculating the activity's rewards. Congratulations on receiving 1000 contribution points. Level 21. Congratulations on leveling up. You've gained a new skill, Paralyzing Leopard Bite. Enhance the next attack to deal 180% physical damage to the target, ignore 20% of the target's physical defense, and has a 20% chance to cause the target to enter a bleeding state. Enhance the next attack, dealing 180% physical damage to the target, ignoring 20% of the target's physical defense, and has a 20% chance to cause the target to enter a bleeding state. Lu Li exited the game. He stood under the cheers of the crowd. The rabbit holding the microphone said, congratulations to our Zhanyu player for completing Feng Yun Calamity and achieving an impressive feat after killing 1000 enemies. The turtle added, yes, it can be said that he is truly worthy of the title of Feng Yun's new star. Lu Li received a new title, the Rising Star who achieved the Feng Yun achievement. Zhuanghua Shui turned away, while Wu Yu laughed cheerfully, proving that she had won the argument. Wu Yu looked at Lu Li and praised, not bad, barely managed to not embarrass me. Her lips twitched into a slight smile. Wu Yu opened a cross-shaped door, follow me. That's Illusory Moon City, one of the secret realms for blood pool evolution. The door closed, the two stepped inside looking at the Crimson Lake. Lu Li looked at this place in surprise. Ever since he started the hidden storyline, all the things that have happened aren't in the original game at all. What's going on? Wu Yu stood next to him with her arms crossed. Do you know why the Blood Claw, even after being adjusted to the same level as you, can still crush others? Lu Li naturally knew. Its bloodline. Wu Yu nodded. Correct. Just like equipment has different qualities, because of different bloodlines, the attributes of each monster are also vastly different. But your bloodline is the lowest grade. Lu Li asked her, does this place have something to do with breaking through the bloodline attribute? You confirmed, that's right, this is one of the secret realms I control, the Blood Pool secret realm. She pointed to any spot on the blood pool and told him, now choose the area you want and jump in. Wu Yu glanced at him, how much you can evolve depends on your luck. At Illusory Moon City, North Moon Hall. The wine glass fell to the ground with a crash and shattered. Zhuanghua Shui sat in the chairman's seat, angrily venting his rage. Wu Yu, we're not done yet. The man clenched his fists tightly, veins popping out as he resentfully said, damn it, if it weren't for that useless little brat from the Berserker clan, I wouldn't have lost face like this. His subordinate bowed and tried to soothe him, my lord, please calm your anger. The man with shrewd eyes explained, in my humble opinion, this is definitely not a bad thing. The Berserker clan originally intended to befriend you, my lord. After this incident, they see you as the one to protect their future generations, not hesitating to get hurt. Of course, they will be even more loyal to us. Zhuanghua Shui looked like he had calmed down a bit. Even so, this tone is really annoying. The subordinate probed, I have an idea, but I don't know if. The man ordered, tell me. He laid out a plan. On the surface, we can't do anything to Wu Yu, but there's a way to provoke her. He leaned close to the man's ear and whispered, we can. Zhuanghua Shui was extremely pleased after hearing this, and laughed heartily, good, do it that way. At the blood pool, Lu Li was floating on the surface of the water, with red streams of energy rising from below around him. Wu Yu watched him and assessed, the absorption speed is very fast. She was secretly pleased, he has potential. Suddenly, a voice interrupted, causing her to frown, Lady Wu Yu. A group of people arrived, they are the City Lord's Black Death Guards. Lady Wu Yu, the City Lord has ordered you to immediately go to the capital city. Wu Yu stood opposite him with her arms crossed, refusing, can't you see I'm busy, I'll go when I'm free. The Black Death Guards held up a plaque with the word summon and said solemnly, Lady Wu Yu, this is the blood summon order from the city lord. He repeatedly affirmed, once there is a blood summon order, the recipient must immediately go to see the city lord, those who disobey will be killed without mercy. Wu Yu snorted coldly. She glanced at Lu Li, reminding, occasionally, some rocks fall from the nearby mountain, so be careful or you might get crushed to death. Then she followed the Black Death guards away. He made a gesture of invitation. His expression was serious, but suddenly he smirked wickedly. Lu Li was still absorbing power from the blood pool, unaware of the danger that was approaching. He was curling up, with a bright golden yellow gem above his head. He was gradually covered by crimson streams of energy. On the high cliff, there was a group of people waiting to ambush Lu Li. They were Zhuang Huaishui's Shadow Legion. The man pointed his hand forward as if giving an order. The entire army rushed down with swords, swooping towards the orange orb. The radiant sphere in midair generated billowing waves of crimson energy, accompanied by dazzling light and debris flying everywhere. Lu Li's ruby-red eyes opened. Wu Yu was on the way to the capital city, following the Black Death guards. The Black Death guards glanced at her in surprise. What's wrong with Wu Yu? Seeing the blood summon, she's actually listening obediently, but Wu Yu excitedly looked to the left. It's starting. She sat leisurely on a stone platform, dangling her legs as she watched the show, surprising the city lord's guards. The Black Death guards asked coldly, Lady Wu Yu, what do you mean by this? She ignored him, only staring ahead, extremely happy in her heart. This observation spot isn't bad. What she was watching was Lu Li being attacked by the Shadow Legion. They rushed down with cold weapons filled with murderous intent. The credit is mine. A sword was slashed vertically down at the radiant sphere floating in midair. They watched silently to see the changes after the slash. The sphere shattered, and Lu Li's figure appeared. Seeing that he was still intact and healthy, the man with two swords asked, Did you even hit him? The man with a long sword scratched his head in confusion. Hey, I clearly did. But the other man didn't want to listen, deciding that they would both rush forward together. Stop explaining, quickly fix your sword, let's go. Lu Li was no longer a shriveled white skeleton. His body had been filled out with flesh and muscle like a perfect human. Although the two men reminded each other to be careful. But as soon as they touched Lu Li, their heads flew off their necks. The leader was flustered when he saw this. How is this possible? Brothers, he jumped down and ordered his subordinates. The information is wrong, let's go together, pay attention to coordinating using tactic number 2. The army advanced. Then Lu Li took a step back. In his hand, he had grabbed all of their hearts. Each of them had a hole in their left chest. He crushed them. The leader had lost an arm in the slash. He clutched his left shoulder and glared at Lu Li resentfully. Damn it, the information was wrong, he's too strong. He was furious, his eyes fierce, his hand tightly gripping his weapon, his voice full of murderous intent. This isn't good, he must be killed. He remembered when Zhuang Huaishui's close subordinate gave them orders, Shadow Squad, you are the pride of Zhuang Huaishui, and even more so the pride of the Northern Moon Sect. Completing the mission is your only purpose. You are the sword of the Northern Moon Sect, the shield of the Northern Moon Sect, and you represent the will of Lord Zhuang Huaishui. They shouted in unison, Illusory Moon Glory, be with you, Blood Glory Light, be with me. Back to the battle, they began to use secret techniques. The leader ordered, Brothers, the mission is above all else, sacrifice yourselves. The whole team shouted, Illusory Moon Glory, be with me. The power of the Shadow Squad all converged on the leader, his whole body radiating a green light like a disease. The arm that was cut off was being restored by the power. He fiercely advanced to meet his death. Lu Li, with white hair and a horn on his forehead, snorted coldly. The two sides charged at each other. Half of Lu Li's body was still a bone frame. The leader firmly gripped his sword, focusing all his strength into it. He swung his hand to slash across him, but Lu Li ducked and managed to avoid it. He immediately stood up and moved close to him, simply slashing across his neck, causing his head to be severed. He died in disbelief and shock. A crisp applause rang out. Wu Yu praised, very good, it seems you've gained a lot from the Fengyun tribulation, huh? Lu Li looked at her and asked, were they people of Zhuang Huaishui? Wu Yu confirmed, yes, they were. Assassinating you, leading me away, they were all people of Zhuang Huaishui. Lu Li looked at her innocently, then what about the guys who led you away? Behind Wu Yu was just smooth rock, I've already sent them on their way. Lu Li walked naked towards her. You fell for the bait. Is this my second test? Wu Yu's gaze was fixed on his lower body. A little chick was standing upright, Lu Li now realized. He hurriedly crouched down. Wu Yu angrily pointed. What are you hiding? It's all exposed already, take your hand away. Enough playing around. Wu Yu touched her lips and said, your performance has satisfied me greatly, tell me what you want, I will grant you one wish. Lu Li seized the opportunity to ask, then I want to ask about someone. The question he asked was, his name is Han Yixiao. Hearing this name, Wu Yu closed her eyes and sighed. Her red lips moved slightly. He's no longer here. After that sentence, perhaps he had died and only silence remained between the two. Unable to clearly see Lu Li's expression, he asked what had happened. Wu Yu refused to answer. Consider that your second question. Lu Li's hand clenched so tightly that it trembled. Wu Yu saw it. She opened her mouth. I can tell you, but you have to answer me first. Wu Yu recalled, since hearing the name Han Yixiao, you've been eyeing me several times, daring to stare at me without fear. Did you want me to strangle him to death? Then you came up with a scenario, expressing yourself, attracting my attention, all because you wanted to approach me, probing for information about my apprentice. So he is. Lu Li's voice rang out, he's my older brother. At Welfare Institute 20, sounds of laughter rang out. A curly-haired boy held a pink rabbit snatched from a child. Come here and play some more. The childhood of two children, Ah Fei and Lu Li, was filled with fearful crying. Ah Fei stood in front of Lu Li even though they were both in tattered clothes. Ah Fei cried, please forgive us, give the rabbit back to me, it's something my mother left me. Three bullies bullied the two, mimicking his words, it's something my mother left me. They cursed Lu Li, you four-eyed bookworm, and you want to pretend to be a hero. The curly-haired boy held the two arms of the pink rabbit. He laughed evilly, this is an orphanage, you were all adopted by my mother, you are just garbage that no one needs. He forcefully tore the arms off the rabbit right in front of Lu Li, everything here is mine, I can do whatever I want. Ah Fei screamed, crying miserably, no, give it back to me. Lu Li firmly held a pen with a sharp point from his pocket. Suddenly, someone appeared behind the three thugs with a broom in his hand. Han Yixiao, as a child, forcefully hit the guy's head with the broom. The thugs made him drop the rabbit. He swung his broom, striking repeatedly, take this, take that, they cried out, begging, wrong, wrong, spare us. Han Yixiao coldly chased them away, get lost, they ran for their lives, not daring to turn back, but still hurling threats, you just wait, you son of a. Han Yixiao stood there powerfully, he had retrieved the rose bunny, it's okay now. Ah Fei's eyes shone like stars as he praised, so handsome. Lu Li stood guardedly, asking, who are you, why did you help us? He turned his head, flashing a smile as bright as the sun, pointing to himself, I am Han Yixiao, any difficulty, just one smile can overcome it, from now on, I'll protect you too, no one will be able to bully you anymore. Lu Li's memory stopped here, he clutched his left chest, saying, he is my closest family. Wu Yu, as if in thought, quietly looked at him. Because she remembered when she met the adult Han Yixiao, he was a tall, burly man who asked her, Master, can you give me some ordinary equipment? He winked and smiled like a flower, very witty, I also have two younger brothers, as an older brother, I must give the best things to my younger brothers. Perhaps the two younger brothers he mentioned were Lu Li and Ah Fei. Wu Yu suddenly spoke, Avicii Hell. Lu Li heard this name for the first time, Avicii Hell. Wu Yu began to recount, that day. Player Han Yixiao defeated the Night King Dai Naidan, once again defending the Fengyun King crown, 10 consecutive victories. Player Han Yixiao created his legend, after his 10 consecutive victories at the Fengyun arena, he entered the Fengyun trial as usual. But that time, he never returned. At that time, the rabbit asked in confusion, the Fengyun trial activity has been over for 4 hours already, could it be? The turtle said angrily, wait, I don't believe it, but the Fengyun trial is over, we must teleport back. Wu Yu went to investigate, I investigated everywhere for a long time and found out that the last place he appeared was Avicii Hell. Lu Li wondered, if you already know the location, why don't you? Wu Yu closed her eyes and said coldly, impossible, I have no way to teleport to that place, that world is blocked by an unknown force, I cannot reach it. Hearing this, Lu Li rested his chin in his hand, lost in thought, can't go, Avicii Hell, can't teleport, he suddenly called, CC. The little fairy assistant appeared right next to him. Master, I'm here, Lu Li ordered. Investigate information related to Avicii Hell. CC complied, understood. But the text is very garbled. Currently investigating for you. A bright red notification appeared. Investigation failed, data error. Lu Li realized there was another error. I have to query the database. Switch to manual input mode. CC reminded him, Master, you don't have that privilege. Alright. Wu Yu was a little speechless seeing him like that. Where does he get his confidence from? Lu Li questioned himself. Calm down, Lu Li, I have to think carefully. Avicii Hell, the last place older brother appeared in the game is also the last time he went offline. That place must have the answer I need. On the screen appeared a request to enter the password to proceed. Number 1208 is entering the data bank. Lu Li was able to access the database query. He requested to retrieve the code for Avicii Hell. Lu Li was surprised, a drop of sweat trickling down his cheek. What is this code? The system panel turned dark red. Warning, unauthorized intrusion, you are being forced out. Lu Li unwillingly ordered to open the source code, but all that remained was a red color and a dense array of warnings. Lu Li couldn't believe that the source code was being duplicated. He was being pushed out. Lu Li returned to the blood pool in shock. How is this possible? Wu Yu saw him, turned back, and said, This is all I know. If you don't believe me, go find it yourself. He decided to go to Avicii Hell. It seemed he could only go there to investigate. Lu Li asked her, Wu Yu, can I trouble you again? How should I get to that world? She refused. This is the third question. At this time, the little fairy assistant played its role. Master, CC knows the way for players to return to their world. Lu Li turned to ask Wu Yu, how should I get to the other world? She crossed her arms, looked over, and slowly answered, what I know is the Fengyun trial, it has a time limit. Wu Yu seriously reminded, you're a little impatient. She calmly explained, Han Yixiao couldn't return even after awakening twice in the evolution blood pool. After a pause, she continued, let alone you now. Lu Li fell into contemplation. He rubbed his chin, rethinking Wu Yu's words. At this time, the little fairy assistant flew over, announcing, Master, CC knows the way for players to return to the world. Lu Li was quite surprised. He turned to ask, what is the way? The little fairy flew off, leading the way. Master, follow me. Wu Yu wondered, where are you going? Lu Li didn't stop. He turned his head to reply, I have a way to get to the player's world. She felt confused. The player's world that he was going to, briefly explained to Wu Yu, was the other world she was talking about. Wu Yu rubbed her chin, feeling amused. She cheerfully said goodbye, then I'll wait for your good news. Cut scene to an explosion in a forest. The mutated bugs were blown to pieces. The one who caused the explosion was standing not far away, level 20, identified as a pyro mage, ID Ah Fei. He arrogantly asked, too easy, are there no more powerful monsters here? Ah Fei stood in the center, surrounded by people, enjoying the attention. My Tien praised endlessly, Ah Fei brother is so handsome. My Min on the side wasn't about to be outdone. Ah Fei brother is so good, giving me the blue potion. My Tam, on the opposite side, pouted, I'm so afraid of those bugs, I want Ah Fei to hug me. He was high as a kite being surrounded by the girls. Ah Fei was so eager to look at those huge melons that his eyes almost popped out. His face was flushed, and smoke was coming out of his nose. Right, is the merchant everyone's talking about, the one who collects equipment at high prices, right here, the three girls replied in unison, that's right, he'll be here soon, his purchase prices are really a steal. The four of them walked away, arms around each other. Ah Fei laughed gleefully and crowed, all right, if I sell it for money, I'll exchange it for a new piece of equipment for each of you. Hearing this, the girls flattered him even more. Kiss, Ah Fei brother, we love Ah Fei brother the most. Suddenly, something made him stop dead in his tracks, his eyes wary. It turned out they were surrounded. A group of deformed people appeared. The long-haired guy in the lead clicked his tongue in contempt. He tilted his head and assessed Ah Fei. Guess we waited for a fat catch. He hurriedly spread his arms to protect the girls behind him. Babies, quickly hide behind me. Ah Fei's hands gathered strength, warily looking at the deformed people, human bodies with animal heads. Who are you people? Suddenly, Ah Fei felt a chill down his spine. Glancing behind him, he caught the eerie smiles of the girls. Before Ah Fei could react, they struck a palm into his back. Ah Fei was knocked away, his back seriously injured. Why? The three walked towards the group of people, all three of them declaring loudly, "We are the Northern Front Guild." The group of people behind them congratulated, "Congratulations, older brother, second brother, third brother." Another big hall. Ah Fei trembled all over, not believing his ears. Big, older brother, second brother, third brother. The three girls spoke their mottos in turn. First was my Tam, deadly poison under beauty, next was my Tien, the shocking deceit of lustful delusion, and finally, my Min, sadness for others, money for ourselves. The three said in unison, "We are the Tam My Project team." The three people's profiles show one by one. My Tam appears to be a chubby fatso, the next one is an unshaved old man with a bald head, which shines like the tan sun. Not airport, that's my Tien. The last one is my Min who looks like a perv old man. The three pose and wiggle and beg for forgiveness. Ah Fei gritted his teeth in anger. No, unforgivable. His eyes were bloodshot with rage. "You can swindle my money." Ah Fei's nostrils flared, he declared loudly, "but never, ever, swindle my love." The two humanoid animal heads stepped forward to sneer. Such sincere feelings. The long-haired guy mocked his feelings. "Looks like the fat catch is very cooperative, isn't he?" The two deformed creatures rushed forward, releasing their power towards Ah Fei. He didn't say much, he raised his hands and sent the two guys flying a kilometer. Seeing the two guys getting hit, the subordinates outside started rushing in. Ah Fei coldly looked at them, he reached behind him, gathering strength. As soon as the group of people approached, he swung his hand hard, hitting them. Suddenly, something flew over, shimmering with blue light, making him curious. Ah Fei was startled when he recognized that thing. Just then, he was hit hard by the blue light. It turned out that was an arrow shot by my Tien. My Tam also rushed in with metal gloves gathering strength. She opened her eyes wide. "Ah Fei brother, I'm coming." Thinking to herself, she jumped up and threw a palm strike towards Ah Fei. He tried to resist but couldn't. Ah Fei shouted loudly, "Get lost." He was pushed back a few steps, feeling a little annoyed. "Damn it." Ah Fei's face contorted, "I consumed too much earlier." My Tien asked contemptuously, "Ah Fei brother, what's wrong? Can't take it anymore." My Min raised a potion to recover charm X99, brother also gave me a green potion. My Tam smiled and threatened, "Brother, please obediently hand over the limited time equipment you picked up from the boss." She continued lecturing, "This place has been surrounded by our people. If Ah Fei brother doesn't cooperate, we will always protect you. In the game, if a player dies in the wilderness, after a while, they will respawn on the spot with the remaining health, too. When the character dies, they will drop some of the equipment they are carrying randomly and a certain amount of experience." After a long speech, my Tam finally concluded, "Until the last piece of equipment in your bag explodes." Ah Fei took a deep breath, gathering strength. Then he unleashed a torrent of profanities. Ah Fei cursed continuously, he cursed as smoothly as sun silk, without stumbling or repeating a word. Ah Fei cursed to the point of shaking the forest, birds scattering. The long-haired guy couldn't take it anymore, he went crazy and jumped up, wanting to give him a sword. "Shut up." Ah Fei didn't care, he lowered his head sadly. "Sorry second brother, younger brother is not destined to keep money." His face became dejected, "I've been swindled out of my love." Just as the long-haired guy approached Ah Fei, a dark shadow behind him rushed up. Before he could understand what was happening, a figure flashed past, slashing the long-haired guy, making him both confused and in pain. Lu Li turned his head, his eyes blazing red, he threatened, "Not a single one of you will escape." Ah Fei, with a surprised face, looked in the direction of the person who had just appeared. "Bro, older brother." He stammered his name. "It really is older brother." His face was full of faith, joyfully welcoming his brother. Lu Li appeared with a pensive face, looking forward with a cool appearance, turned back and spoke to Ah Fei, "I've only been gone for a while, how did you become so confused and miserable?" Hearing his question, Ah Fei cried, hugged Lu Li's leg, knelt down and complained, "Older brother, it's them, not only did they rob my equipment, they also messed with the emotions of someone as pure and innocent as me." Lu Li heard and couldn't help but have a headache. On the opposite side the three girls were Mei Shen, Mei Xian and Mei Ming heard the conversation and felt a bit confused. Mei Xian spoke first, sure enough someone was helping. Mei Ming replied, "It seemed like the second brother he often mentioned, Machen also replied smugly, then he must have a lot of money huh, after saying that everyone agreed it made sense. Then evilly looked towards the opponent. Let's charge together, brothers. Hearing this, Ah Fei hurriedly turned around and walked away. I'll leave the rest to you. Suddenly, a cloud of white smoke spread out. He had cleaned up all the people, surprising everyone. Where are they? All the soldiers in the back were defeated, leaving only a desolate scene that shocked everyone. The ground was littered with slumped bodies, some were injured, some appeared to have died with weapons and equipment scattered all around. The atmosphere was filled with a haunting and tragic silence. Interspersed in the space were strange blue lights, all of it created a gloomy picture of the devastating consequences of the conflict. The three girls turned back and stuttered, when did this happen? Suddenly, a dark shadow appeared from behind, startling all three of them. Hey! Didn't you guys say you wanted to protect me? Ah Fei suddenly appeared from behind, causing my TN to lose her composure. No, we didn't, we were just joking with Ah Fei ca. Ah Fei couldn't stay calm anymore. I'm not Ah Fei's brother, you know. I'm your Ah Fei grandpa. He got angry and prepared to deal with the three girls. The scene returned to peace. At this time, the two brothers walked with their arms around each other's shoulders and talked. Ah Fei recounted, this dying BAC guild has done so many bad things, and there's so much dirty money. Lu Li agreed, that's right. As he walked, he put his hands in his pockets, trying to look cool. Ah Fei continued, oh, right, why did you come back to find me, bro? Is there any progress on our older brother's matter? Hearing the question, Lu Li looked a bit sad. Infernal purgatory, right now, we only know that this is the last place our older brother appeared. Ah Fei, upon hearing this, simply replied, as expected of our older brother, now we have a clear goal. Lu Li continued, but this place doesn't exist in the game's plan book. We can only guess that it's a hidden instance with a very high level. Our current strength is fundamentally insufficient to access it. Ah Fei heard this and asked, so what should we do now? We'll do whatever you say, bro, Lu Li replied, comforting him. First, let's go to the market around here and sort out the equipment and items we have. Then, the two brothers walked forward together. Ah Fei couldn't help but happily chatter, great, money's coming, bro. I'll never trust online dating again. How can three pretty sisters all be guys, bro? Your dark skin looks so handsome. How do I change my character's appearance too? Ah Fei continued to babble with questions because it had been a long time since he had seen Lu Li. In the southern outskirts of Na Kai Duk town, people were busily buying and selling. Lu Li, still looking handsome with his hands in his pockets, walked forward and continued his train of thought. Finally, I'm back in the game I'm familiar with. Suddenly, a system notification appeared. You have a friend request from little well-behaved Mao Mao girl. He saw it and quickly declined. Ah Fei on the other hand saw a beautiful woman and immediately ran over to strike up a conversation. Beautiful. Don't I feel like we've met somewhere before? This surprised the girl, and she shyly refused. At this time, two people who had just exchanged equipment for gold coins at the equipment purchasing area came out grumbling. So much equipment and we only sold it for a few hundred gold coins. When will we ever get that purple outfit? The two nodded sadly. Yeah, we should upgrade first. The old owner of the money exchange shop heard this and sighed. We purchase equipment at reasonable prices, and we don't cheat the old or deceive the young. Suddenly, he saw the two brothers, Lu Li and Ah Fei, enter. The owner changed his posture and asked, warriors, do you want to sell equipment? Lu Li placed a pile of items in front and said confidently, yes, we want to sell. The old shop owner saw it and looked surprised. Oh, you have so much elite and good quality equipment. In total, we can buy it for 95,000 gold niangs. Are you sure you want to sell? Ah Fei heard the amount and his eyes lit up with excitement. Yay, we're taking off. According to the current exchange rate of in-game currency, this is tens of thousands of real money. Lu Li calmly said to the shop owner, your hairstyle is very cool. Ah Fei was surprised and asked, huh? The bald shop owner heard this and was overjoyed. He rushed towards Lu Li and asked, great warrior, do you really think so? You truly have a good eye. Your taste is elegant yet wild. Lu Li simply gave a compliment to please him. At this time, the system announced, congratulations, you have successfully recycled the merchant's revival egg. The purchase price for this transaction has increased by 10. Ah Fei heard this and was surprised. How did you do that? He scratched his head and asked Lu Li. Lu Li remained calm and said, while designing the revival egg, a programmer's quirk. A flashback showed the programmer thinking, if I can't change the bald head, then I'll have to change the world. Lu Li ordered, go collect the money. Ah Fei couldn't help but happily babble, bro, if I turned into a girl, I would definitely. Hearing this, Lu Li got annoyed and shouted, shut your mouth. The system announced, congratulations, you now possess over 100,000 gold niangs and have successfully achieved huge assets. Ah Fei strutted down the street, skipping happily, drawing attention from passers-by, while Lu Li just wanted to hide his face and bury his head in the ground. Ah Fei said, bro, we still have some purple equipment left, aren't we going to sell it? Lu Li replied, we're selling it. We're not there yet. At the auction house, thousands of people were lined up outside, creating a huge crowd. Lu Li looked ahead in surprise, wow, we're at the auction house, this is my first time here. Ah Fei fantasized about being interviewed, this is my first time coming to the auction house, can I be interviewed about my current feelings, there are so many people. Ah Fei smugly thought and acted to himself. At this time, outside in the courtyard, people had been waiting too long and got angry, yelling at the two gatekeepers, too slow, can't you be any faster, how much longer do we have to wait? Suddenly, a dwarf came forward and pleaded sincerely, two brothers. The dwarf continued to plead with the two guards with purple and gold hair, two older brothers, I only need a few hundred more gold niangs to qualify for admission, there's an item I really need in the auction later, may I ask if you can pull some strings, the dwarf respectfully requested. However, he only received rejections from the two guards with pink and gold hair, along with repeated refusals, we only follow the rules, how can we control things, even 10,000 isn't enough for admission, if you're dirt poor, don't even bother participating, don't waste our time, get lost, get lost. Hearing these words, the crowd around them also joined in, slandering the dwarf, this kid is just wasting time here, where did this hick come from, don't block the way, move aside. The two brothers, Lu Li and Ah Fei, couldn't help but feel indignant, they quickly stepped forward to protect the dwarf, come with us, let's get out of the way, the dwarf was surprised and asked, you guys are? The two guards looked at them thoughtfully and judgingly, where did you guys come from? The pink-haired guard quickly stopped them, wait a moment. At this time, Ah Fei triumphantly revealed his huge assets title, causing. The two guards immediately opened the door and bowed respectfully. The three of you, please come in, we must give special treatment to distinguished guests. Inside the large, spacious hall where chandeliers covered the high ceiling, only people of the aristocracy were allowed in. The dwarf went inside and said, thank you two older brothers for your help, in the future if there is a chance I will definitely repay you too. Ah Fei heard and quickly waved his hand, it's okay, it's a small matter, happily replied, the dwarf respectfully said goodbye, then I will take my leave first. At this moment, a female employee came out from somewhere in the main hall, exuding an air of elegance. Dear Sir Ah Fei, hello, I am the host this time for Sir Hongdao 8. She took out a powerful black card and introduced that according to your huge assets, we will automatically issue a black card to you, we will simply introduce the uses of this card, card holders do not have to queue to enter the yard when purchasing items in the auction house, the commission can be reduced from 10% to 5%, you can use this card to borrow money from the auction house. The loan amount depends on your credit limit. Ah Fei carefully took the card but did not forget to tease the employee and ask, so will this card give me the privilege to enter your heart? He flirted with the female employee, which surprised her, yes, he took advantage of the situation and continued to ask, Miss Hongdao Tam, may I ask if you believe in love at first sight? This made the female employee step back in panic. From afar, a girl with flowing white hair slowly approached and passed by Lu Li. Make him pay attention and pay attention. The staff member respectfully said to the two brothers, please move the two distinguished guests into the room, we will ensure the utmost safety and privacy for you too. Next, she pushed the cup of tea towards the two brothers, inviting them to drink some tea. Once everyone was seated, the staff member continued to introduce, we will immediately open the auction for the two of you's epic equipment. Epic equipment is currently very sought after, it is estimated that all the auctions can be completed within an hour. She then pulled out the epic sword, her face filled with excitement as she said, as for your epic glowing sword, it's called Xingqian, this is the top weapon on the list right now, I'll help you send it to the premium auction, I'll definitely be able to sell it for you at a good price, if you have free time, you can also attend the auction. Who knows, maybe there will be something you're interested in. Ah Fei ignored the introduction and went up to ask the female employee, so, female hero Hong Tao Tam, are you coming too? I still don't understand a lot of things, what should I do? Faced with the sudden questions, the female employee quickly stepped back in embarrassment. As we were talking, he got angry at Lu Li, stood up, and smacked him on the head, leaving a big bump. Then he said, here's the list of items we need, we'll come to get them in an hour. The clerk understood and quickly replied, okay. Cut to the auction, which was now packed with people eagerly waiting for it to begin. Please, esteemed guests, take your seats, this high-end auction is about to begin. The auctioneer, a cheerful middle-aged man with light purple hair, introduced himself. I'm Jack of Diamonds, the person in charge of this auction. They say objects are priceless, but sincerity is very valuable. I hope you esteemed guests can bid on the items you desire. Applause erupted from the esteemed guests, welcoming the start of the auction. The purple-haired man continued, thank you very much for your enthusiastic applause. The high-end auction officially begins now. Please welcome our first treasure of the day. As he spoke, the purple-haired man introduced the fiery heart, which was slowly brought in by a server. The system introduced, the fiery heart is an official weapon inlaid with various gems. It can transform a weapon into a fire attribute offensive weapon. The auctioneer, the purple-haired man, continued to introduce the gem's function. Obtaining it can change your weapon's attribute. When encountering wood-type monsters, it will grant additional damage bonuses. Who wants to own a powerful weapon that can extinguish everything? After the introduction, the purple-haired man immediately shouted. Starting price, 20,000 gold coins, let the bidding begin. Many guests began to raise the price. Guest number 78, wearing an animal head hat, bid 25,000. Guest number 88, a red-haired wizard in a cloak, bid 20,000. Guest number 36, a large man with a sinister face, bid 35,000 with a challenging tone. Don't even bother, the fiery heart is definitely mine, he said triumphantly. The auctioneer, the purple-haired man, repeated, 35,000. Does anyone bid higher? Number 36 thought to himself, I only have 35,000 in total, I can't delay, only by betting it all can I excite them. This is the first auctioned item, no one will bid higher than me. The auctioneer, the purple-haired man, continued to shout, 35,000 for the first time, 35,000 for the second time, 35,000 for the third time. At this moment, from the audience, a character named Han Xiao, wearing number 9 with red hair, shouted, 50,000. The auctioneer, the purple-haired man, was surprised. Guest number 9 bids 50,000. The surrounding people started to whisper, although the fiery heart is good, it's not worth that much. Before, we saw other players trade it for only around 28,000. Everyone was surprised and wanted to know his identity. Who is it with so much money? The little girl next to Han Xiao began to flatter him. Han Xiao, isn't that too expensive? Han Xiao, hearing this, replied smugly, if you like it, that's all that matters. The gavel was struck, and the auctioneer said happily, sold. Congratulations to guest number 9 for winning the fiery heart for 50,000. The people sitting behind started to make a fuss. Hateful, I was looking at them. Fiery heart, who is that person? You don't know that person, young Master Han. Another boss Kim is very famous, don't bring trouble to yourself. Fiery heart can definitely still be obtained. Ah Fei watched the auction and said with disgust, 50,000 to exchange for a broken stone with fire attribute, that's crazy. As he spoke, he crossed his arms and grumbled, I can't stand that Han Xiao guy at all. Lu Li next to him didn't know what to say and just continued to watch. The auctioneer continued to introduce, next, the second treasure that will be brought out for everyone to enjoy is the special cosplay love maid dress. Who can refuse a maid outfit? The system introduced the special cosplay love maid outfit. The auctioneer shouted loudly, the starting price is 30,000 gold coins, let the bidding begin. Tens of thousands of people began to raise the price of the product. 31,000, 35,000, 40,000, 42,000, 44,000. The auctioneer pointed forward and congratulated guest number 66 for winning the maid outfit for 48,000. Guest number 66 then shouted loudly, "Hurry up and give me the money, I want to try it on." Everyone in the hall was stunned. The auctioneer stammered, "Guest number 66, you can wear it in a private place." Everyone was petrified because guest number 66 was a burly man wearing a maid outfit who happily exclaimed, "Not bad, wearing it makes me feel safe." The two brothers couldn't bear it and were stiff as stone. Ah Fei spoke up, "Big brother, the level of freedom in this game is really high." The auctioneer maintained composure and coughed, "Ahem, ahem, ahem, next is the third treasure, the starting price is 40,000 gold coins, the system introduced, epic, wolf battle boots, when running, there is a 2% chance to enter acceleration mode. Young Master Han continued to compete, bidding 80,000, and the passers-by continued to make a fuss. Green beans were directly doubled. Where is this happening? Forget it, what young Master Han wants, let's not bid anymore. The auctioneer said happily, "Sold, congratulations to guest number 9 for winning the wolf battle boots for 80,000, the next treasure is." Han Shao continuously bid 50,000, the auctioneer said familiarly, "No one is bidding, sold." All the next products were bid on by Han Shao to please his affectionate lover beside him. The people around left one by one, saying with disgust, let's go, we can't even buy one good thing." Someone cursed angrily, "Damn it, why doesn't he just buy everything? He can do whatever he wants if he has money." Ah Fei, sitting below watching, couldn't help but say to his big brother, "I'm impressed, how can this guy be so good at pretending? I really want to rush up and hit him." Lu Li, sitting next to him, advised, "It's not related to us, later, we'll still need his help with our equip." Sentence made Ah Fei wonder. The auctioneer continued to steer the program. "Time flies so fast, our auction is coming to an end. The last thing to appear is the treasure of this final night, the glowing epic sword, named Stardust. The system introduced, Stardust requires level 20, exclusive to swordsmen, durability 90/100, attack plus 260, critical strike 100, attack speed plus 30, special feature, when attacking, there is a 2% chance to trigger a mental burst, dealing magic damage." The auctioneer continued to introduce. The rarest thing is that it also has extremely rare light attribute attacks in the next main quests at levels 25 to 30, light attribute weapons can play a big role. It's not an exaggeration to call it a top-tier weapon. Starting price 200,000 gold coins, let the bidding begin. Han Shao heard this and continuously pushed the price to 250,000, thinking in his head, these idiots definitely won't dare to bid against me. A person with money can't be an idiot. This is just a game using petty things to make a big difference for me." Ah Fei couldn't bear it and shouted from below with a triumphant face, 300,000. Han Shao was surprised and wanted to turn around and ask for his identity. It seems there are exceptions. He continued to push the price to 350,000. Ah Fei wanted to play to the end and shouted, 400,000. At this time, Lu Shao was annoyed and thought, where did this guy come from? Previously unheard of. He bid 450,000. Ah Fei pushed it to the peak of 500,000. Lu Shao began to hesitate in his thoughts. 500,000 is too high. After all, it's an equipment from the previous batch. The lover next to him also began to persuade, Han Shao, why don't we give up and not buy it? Han Shao, hearing this, began to think, give up, the few things obtained at this auction are just a small part of it. What I want to receive most is the boiling blood after winning a big bet with someone. At the last number, I want to push the excitement to the peak. Thinking this, the young master shouted the price of 600,000. The auctioneer reminded, guest number 9 bid 600,000. Ah Fei wanted to push the price to 700,000 again, but he was stopped by Lu Li, who shook his head. The auctioneer shouted again, 600,000 for the first time, 600,000 for the second time, 600,000 for the third time. Han Shao at this time thought, victory is definitely mine. Suddenly, a shout rang out from somewhere, 1 million. Everyone was startled and suddenly wanted to turn around to find out who it was. It was Luna, wearing number 1, who was sitting calmly waiting for the auctioneer to repeat, price 1 million for the first time, 1 million for the second time, 1 million for the third time. The auctioneer's hammer falls, signifying the deal is done. The two brothers left the auction with great joy. Ah Fei cheered excitedly. So making money is such a fun thing. Lu Li was also surprised, calculating that the final 1 million was truly unexpected. This time, they sold for a total of 1.52 million, after deducting 200,000 for props, they have 1.32 million, he further calculated, after getting the money. The balance on the card changed from 898 to 7450. This made Ah Fei surprised and he asked, doesn't 7,450 mean there are 7,450 people richer than us in this area? There are so many rich people. Lu Li comforted him, it doesn't concern us, let's go, we should start the main quest. Ah Fei happily followed his brother, cheering, great, let's go. At this time, Luna watched the two brothers from above, her face filled with unreadable emotions. The two brothers now began their journey from Nam Jiao, Nakhon Duk Town, to Bush Coal Village. As they walked, Ah Fei cheerfully chatted, big brother, let's go for barbecue tonight, it's been a long time since we ate out. Ah Fei continued to ramble, big brother, let's talk about something, why are you suddenly so quiet? Ah Fei scratched his head in confusion and asked. Suddenly, Lu Li stopped and said, we've arrived here, come out, he said, leaving Ah Fei confused. At this moment, Luna appeared from behind a tree, it seemed she had been following them. Ah Fei asked his brother if she was the one who bought the item at auction. Then he quickly continued, I understand now, no wonder she bid so high, she turns out to be a robber. He got ready to fight. Luna awkwardly refused, that's not it, I don't have any bad intentions, her face flushed with embarrassment, the stardust blade that you auctioned off before was my weapon that I lost. I'm curious how you guys got it. Ah Fei quickly replied, hey, that's getting more and more ridiculous, your weapon, this is a weapon that my big brother dropped after killing a limited-time boss. As he spoke, he draped his arm around Lu Li's shoulder. Luna was shocked and thought to herself, killing a limited-time boss. She rushed forward in front of the two brothers, and spoke loudly, please have a duel with me. Hearing that made Ah Fei puzzled, he scratched his head and asked, what's going on? He turned to Lu Li and asked, big brother, is this girl deliberately trying to get close to you? Lu Li turned his head and replied indifferently, showing no interest. Luna's face was thoughtful as she thought to herself, I must compete with him. After she left, the two brothers continued to Bush Coal Village. Nearing the place, Ah Fei eagerly asked his brother, we are almost there, big brother, share some knowledge with me. Hearing his question, Lu Li agreed, okay, he continued, because it's a themed dungeon, the difficulty isn't high, the general storyline is. The scene starts with the village storyline. This Bush Coal Village is under siege by monsters, we need to drive away the monsters around the village. After entering the village, the villagers will tell us the reason for the siege. There's a little girl in the village named Divine Light Chi Ku, who is coveted by the monsters. We will receive the mission. Escort the little girl to the Divine Light Hall. Along the way, we'll have to go through several waves of monster sieges. Finally, we just need to escort the little girl safely to the destination, the Divine Light Hall, and the mission will be completed. After listening to the mission, the two brothers arrived at the destination. Ah Fei was happy, with you here, big brother, it's like we have a skip button, we've arrived at the village. Ah Fei quickly stepped forward and said to his brother, I'll go ahead and scout the way, watch me clear the map for you, big brother, he said. At this time, there were two girls in the village with pig faces carrying goods and talking to each other. The blonde girl spoke first, sister, do you hear any strange sounds? The dark-haired girl agreed, yes, it seems like. Ah Fei's yell came from behind as he ran towards the two girls. Monsters, take this. The two sisters heard this and hugged each other, screaming, help me, there is a hooligan. When he heard the cries for help, Ah Fei hurriedly stopped, puzzled by the two girls. Wait, you are two sisters, fearfully clinging to each other. They quickly explained, we are people in this village, we should be the ones asking you who you are. Hearing that, Ah Fei stopped embarrassedly, scratching his head and apologizing, oh, misunderstanding, I came here to do a mission to eliminate monsters. The two sisters suddenly understood and asked in surprise. Could it be the Great Warrior? We didn't expect to meet the legendary Great Warrior. Then, the two sisters grabbed Ah Fei's arms and pointed the way, praising him as they walked. "Great warrior, you want to enter our village, I'll guide you." The little blonde girl quickly chimed in, "Sister, that's so sly, I want to too." Ah Fei was happy, and replied casually, "Okay, your village is very enthusiastic." Lu Li behind them had a look of confusion on his face. The villagers enthusiastically welcomed the two brothers, cheering, "The great warrior has arrived, son, look quickly, that's the legendary great warrior who eliminates evil." A young child even dreamed, "I also want to become as amazing as him." The owner of the jewelry and medicine shop brought out a pile of items to introduce. "Great warrior, you must be tired from your journey, come and see the specialties of our village." Many children in the village looked at the two brothers with admiring eyes and called out, "Great warrior, can you sign our names?" Especially the village chief with fluffy fur greeted them warmly, "Welcome, great warrior, your presence has brought light to our village." Let us use the warmest applause and cheers to welcome the great warrior. In the middle of the hall, the two brothers were surrounded by the village chief and the villagers, who welcomed them enthusiastically. Ah Fei asked suspiciously, "Big brother, they're not like the people you described at all. Could it be that this mission has been adjusted by the people at Tian Van Company?" Lu Li also replied in confusion, "It's possible, the storyline and the designs of the villagers have indeed changed, but the important lines of the characters haven't been changed." At this moment, the village chief spoke up, "Villagers, what is the highest ritual to welcome the great warrior?" Everyone shouted in unison, "Feast." Then everyone took him by the hand and led the way, "Brave hero, come with us and join the feast." Lu Li then asked the old man with the cane who was leading the way, "I heard the star anise flowers in the village are in full bloom, can I see them?" However, the old man just vaguely answered, "Sure, but please join the feast first, brave hero, and then you can admire the flowers." Lu Li heard the answer and sensed something was wrong, his eyes scrutinizing the situation. At the feast, everyone was munching and eating very deliciously, dishes were continuously served with all kinds of specialties. Ah Fei was so hungry his eyes drooped. "Bro, the food in the game is even better than ours. I heard this game can simulate 100% of the taste, let's try some." Suddenly, the innkeeper brought out a bowl of food filled with glaring red eyes, introducing, "That's right, hurry and try it, the meat from our village is very famous," he said, and then bit into the food, causing blood to splatter everywhere. Lu Li was disgusted by what he saw. "Don't eat it anymore, let's go find the NPC who gives out quests." Ah Fei agreed, "Okay, watching them eat has made me lose my appetite." In the crowded inn, Ah Fei asked his brother, "But there are so many people, are we going to ask them one by one?" Lu Li, with his hands in his pockets, replied, "No need, observe carefully, it's not difficult to find." Lu Li noticed a pig-faced girl with straw-colored hair sitting listlessly in a corner. He approached her and asked, "Do you want to go to the Divine Light Temple?" The girl was surprised and grateful, tears welled up in her eyes, and she stuttered, "Why you, are you the brave hero who's come to save me?" The system suddenly announced, "You have successfully activated Quest 2. The moon then turned into a blood moon, causing Ah Fei to feel that something was wrong, and he called out, "Bro, I think something's not right." The scene turned dark, and all the villagers transformed into giant monsters, staring intently at the two brothers and the girl. At this moment, the villagers themselves also felt that something was wrong. Their bodies began to mutate and grow monstrously. Their eyes became grotesque, and they seemed to be controlled by some entity, rushing to attack the two brothers. The two brothers quickly understood each other and swiftly dodged the vicious attacks. Lu Li quickly hugged the child, protecting her. Ah Fei swiftly used his fire techniques to attack the monsters, turning them into ferocious beasts that lunged at the two brothers relentlessly. Ah Fei and Lu Li worked together in perfect harmony, launching attacks, and using their fire techniques to protect the girl. Loud explosions continuously rang out, boom. The sky was now stained red like blood. The room was instantly filled with the corpses of the monsters, the scene was one of ruins. Ah Fei was exhausted, thinking the fight was over, but he suddenly realized that all the severed parts of the monsters could completely reattach. The pig monsters, thought to have been defeated, were restored to their original state. The two brothers were shocked and wondered, "What are these monsters, how can they regenerate?" Ah Fei asked, "How do we fight now?" Lu Li, also in shock, replied, "In theory, pig-headed people shouldn't have this skill." He also thought, Everything that's happening here is completely different from the original design. What exactly happened after I left Heaven's Mandate? The two brothers returned to battle. Ah Fei, using multiple techniques and exhausted, called out, "At this rate, we'll be burned alive, bro." Lu Li, with a decisive look, ordered, "Retreat." The two brothers quickly understood each other, grabbed the girl, jumped out of the restaurant, and ran away. The monsters quickly chased after them. The two brothers had managed to hide in another house, successfully protecting the girl. Ah Fei, exhausted, gasped for breath and said, "We can consider that." Suddenly, Luna appeared, quickly covering Ah Fei's mouth with her hand to stop him from speaking. Lu Li, her face wary, it was her again. Luna, completely calm, gestured quietly, "They haven't gone far. Let's talk upstairs." Saying this, she led the two brothers, taking the small child upstairs. The moon had completely turned red mixed with black, creating a terrifying and gruesome scene through the window. After everyone sat down to talk, Ah Fei asked, "So, you're here on a mission too? I thought you were following us." Luna retorted, "I got here earlier than you guys," she continued. "After entering this village, I felt like something was wrong, so I planned to wait until night to investigate. It was hard to wait until night, and when I was about to go out, you guys suddenly came in." The atmosphere returned to an awkward silence. Lu Li spoke up, breaking the silence, "Indeed, there's too much that's wrong. What exactly happened here, do you know?" Saying this, he looked at the scared, huddled blonde girl, who was still silent and afraid to speak, her face full of worries. Luna had to pat the girl's head to comfort her. "Don't worry, little sister, we're all here to protect you. Tell us what happened." Suddenly, the girl removed the pig mask she was wearing, revealing that she was a human girl. After that, she began to tell her story. Going back to the past, our village of Bush Cole was originally a peaceful and stable village. Everyone in the village was friendly and kind. It's just that there were always pig-headed people walking around outside the village, but according to my uncle who often went out, it wasn't too dangerous to just go around them. Later, people discovered that they not only didn't attack the villagers, but even often imitated people's movements, which looked very funny. People gradually lowered their guard against the monsters. Until one day, Sir Knight of the Holy Order came to patrol our village. This time, it was Sir Greg. Sir Greg was very strong and gentle. Under his guidance, we completed the holy prayer ritual, but this prayer was different from the previous ones. I felt hotter and hotter, and my whole body ached as if needles were piercing me, so I went to Sir Greg, hoping to find out the reason. After Sir Greg understood the situation, he excitedly told me that I had awakened the Divine Light body, a once-in-a-thousand-year good fortune. I could join the Divine Light Society and become a part of the Divine Light. My village would also receive the protection of the Divine Light and would not have to worry about being threatened by monsters. But just as I and everyone else were immersed in happiness, the monsters suddenly attacked us. They were brutal and vicious, and there were so many of them. No matter how many times we killed them, they wouldn't die. Everyone in the village was captured by them, and Sir Greg was cruelly killed by the monsters while protecting us. I saw everything and was terrified. I didn't dare to call for help, and I didn't dare to run. My mind went blank, and I could only cry numbly. I don't know how long I cried for, but even my tears wouldn't fall anymore. Maybe the Divine Light was comforting me, reminding me to be strong. Yes, the Divine Light chose me, which means I also have a responsibility, so I wore this mask, pretending to be one of them, waiting for a chance to escape. I have to tell the Divine Light Society everything that happened here. The Divine Light will definitely descend on our village again. At the end of the story, everyone was lost in thought. Ah Fei stood up and said, "Sai, what do we need the Divine Light Society for? My brother and I can solve it." His words gave the girl a little hope, and she asked, "Really, Sir Hero?" Ah Fei proudly replied, "Of course, just leave it to us." At this moment, from behind, the eyes of a monster appeared, blood-red eyes staring at the little girl. The girl, unaware of what was happening behind her, cheered happily, "That's great." Lu Li and Luna saw the danger behind her but couldn't protect her in time. A loud explosion rang out, and all three of them were thrown far away. Ah Fei asked in surprise, "What was that?" A huge monster had grabbed the happy girl and was looking at her gleefully. "Humph, humph, humph, found you." It lifted the girl high into the air. The three people below looked up, not yet understanding what was happening. A pig-headed person with a huge body, it was much bigger than the other pig-headed people and could even be compared to many large houses combined. In its hand, it had just caught a snack in a room, and now she looked very small when held by this monster. When the snack was caught by the monster, immediately the three of Lu Li, Ah Fei, and Luna all felt disbelief in their eyes when they saw this giant monster. Ah Fei, while looking at the monster, couldn't help but exclaim, "Isn't that a bit much?" Lu Li, right next to him, also felt the danger and said, "If that girl dies, the mission is over." After saying that, the three of them simultaneously attacked the monster. Seeing the three people heading towards it, the giant pig-headed person suddenly stopped, shoved the snack into its mouth, and turned its head towards the three people flying towards it, baring its terrifying teeth with sharp points and screeching as if warning them. The three people were not afraid and unleashed attacks towards the monster opposite them. The sounds of impacts on the pig-headed person created echoing bomb-like noises. The pig-headed monster swung its large arm strongly towards the three people, forcing all three to retreat and dodge its arm. After the strong swing of its arm, coupled with the attacks just now, it had been injured, but something strange happened. Its newly injured arm recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. The pig-headed person opened its mouth and said, "Humph, humph, humph, is that all you've got, hero?" The three people retreated far away. Seeing this scene, all stunned and wanting to curse this ability, Ah Fei and Luna simultaneously said, "It's already bad enough that it's so big, but it recovers so quickly too." Lu Li was silent at this moment, but it could be guessed that his emotions were no different from the other two. The monster attacked again. This time it slammed down hard on the three of them, causing the entire house to be immediately crushed into small pieces. Pieces of material echoed. At the same time Lu Li flew up and said to Ah Fei, who was next to him, "Ah Fei, cover me." Seeing him say that, Ah Fei agreed, "Just leave it to me." Ah Fei rushed up and created huge fireballs that slammed hard towards the monster. With its huge body, Ah Fei's fireballs accurately landed on it. After being hit by the fireballs, the pig-headed person was extremely angry, and because of that, in its carelessness, the hand holding the snack loosened, causing her to fall freely. But this giant monster quickly clenched its hand into a fist and punched towards Lu Li. When the massive punch came hurtling, Lu Li didn't panic. He rapidly executed two backstab techniques and a paralyzing strike, sending his blade straight towards the fist. This punch and he collided directly, but unexpectedly, the punch was slashed so hard it was almost severed from the hand. Only to see that inside the fist, which he had almost severed, was the mission girl, Dian Xian, huddled in pain. Seeing this, he reached out to take her away, but in the distance, Ah Fei shouted a warning, "Brother, be careful." While Lu Li was surprised, small pig-headed monsters emerged from the arm of the giant pig-headed monster, mouths agape, their arms reaching out to attack him. He quickly turned his head. As soon as he turned, a figure was standing behind him. It was Luna. Only to see her swing her sword, using the starlight slash technique towards the pig-headed monsters. Without hesitation, she said to Lu Li, "Go save the NPC." Lu Li quickly responded, "Got it." But another unexpected event occurred, stunning both of them, as the arms of the giant pig-headed monster transformed into small pig-headed monsters. As if receiving orders, they all turned towards them and attacked. At this point, the two realized the identity of this giant monster. Lu Li said, "So this thing is an aggregation of pig-headed monsters." Luna found this strange and deduced, "Don't you think this mission's difficulty level is too high? I guess the main quest isn't to kill this boss. Escort the girls safely to the mission point to clear the stage." As they spoke, they launched an attack on the pig-headed monsters above, who were emerging from the giant monster's body. They both advanced towards Ah Fei. Just as they landed on the ground, Lu Li shouted, "Ah Fei." Hearing the call, Ah Fei quickly launched an attack, saying confidently, "Leave it to me." Ah Fei, with a tube of medicine in his mouth, quickly drank it all. As soon as he finished, his entire body emitted a blue light, recovering megapixel. He used the Megumin will be proud technique to attack the monsters. The powerful technique was like a bomb exploding towards them, engulfing them in flames. The giant monster had now separated into smaller pig-headed monsters, one of which was holding Dian Xian tightly to its hip and running. Unfortunately for it, Lu Li and Luna were above on either side of the rooftops, while Ah Fei, providing rear support, was chasing it relentlessly. The pig-headed monster running ahead suddenly smashed into a wall and burst into a house. As the two chased after it, Luna shouted, "Stop." After entering the house, the monster continued to smash through another wall and ran away. When the two rushed into the house, only its back was visible. Lu Li saw this and said, "This pig-headed monster is really fast and seems very familiar with this place." Behind him, Luna was shocked by the scene in front of her. Lu Li finished speaking and, feeling that she wasn't reacting, instinctively looked at her and then looked in the direction she was looking. At this moment, they saw a collective prison in front of them. With many people locked inside, they were thin and dirty, and one person was seen catching a squirming worm in his hand, intending to eat it. Luna looked at the imprisoned people and tentatively guessed, "Are they the original villagers?" A glint of light flashed in Lu Li's eyes. He immediately slashed his sword at the cage and said to the imprisoned people, "Get out of here." Luna said beside him, "It's all the calamity Genesis brought." Lu Li heard this and asked, "What did you say, Genesis?" Luna remained silent as a shout tore through the space. "Brother," Lu Li heard the call and said, "Ah Fei." Ah Fei's voice outside also shouted frantically, "Help, there are too many of them, I can't stop them." Ah Fei was seen running ahead of a group of monsters, and behind him, it wasn't a group anymore, but a pile of them appeared everywhere from the sky to the ground, an endless swarm of pig-headed monsters. The moon, with a blood-red color, reflected light onto the ground, and along with the cries of the monsters, created a terrifying scene. Elsewhere, the pig-headed monster that kidnapped Jian Xian was running quickly in one direction. Jian Xian was now awake, and she couldn't help but be afraid, thinking, "It's over, I'm going to be eaten." On a high tower, after the pig-headed monster put Jian Xian down on the ground, he looked from the railing into the distance, then stretched out his arms as if showing off his muscles and said with a snort, "Too slow." After speaking, he turned his head to look at the girl. Jian Xian was now frightened and huddled against the foot of the wall. The pig-headed monster approached her, sniffing and saying, "So this is the smell, it's really fragrant." His eyes lit up as he opened his mouth wide, revealing two sharp fangs and sharp teeth like saw blades. At this moment, he thought he wanted to take a bite. Jian Xian's face, facing the pig-headed monster, she bit her lip tightly, her eyes sparkling with tears, and unexpected moves came to her. In her hand a dagger was wrapped in golden light with divine light's blessings. She didn't give the monster time to react and forcefully stabbed it in the eye. Not only that, due to the force of the thrust, one of its fangs was also broken. The pig-headed monster covered its eye in pain, and its other hand grabbed towards Jian Xian as if wanting to crush her. In that moment of life and death, she thought, "Divine light, I will be with you forever." As the hand was about to touch her, a force came rushing and slashed across the arm. It was slashed so hard that the hand was severed from the arm. Snack recognized and said incredulously, "Brave, brave hero." The pig-head monster, while covering its eyes, looked at Lu Li and said angrily, "It's you, how is this possible?" This was 15 minutes prior. At this time, all three were running for their lives from the monsters, when in Lu Li's hand, 3 pills appeared. He threw one to each of the other 2 and shouted, "Catch." Then, after getting the pills, all 3 quickly swallowed them. The monsters, which had been chasing so fiercely, were now bewildered to see their targets disappear before their eyes. They turned to each other and said, Where did they go?" One of them sniffed the air and said, "Let's split up and search, the scent is still nearby, they can't have gone far." Behind a wall, the 3 who had taken the invisibility pills were peering back at them. The system screen also introduced the function of the invisibility pills to the 3. The invisibility pills can cause monsters to lose track of the target for 5 seconds, helping players increase distance or adjust their state. This kind of pill is ineffective against players and bosses, and ineffective against monsters of a higher level than themselves. The features and limitations of the invisibility pills show that the pills are not omnipotent, so at this time, Ah Fei asked, "Big brother, what's the plan next? We can't kill the monsters, and now the NPC has been snatched. Is this even fun anymore?" Luna offered a solution. "The urgent thing is to find the little girl NPC." Lu Li was also analyzing and thinking, there are 2 important problems to face. One is that the pig-head monsters can't be defeated, and the other is that we don't know where the NPC was kidnapped to. If it's an unconventional mission, then we have to use unconventional methods. Lu Li called to the 2 people next to him. Ah Fei turned to look. Luna, seeing the look in his eyes, guessed that he didn't know her name, so she said, "Luna." Lu Li, seeing this, continued, "Ah Fei, Luna, I have an idea that I need the two of you to cooperate with. The monsters, tracking by scent, arrived and said, the scent suddenly disappeared here. Another monster said, keep searching, don't miss any spot. In a corner of the wall, a pig-head monster was engrossed in doing something when an arm reached out from behind and grabbed it forcefully. The monster's whole body immediately froze. When it turned its head, it could be seen that its hands were holding a glistening piece of roasted meat. Its mouth was still covered in a layer of golden oil. It looked at the person who patted its shoulder. It was Luli disguised as a pig-head monster wearing a mask. Seeing this, it said, bro, I'm not slacking off, I haven't eaten breakfast yet, I was so hungry I was getting dizzy, so. Luli, in his monster disguise, said, don't be nervous, I just finished eating too, let's take a break and chat. The pig-head monster who was sneaking food replied, what do you want to talk about? Luli jumped onto the wall next to him and sat down to chat with the pig-head monster who was sneaking food. He said, those three guys seem pretty strong, do you think it's possible that they snatched the little girl? The pig-head monster chewed and replied, that little girl, are you talking about Snack? Don't worry, old Wang is the fastest runner among our brothers, and he knows every house in this village like the back of his hand, plus, there are so many of us brothers, we'll find the scent of those three heroes very quickly, we definitely can't fail. Luli, seeing this, deliberately let slip a mistake, saying, you're right, let's go, quickly go capture those three heroes and assemble them at the village entrance. The pig-head monster, hearing Luli's mistake, quickly corrected him. At the assembly tower, it couldn't help but think, this pig brother is dumber than a dog, I didn't expect his brain to be so messed up. Luli quickly defended himself, right, I've been drinking too much lately, I keep forgetting things. In the distance, a deafening explosion shook the earth. The light from the explosion spread so far that even the pig-head monster who was sneaking food stared blankly and dropped the half-eaten piece of roasted meat. While it was distracted by the explosion, Luli turned and left. The pig-head monster who was sneaking food widened its eyes and stammered, what's going on? On the side of the explosion, Ah Fei was carrying a person with their head covered, shouting to attract the attention of the monsters behind him, I've got the person, let's get out of here, let's get out of here. Seeing this, the monsters locked onto Ah Fei as their target, and they all charged towards him. On this side, when the monsters had all been distracted, Luli appeared on the balcony of the watchtower. The scene where he saved the NPC from death at the hands of the monster was happening right now. Seeing the monster was still hesitant, he quickly grabbed Snack and slashed sharp sword strikes at the monster. Without engaging in battle with it, he immediately turned and ran away with the NPC. When the three gathered, Ah Fei, seeing that the NPC had been rescued, praised, Big Brother, good job. Luli said, don't relax yet, let's get out of this village first. Behind them, the giant monster reappeared and said in a gloomy voice, don't even think about escaping. Hearing this, the three did not hesitate and took out tubes of medicine, pouring them all into their mouths. Its function was level 3 agility potion, increasing movement speed by 30% for 30 seconds. After drinking it and the function had added the buff, in a flash, the speed of all three increased sharply, narrowly avoiding the lunging attack of the giant monster. In less than a few seconds, all three had escaped the village. The game notification sounded, you have left Bush Coal Village. As soon as the notification sounded, Ah Fei sighed and said, we're finally out of here, I can finally breathe. Luli, still maintaining speed and not being careless, said, increase the distance a little more. All three saw the large shadows of the pig-head monsters reflected on the ground. They all turned their heads to look and saw the giant pig-head monster. Breathing heavily in anger, along with a swarm of pig-head monsters flying around like falling leaves in autumn, heading towards them. Seeing the sight of the pig-head monsters from afar looking like a swarm of bees covering the sky, all three were stunned for a moment. Luli quickly reacted and said, don't just stand there, run. The three of them immediately took off, running and slashing at the pig-head monsters blocking their path. Of course, the enraged monsters could not let the three of them go, and one after another they quickly landed on the ground and chased after them. In this dangerous moment, the game's guidance appeared along with gold coins in front of them. The three of them seemed to see red letters above, ready, go. The three ran along the stream of money, followed by an arrow pointing straight ahead while the stream of money was curved, but all did not make it difficult for the three. The three jumped onto the round ball and followed the curve. When Luli jumped down, Snack, who was being held on his hip, reached out. Luna, with her strong jumping power, landed right on the head of the pig-head monster in front with a strong force, crushing its head. Next there were spiky balls. Lu Li and Luna both crossed quickly, and Ah Fei struggled a little but also quickly passed the level. When the three ran to the next section, the game's guidance with a red arrow pointed to an animal standing blankly in front. The three jumped onto its back, rushed towards the long-legged animal, and was immediately frightened and ran away. While running, it opened its mouth and cried loudly. With the advantage of long legs, the animal quickly ran away from them. Pig-headed men and the whole group got a chance to hitch a ride easily, without having to run tiredly. When they reached a place with tall, shady trees and there were no more pig-headed monster chasing them, the whole group was dropped off. At this time Tam was no longer clamped under anyone's armpit. She waved to the long-legged creature and said, "Thank you, duck." Ah Fei asked incredulously, "Huh, it's a duck." When this long-legged duck left, it created a gust of wind that made the hair of all four people fly up. This is enough to see the amazing speed of the duck. They continued walking in the forest. When they arrived at a clear blue lake, Tam couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, the lake is so beautiful, brave warrior, can I go over there and take a look?" After saying that, she looked at Lu Li with her beautiful eyes with a look of desire. Ah Fei saw this and said to Lu Li, "Take a break, you're about to die of tiredness." Luna also said, "This is the desire of the NPC, maybe it will trigger a mission." Lu Li thought, it would take about 30 minutes for the pig-headed men to catch up. After calculating, he said to everyone, "Then rest for 15 minutes, adjust your state." Tam and Ah Fei heard this and put their arms around each other and cheered, "Brave warrior, second brother, long live." Tam and Ah Fei, one big and one small, frolicked in the middle of the lake. On the shore was Luna of the game contemplating. Seeing Luna on the shore, Tam ran over to say, "Brave warrior, you come and play too?" Luna replied gently, "No, you guys play." Tam saw that Luna seemed to be sad. She asked, "I see that you seem to have something on your mind. Let me help you cheer up." Then she took Luna's hand and raised it to her forehead and read the spell. "Divine light is always here, shining on yesterday, today and tomorrow." After reading, only saw a golden light flying towards Luna emitting a soft light. She seemed to hear a call from her heart. "Soul, soul, Noyet Noyet. Don't just stand there, today Papa will take us to your favorite park. Hurry up." Luna saw the scene of her father and mother waiting for her. She couldn't help but cry. Seeing this, Tam said, "Ah, brave warrior, you're crying. Obviously I prayed for good memories. I must have done something wrong. Sorry, it's because I'm too clumsy." "Luna, thank you. I really remembered the beautiful memories." Tam after hearing this was not afraid anymore. She said, "Really, I thought I was causing trouble again." Luna gently rubbed her head, praised and said, "You are very good." Ah Fei heard this and said, "So magical." The two looked at him, so at this time Ah Fei couldn't help but say to Tam out of curiosity, "So magical, little sister, let me try a little." Tam replied happily, Okay, brave warrior, give me your hand." As soon as he reached out his hand, he, like Luna, was seeing his memories. This is the scene of a meal in the house with two voices and two pairs of chopsticks always telling him to eat meat and vegetables. His two brothers were picking food into his bowl until it was full. He looked at his two brothers and ate each big bite. While eating he saw his second brother talking, "My big brother, I've gone to work, you don't need to do a bunch of jobs anymore." His big brother on the opposite side said, "Where do you see that I'm tired?" His second brother continued, "You should try relying on us, don't carry everything on your shoulders. If you keep doing this, it's only a matter of time before you collapse." His big brother replied, "Second brother, the higher your graduation degree, the more verbose you are. Come, let's arm wrestle to see if your brother is tired." Ah Fei also stared blankly and shed tears unconsciously, making Tam see this and say, "Brave warrior, are you okay?" Ah Fei suddenly woke up and turned around and ran towards the lake, also shouting back to Tam, "It's okay, big brother is too hungry." After saying that, Ah Fei jumped into the lake, creating waves shooting up. On the tree, Lu Li was observing everything at this time. Then he quickly glanced at the branch. A figure was trembling and climbing up, groping towards him. That was Tam. At this time she came close. Seeing her like that, he asked, "What are you doing up here?" Tam at this time said, Brave warrior is so awesome, sitting so high up and not afraid at all. "Sir, do you have something on your mind? I see that you are not happy." Before DM Tam finished speaking, Lu Li decisively replied, "I don't need any memories, go down." Seeing this, DM Tam asked curiously, "Brave warrior doesn't want to recall the beautiful times?" Lu Li replied, "Always looking back, the steps forward will be stagnant." DM Tam didn't understand and said, "Brave warrior is so cool, although I don't understand much, but it must be something very profound and powerful. The feeling of being next to the brave warrior is reassuring. Since I was little I didn't have parents anymore, everyone in the village raised me together, so I really appreciate the kindness and help that others give me. Every day I pray divine light 100 times for everyone, but why do people still encounter misfortune? Is it that I didn't do well enough for divine light to not fulfill my request?" Lu Li rubbed her hair and said, "You have done very well. If I were just your age, facing the things you have to face, I probably wouldn't be as brave as you." DM Tam asked him, "Can I be as powerful as the brave warrior in the future? Can I protect the people who need to be protected?" Lu Li said, "Yes, you definitely can." When everyone had rested enough and their spirits were relaxed, the group prepared to set off. Lu Li announced that it was time. "Let's go." Ah Fei stretched and replied, Beautiful times are always so short." The four people went forward as a group. Meanwhile, two streams of light lit up above the head of the NPC DM Tam, followed by the sound of the game. Initiating Random Achievement Codex, a random achievement mission has arrived. Escort the NPC girl safely to the Divine Light Guild, and with the help of the Divine Light Guild, kill the Boar King. Note, if the girl is intercepted along the way, the mission will fail. If you ultimately fail to kill the Boar King, the mission fails. The Boar King's cry echoes. Following that cry, a horde of boar-headed monsters charge forward. Luna draws her sword and cleaves through the first rank of monsters as they retreat together. Ah Fei says, "The number of monsters chasing us is increasing." Dian Xian, being carried by Lu Li, says, "Sir Knight, put me down, I can run on my own." Luna, having just finished slaying monsters, also noticed the peculiarity of the boar-headed monsters. She thinks, the boar-headed monsters' regeneration speed is getting faster and faster, attacking them can't last much longer. The whole group starts running headlong. 50 kilometers away from the Divine Light Guild, Ah Fei takes out a tube of yellow potion and drinks it. This action slows him down slightly. So, he is almost overtaken by a boar-headed monster. It opens its mouth to bite him. At this moment, Lu Li whispers, "Duck." Ah Fei quickly complies. As he ducks, Lu Li swiftly slashes at the head of the monster behind him. Instead of the imagined head flying, a boar-headed monster's entire body is enveloped in green light and the wound heals rapidly. It swings its arm and claws at him. Dian Xian, on his shoulder, seeing this, can't help but shout anxiously, "Sir Knight." Ah Fei has finished drinking the potion and passes Lu Li's arm to release a fireball towards it, causing the boar-headed monster to be knocked away. After dealing with the monster, everyone continues running. Dian Xian sees that Lu Li is injured and says concernedly, "Sir Knight, your wound." Ah Fei, seeing this, says, "Big brother, I'll defend for you, quickly heal your wound." Lu Li sees the two of them caring for him, but he says, "Run quickly, don't stop. There's no time to recover, once we stop and get caught, we're dead." Everyone continues running. We're now 20 kilometers away from the Divine Light Guild. The whole group is exhausted. They stop in front of a rocky crevice. Ah Fei says, "This path is so narrow, I'm scared." Luna says, "But this terrain will have certain limitations on the boar-headed monsters." Lu Li looks at the horde of boar-headed monsters behind them, thinking, "Am I imagining things? I have a feeling that the number of boar-headed monsters is less than before." The whole group runs into the rocky crevice. When they are only 15 kilometers away from the Divine Light Guild, Ah Fei says, "Sure enough, this path has limitations for them. Our pressure has been reduced quite a bit." Luna also turns and asks, "Are the number of boar-headed monsters fewer?" Lu Li replies, "Yes, it's about 60% less." Finding it strange, he tells everyone to speed up, there might be an ambush. In the sky, a lunar eclipse quickly covers half the sun, causing dark clouds to spread as if signaling something terrible about to happen. 6 kilometers away from the Divine Light Guild, Ah Fei says as he runs, "The exit is right there." In a flash, what was just a beautiful exit with bright light has now turned into a pitch-black void. Ah Fei says, what's going on? Lu Li and others recognize the instability. He says, we're in danger. Ah Fei also says, no way. In front of the exit is the massive body of the Boar King, blocking the entire exit of the high cliff. He is even taller than the cliff. The Boar King laughs and says, heh, you won't escape. Jian Xin on his shoulder says, Sir Knight. Lu Li comforts her, it's okay, get down first, hide behind us. Ah Fei and Luna split to either side, while Lu Li fights in the middle. The three form an arc, protecting Jian Xin in the corner of the wall. The people and the monsters rush into battle, techniques are unleashed decisively. Seeing this terrifying scene, Jian Xin's body begins to tremble, but she thinks, I can't be afraid, don't tremble. She seems to gain strength and tells herself, I won't be cowardly this time, the Divine Light Guild will protect me. At the magnificent and overwhelming Divine Light Hall. In the Great Hall, voices ring out. In recent years, the forces of darkness have grown stronger and stronger. The Divine Light has had to sacrifice a lot while repelling the darkness, so finding a Divine Light body is extremely urgent. The current urgent requirement of the Divine Light is a large number of Divine Light bodies. A knight runs into the Great Hall and reporting, Guildmaster, a large number of boar-headed monsters are gathering in the Eastern Canyon area. The Guildmaster narrows his eyes and says, boar-headed monsters, dare to challenge the majesty of the Divine Light. The Divine Light is invincible. Repel the darkness, march forth. The Divine Light warriors who just stepped out of the hall encountered a boar-headed monster. The Guildmaster forms a seal with his hand and says, falling into darkness is the root of your sin. Touching the Divine Light Hall, your sin increases by another layer. Faced with the baptism of Divine Light, DM Tam, realizing the identity of the person in front of her, took off the pig mask and asked, is that you, Guildmaster? Guildmaster, please come help us quickly, I am a vessel of Divine Light from Bush Coal Village. Our village was attacked by pig-headed men, we don't know if the villagers are dead or alive. Luckily, 3 brave warriors led me to escape, but the pig-headed men chased us all the way. They are currently trapped in the canyon. Please, Guildmaster, save them. As soon as she finished speaking, the Guildmaster asked, what did you say? You are a vessel of Divine Light. He lifted the girl up to examine her. DM Tam, frightened, said, Guildmaster. After examining her, he said, that's right, it is indeed a vessel of Divine Light. Vessel of Divine Light, you've had a hard time, it must have been difficult to come all this way, right? DM Tam replied, no, it wasn't hard, the path of Divine Light leads to the sweetest fruit and the most beautiful flowers. The Guildmaster listened and praised, excellent, then, are you willing to become a part of the Divine Light, so that its radiance shines even brighter, illuminating even more darkness? DM Tam, unable to believe her ears, asked, become a part of the Divine Light. On Lu Li's side, the battle situation was tense. Only then did he realize that the person behind him had disappeared. He shouted and asked, where's the child? Luna, could she have been captured by the pig-headed men? Lu Li, looking at the monsters still tightly surrounding them, replied, doesn't look like it. Ah Fei yelled loudly, little sister, where are you? If you hear us, shout, we'll come save you immediately. The pig-headed monster looked at the 3 people with puzzled expressions, and then they looked at each other. Both sides seemed to be paused. Luna speculated, could she have taken advantage of the chaos to run to the Divine Light Guild? All the pig-headed men heard this and no longer paid attention to the 3 of them. They shouted, DM Tam, DM Tam. The 3 people stood among the monsters, watching them rush past towards Divine Light City, and asked blankly, what's going on? Why aren't they attacking us anymore? Luna said, their target must only be that girl. Lu Li said, quick, we have to run ahead of them. Luna said, this place is very close to the Divine Light Guild, hopefully she's safe. At that time, the image was reversed, with the group of pig-headed monsters running in front and the 3 people chasing behind. The game sound rang out, you have reached the destination, Divine Light Guild. All 3 and the pig-headed men arrived at the Divine Light Hall at the same time, but in front of them was the Divine Light Guild Master, his mouth stained with blood. And in his hand was the lower half of DM Tam's body. The giant pig-headed man couldn't help but shout, no. The Divine Light Guild Master smiled as he chanted a sacred verse, be proud, be arrogant, you have become one with the Divine Light, the Divine Light will help you become even more dazzling. The innocent DM Tam from a few minutes ago, at this moment, he was still lifting the girl up. When the girl saw him ask that, she asked, become a part of the Divine Light? The Divine Light Guildmaster replied, yes, the Divine Light needs you. You can make the light of the Divine Light shine brilliantly, illuminating even more dark corners. The innocent girl said, I agree, the Divine Light needs me, I will not refuse, I want to protect my village, I want to be able to protect even more. The girl thought of Lu Li's image and closed her eyes, thinking, I still want to. The Divine Light Guildmaster's terrifying voice rang out, then, become Divine Light. With that, his mouth opened wide, disgustingly like a wild beast, towards the girl. This time, no one came to save the girl, only the sound of 2 rows of teeth coming together was heard, and blood splattered from the gaps between his teeth. How gruesome, how the girl was not swallowed when she was captured by the pig-headed men, but came to this place called Light and had such an ending. The Divine Light Guildmaster threw the girl's corpse away, and then, feeling the power he had just seized from the girl, both her life and her strength, he said, wonderful, wonderful, every ray of light is cheering excitedly. The giant pig-headed man roared in despair, and with his fist towards the Divine Light people. The Divine Light warriors were smashed and scattered. When the giant pig-headed man used both hands to grab and prepare to smash again, a beam of light from the Divine Light Guildmaster shot towards the pig-headed man's head. The Divine Light Guildmaster said, immersed in darkness, destroying the Divine Light Hall, murdering the Divine Light Knights. The Divine Light helps people. He waved his hand, and rays of light shot towards the giant pig-headed man in the name of execution. The pig-headed man's entire body was covered in cold sweat, his body was pierced with large holes. The Divine Light Guildmaster stood on his body and said, the power of the Divine Light will continuously burn your filthy body, your talent for recovery and division is as small as a grain of sand in the sunlight before me. Divine Light shines, darkness retreats. A sword appeared in his hand. Just as it was about to materialize, Lu Li slashed fiercely towards him, catching him off guard. The Divine Light Guildmaster turned around, causing a piece of his cloak to be cut off. At this time, he said, wait. This swordsman, is there some kind of misunderstanding between us? I am Hannibal, the Divine Light Guildmaster, an ally of the warriors. He pointed to the pig-headed man lying down and said, that pig-headed man over there is our enemy. I have suppressed his recovery ability, let's work together to deal with him, and when it's done, I will give you a generous reward. Lu Li said grimly, why did you do that? The Divine Light Guildmaster still smiled and said, you mean? Seeing that he showed no remorse, Lu Li unleashed a tearing, explosive blade attack on him, sending him flying past the pig-headed humanoid's body. Lu Li said, whatever, I don't want to hear it anymore, just die. At this moment, a game system warning appeared, attention players, if the Divine Light Guildmaster dies, you will not be able to kill the Pig King, and the quest will be declared a failure. The Divine Light Guildmaster was blasted into a wall, enraging him as he said, God damn it, don't be so ungrateful. He stood up, his eyes gleaming with malice, and took up his sword to parry Lu Li's attack. He said confidently, your strength is no match for mine. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned his head to see Ah Fei rushing towards him with a fireball spell in hand. The great explosion spell targeted him completely, engulfing his entire body in flames. But while releasing the spell, he ran out of energy, causing Ah Fei to think, danger, I don't have enough to use anymore. It was precisely this lack of spell power that allowed the Guildmaster to escape from the sea of fire. But after being burned nearly out of his fancy clothes and just running out, he suffered 2 attacks from Lu Li and Luna. The two simultaneously used their strongest moves to slash at him, the two of them shouting, die. The Divine Light Guildmaster was hit by the attack, his entire body rushing backward like an arrow, creating a long groove in the deeply sunken stone-paved courtyard. He lay in the pit, his whole body covered in blood. Seeing this, Ah Fei said contemptuously, you beast, killing you 100 times wouldn't be enough. On the other side, the Pig King ignored the pain of his flesh and kept calling, dim sum, dim sum. A tear of pain streamed down its face, and Lu Li approached it and sighed. It recounted when it was a small golden piglet, the scene of it being bullied by its own kind, and then dim sum came, shielded it, and chased away the bullying pigs. Go away, go away. After chasing those pigs away, the girl sat down nearby and said, oh my God, you're badly injured. Be good, don't move, I'll put medicine on you. I hope that in the future you can be like a human, make lots of friends, love each other, and live happily. That's right, my name is Dim Sum. If you agree, you can consider me your first friend. After bandaging the piglet's wound, the girl placed it on a nest made of leaves. The girl saw the sunset sky and waved to the piglet and said, "Oh no, it's getting dark, I have to go back to the village. You rest, I'll come visit you again tomorrow." The piglet looked at the girl's figure, thinking to itself, like a human, Dim Sum. The second day passed without Dim Sum visiting, then the third, then the fourth. Perhaps Dim Sum had forgotten about me, but I always remembered Dim Sum's words. She hoped I would be like a human. Therefore, every day, besides spending time eating, I observed the people in Dim Sum's village, learning how to be like a human. Though it was very difficult, every time I thought that after becoming like a human I could meet Dim Sum again, she would surely be very happy, and I would be full of motivation. Seeing this, Ah Fei said, "You seem to have misunderstood Dim Sum's intentions." Luna also asked, "Why did you want to raid Dim Sum's village?" The Pig King roared, "I want to protect Dim Sum." It recounted that when it was lying at the base of a tree in the forest, two holy knights on horseback passed by. As they walked, they said, "Quickly go report to the guild master. Bush Cole village has a little girl named Dim Tam, who possesses a divine light body." The other guy said, "To be honest, you're so lucky. You've made a great contribution this time. Who knows, maybe the guild master will reward you with the body after eating the head. I heard that some people level up just by eating a finger." At this moment, behind the big tree, the entire Pig King jumped up as if he had caught a key point, and ate the divine light. After speaking, it seemed like the three people understood, so Lu Li asked those villagers. The Pig King also calmly replied, "Villagers, at that time they were extremely chaotic, so I let them stay in the pig pen. I also specially instructed the other pigs when staying with the villagers that you must treat them the same way the villagers normally treat you." When the three of them heard this, they immediately knew that they had wrongly blamed the Pig King. Lu Li said, "Can you still be saved? Can you recover?" Pig King replied, "Don't mind me, that guild master is dead. Once his skill is removed I will return to normal." Ah Fei saw this and asked, "Then why do you continue to dissipate?" The three grasped the problem, still dissipating. Behind the three people, the leader of the Divine Light Guild stood there with his arms spread out, and streams of divine light spread out around him. At this moment, all three people couldn't help but find it unbelievable. He formed a seal with both hands and said, "Divine Light Area." A large yellow sphere surrounded the four people. Lu Li rushed forward and punched the captain repeatedly in the stomach. But he still stood still, clasped his hands, and muttered a spell. Domain expansion, boundary completion. Standing outside, unable to see the situation inside, Ah Fei covered his eyes with his hands and called out, "Brother." The white-haired girl behind him spoke up, "Oh no," he was pushed into the skill domain. The domain skill opens up for the user, helping the energy barrier to fight on its own. Based on different energy barriers, the user can obtain special skills. BFF increases the benefits or creates a buff for the opponent to reduce the benefits. Note that once the domain is completed, external forces cannot destroy it. Only when the user or the opponent in the domain is completely dead can the domain be dispelled. Lu Li falls into illusion. He was taken to a completely strange place. The pitch-black sky was dotted with twinkling planets, stars. The guild master sat on the main throne, his hands resting on the armrests. His left hand glowed as he spoke, "Welcome to my world. Do you feel honored? This is the origin of divine light. Here, all your sins can be washed away." Without a word, he lunged forward to attack him. But he simply snapped his fingers. A planet instantly exploded, striking him directly. He staggered back, thinking, planets in the sky launching attacks, that's. He replied, "That's right, all this divine light in the sky is my skill, you can't escape. When I used to baptize people, I was always curious, what made you dare to attack me? Could it be that dark forces have infiltrated the ranks of the heroes?" Lu Li stood below, coldly raising the sword in her hand, "Because I have to use your life to atone for that child." He wondered, that child. He charged at him again, gritting his teeth, "You have defiled her most sincere faith." But before he could touch even a finger, a series of explosions erupted. Smoke filled the air, causing him to cough violently, his body injured. He said calmly, as if nothing had happened, "So, you're after the divine light body. I guessed wrong. If I had explained clearly before executing the domain, maybe you wouldn't have had to die. You and I have no feud, just different paths." he repeated the guildmaster's words, different ideals. He frowned and admitted, that's right, because I discovered the limitations of this world. This is a world with ranks. Since I became the guildmaster of the Divine Light Association, my daily job has been to assign monster-slaying quests to the heroes who come to me. This job has earned me respect and protection. Every hero who completes a quest and receives an award will show a flattering smile. Day after day, I did the same thing, saying the same words, but every day I saw different heroes. Hearing them talk about new and strange things, I thought, maybe I could go out and see the world out there too. That day, I saw a hero I used to know return to this place. He had become mysterious and powerful. Everyone looked at him with admiration, sweet voices whispering, wow, so cool. At that moment, I made up my mind, I had to go out and see the world out there too. The world outside was truly wonderful, completely new cities, completely new things, everything was completely new. For the first time, I felt the precious word freedom. But the more I explored the world outside, the stronger the dark monsters became. From barely coping to being unable to resist. Could darkness imprison the light of freedom? Absolutely not. So, I started going everywhere, searching for ways to become stronger, learning from many powerful heroes. The answer I received most often was, level up. But is leveling up that simple? No matter how many monsters I attacked, I couldn't level up. I searched far and wide, but I couldn't find anyone to give me a quest. I tried many ways, but none were successful, but my efforts were seen by the Divine Light, and the Divine Light gave me a hint. Ratmen. A weak monster that I often trampled underfoot gave me the answer, because these monsters are truly too small and weak. They understand better than anyone that becoming stronger is the only truth to survival. When they are born, they will slaughter each other, devouring their siblings alive. When these sources of power with the same origin merge into one, they will be able to complete the level up and evolve. Lu Li patiently listened to his story and responded, so, the Divine Light body is the answer you came up with. He replied, that's right. But not just anyone can become a Divine Light body, only the most sincere believers can be called Divine Light bodies. They can give me the purest source of life for me to level up. Lu Li frowned and cursed. Ah Fei said, you're a beast. That's an understatement. You're worse than a beast. The guildmaster smiled faintly. Say whatever you want. I saved people from the mouths of monsters, greater than the Divine Light bodies they offered me. Even so, it is reasonable. Okay, this chat is over, you can die now. He raised his fist, Divine Light spear. In the sky, stars of different shapes and sizes twinkled. Lu Li also wielded her sword. The two powers collided, and explosions erupted. He looked up, it can be broken. He glanced over and replied, isn't it better to just obediently die? He raised his arm, and a long arrow appeared. His left eye also turned gold. Using all his strength to strike straight down to the ground. The arrow flew out, piercing through his stomach, leaving him stunned and unable to react. Then, one after another, other arrows followed the direction he was standing, piercing through him. Triple continuous attack, fresh blood splattered, and he was knocked down, kneeling on the floor. He spread his arms and said, I will, on behalf of the Divine Light, go to a place of true freedom. You stumbling blocks to my advancement, you will never understand my greatness. Lu Li, severely wounded, coughed several times, cough, 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 then cursed, you're just a crazy pighead trying to break out of your cage. He narrowed his eyes. Angrily, he opened his mouth wide, reaching his ears, and lunged forward, intending to swallow him whole. But a system warning sounded, error, Boss Zhan Yu has descended. At this moment, Lu Li had transformed into Zhan Yu, her whole body like a skeleton covered in clothes. The guildmaster's mouth couldn't close. Zhan Yu tightly gripped the boss's hand, preventing him from moving, and coldly asked, this hand is what controls those orbs of light, isn't it? And then he grabbed that arm and broke it in two, causing the guildmaster to scream in despair. The system announced, error in random codex achievement task, error in random task adjustment, killed the Divine Light guildmaster. If the mission fails, the character will immediately die. The guildmaster still had the strength to attack, causing Zhan Yu to retreat. He took a running start and flew up. He saw that appearance, angrily shouting, you really are from the darkness, you vile monster. Even without using a domain, with one arm missing, I can still chop you to pieces. Zhan Yu flew high, his whole body radiating a black murderous aura. Glaring, he pointed the spear to destroy the enemy. Attacking the orbs of light, explosions sounded one after another, asterisk boom boom. Consecutive attack x456, consecutive attack x728, consecutive attack x999. He was initially surprised, then gradually turned to fear, retreating backward. This can't be, while the guildmaster was panicking. Zhang Yu slashed him dozens of times. The orbs of light exploded simultaneously in mid-air, creating a beautiful scene. Game over. Outside, Ah Fei and Luna stood worriedly. Waiting, he's out. Both of them were overjoyed. Lu Li, holding the sword in his hand, walked out of the domain, looking very cool. Ah Fei stepped forward, put his arm around Lu Li's shoulder, and praised him endlessly. Brother, you're still as awesome as ever. Lu Li calmly replied, I got some items and equipment, we'll divide them up later. Luna followed behind, thinking, he soloed a boss above his level in the domain. How did he do that? While walking, Lu Li suddenly stopped and asked, where's that pig king? Ah Fei held up his index finger and thumb in response, before you came out, its disappearance stopped, but, halfway through his sentence, the three of them noticed the pig king kneeling on both legs, holding a little girl in his arms, crying incessantly, dim sum, dim sum, dim sum, I'll take you home. Lu Li stood still, asking with a serious face, have you all finished your quests? Ah Fei wondered, quest. The system's announcement rang out, quest failed, this hidden quest has failed, the system will issue a new random quest, quest progress is reset, restarting character, reloading, completed startup. The sun rose high, and the rooster crowed, cock-a-doodle-doo. The blonde girl named Dim Sum was lying on the bed. She woke up with a start, clasping her hands in front of her chest to pray, divine light shines, all things are restored, there is light in my heart, there is. The little girl had a bright face, today was also a day full of divine light in her heart. She put on her backpack, checked the pile of prepared medicine in her bag, this amount of medicine should be enough, I don't know if Piglet's wound has improved, I can't let Piglet wait too long, let's go. The little girl walked leisurely on the road, raising her hand to wave politely to everyone she met, good morning, Mr. Ngu, Uncle Vong, Little Adao, everyone waved back, hello, good morning, Dim Sum, going up the mountain to pick herbs again. Mr. Ngu carried a load of medicinal leaves on his shoulder and advised, Dim Sum, you must be very careful going up the mountain, there are man-eating monsters in the mountains. Little Adao stood next to Mr. Ngu, pulling down his lower eyelid and sticking out his tongue to tease her. Dim Sum waved goodbye, I know, thank you, Mr. Ngu. The little girl lowered her head, thinking about Mr. Ngu's words, man-eating monsters. Not paying attention, she bumped into the person in front of her, falling backward and crying out, ouch. The village chief reached out to help her up, smiling and saying, Dim Sum, you should look up when you walk, get up, are you okay? The little girl was startled and quickly apologized to Uncle Village Chief. Then she turned to ask the person behind him, Sir, would you mind checking on this child? The man behind him also smiled and nodded in agreement, of course, I can. Uncle Village Chief sat down next to her, patted her head, and introduced, she prays very diligently every day and never forgets the rituals. The man dressed in the robes of the Divine Light Temple bowed and reached out to pat her head, indeed, a good child. So devout, she might actually have a Divine Light body. Hearing about the Divine Light body, the little girl's face darkened. She quickly stood up and ran away, shouting, no, I don't want a Divine Light body. Seeing the little girl's strange behavior, the village chief called out in surprise, what's wrong with this child today? The little girl ran and thought, what's wrong with me? Why was I rude to the adults at the Divine Light Temple? Divine Light, I ask for your forgiveness. The little girl brushed past Lu Li. His voice sounded, Divine Light is not really anywhere else, it's in your heart. The little girl stopped in surprise and wondered, is this person talking to me? I feel like I've met this big brother somewhere before. The village chief stood up, forcing a smile, and explained, Sir, that child is still young, please don't mind her. The man watched Dim Sum's figure, a sinister smile on his face as he thought, that child's purity of faith is not low at all, in a few more years, she will definitely be able to possess a divine light body. Such a good item, offering it to the guildmaster is such a waste, why not capture her and raise her, fatten her up, and then slowly enjoy her. Turning to order the village chief, bring that child to see me later, I want to help her get checked. The the village chief happily thanked him. That would be great. Lu Li brushed past the two of them, doing something that made the man from the Divine Light Temple widen his eyes, grabbing his neck with both hands. The village chief panicked and asked anxiously, "Sir, what's wrong? Call a doctor, quick." The crowd swarmed around to see what was happening, but Lu Li acted like nothing was wrong, put his hands in his pockets, and casually walked away. The Pig King was sitting on the grass, plucking petals off a flower, muttering, "He's not coming to see me, is he? He's not." Suddenly, his inner demon appeared. "The scent of dim sum is so pleasant, I just want to take a bite." The angel shook his head in protest. "No, dim sum is your friend," the demon said, "just a little nibble." The angel replied, "No." Then the demon suggested, "Well, let dim sum bite me once." The angel protested, "No." While the demon and angel were arguing, dim sum's clear voice echoed from afar. She waved and called out, "Little piggy." The Pig King looked up and squealed a few times, "Dim sum," and they both headed toward each other. Lu Li, Ah Fei, and Luna were relaxing near a cliff. Luna spoke first. "If it hadn't been for the previous mission's failure, we probably wouldn't have seen this scene. The new mission is still the same, get the girl to the Divine Light Society." Ah Fei complained, "What a garbage mission, no matter what you say, I'm not doing it." Lu Li sat between them, pondered for a moment, and then suddenly stood up and ordered, "Ah Fei, let's head out to the next mission. I'm glad to have your cooperation this time, Luna, maybe we'll meet again in the future." Ah Fei reluctantly suggested, Bro, we're working so well together, let's form a group together." Luna closed her eyes and said nothing. Lu Li put his hands in his pockets and walked away, calling out, "Ah Fei, we're not playing a game." Ah Fei chased after him, "Bro, are you always so cold to girls?" Luna remained seated, analyzing. Why are the NPCs and monsters in the game starting to deviate from their original script trajectories? The missions are no longer uniform either, there are many detailed paths. All of this is related to Genesis. Although I don't know what your goals are, I feel that we both need each other's strength and information. Everyone's in a hurry, right? Then she hurriedly stood up and extended her hand. "Let's get to know each other again. My name is Luna." Ah Fei stood beside her and playfully pointed his index finger at himself. "I'm Ah Fei." He also reached out and took her hand. "Jean Yu." She muttered to herself, "Jean Yu." She smiled back and replied, "I hope you can succeed." A system announcement appeared with the text of the renewal advertisement. "Dear players, all servers of UNDEAD will be suspended for maintenance from 0:00 to 8:00 tomorrow morning. This maintenance is mainly to adjust and improve existing problems. We apologize for any inconvenience. 1. Server optimization to improve stability. 2. Winter fashion updates. 3. Fix the slow attack issue of archers." The three said goodbye to each other. "Get some rest, see you tomorrow." The log-out announcement was being made. Luna returned to reality, sat down, and stroked the cat she raised, muttering, "Jean Yu, Ah Fei." The sound of the door turning echoed. The housekeeper opened the door and announced, "By young miss, the master is looking for you." She coughed lightly a few times as a reminder. Housekeeper Lu coughed repeatedly and said, "I've told you many times, knock before entering." Seeing that she was still lingering and unwilling to leave, Housekeeper Lu reminded her, "By young miss, hurry up, the master doesn't like to wait." The clatter of a wheelchair echoed in the hallway. Housekeeper Lu pushed her to the door of the master's room and said, "I won't go in with you, go in by yourself." She knocked lightly on the door a few times and said, "Father, Soul is here." She waited for a long time, but there was no response from inside. She opened the door and went in. The inside was like a miniature aquarium. Schools of fish swam happily on the ceiling and walls. In the middle of the room was a desk, and her father was intently writing something. She pushed her wheelchair to the desk and said, "Father, you were looking for me." He stopped writing, looked up at her, and asked, "By Soul, I heard you passed the preliminary round." She coughed a few times and nodded in response, "Yes, that's right." He continued coldly, "The second round will start next month. If you've participated, you must make it to the final round, don't embarrass me." She immediately replied, "Yes, Father." As soon as she finished speaking, he ordered, "You can leave now." Meanwhile, Fei and Lu Li were leisurely walking down the street. Ah Fei suggested, "In winter, we have to eat hot pot, bro. There's a place up ahead. I heard all the ingredients there are fresh every day, transported from Sichuan. The taste is authentic and delicious." The two arrived in front of a hot pot restaurant called Sichuan-style hot pot. In front of the door were two beautiful girls, dressed scantily, who were inviting customers. The two girls cheerfully said, "Welcome, bosses." Ah Fei also waved back and said, "Hey, I told you last time, if I come again, you have to give me your WeChat." The two entered the restaurant and sat at a hot pot table, where the steam was rising in thick clouds, looking very appetizing. Ah Fei kept picking up food: beef, tripe, duck blood, bullfrog, peas. "I'm going to eat it all today." Lu Li, on the other hand, was slow and gentlemanly. "You have to dip the tripe 7 times and lift it 8 times, if you leave it like that, it'll be tough. The hot pot at this restaurant is pretty good, but a little spicy. Ah Fei, add some sesame oil to protect your intestines and avoid stomach discomfort tomorrow." While he was eating, he heard the table next to him discussing the game he was playing. A bald man said, "This illusory moon game is too unrealistic." The person opposite him asked, "Huh?" The bald man hurriedly explained, "Our organization has more than 40 people, all doing the same mission, and the results are all different. You know what's even more unbelievable?" The man opposite him urged. "Tell me quickly." The bald man continued, "It's clearly a level 18 mission, but the difficulty is disproportionate. The simplest thing is catching a level 5 rabbit, but the difficulty is equivalent to killing a level 35 epic boss." The other person was surprised. "Huh? How can you play like that?" The bald man waved the fan in his hand. "But I can't help but admire it. I've never seen a game that can do this, but I'm still confused. What do you think? Is this mission really created randomly, or does it change depending on the person?" The other person held a half-smoked cigarette in one hand, chopsticks in the other, and blew on the meat in his mouth, saying, "It's really never been seen before." Lu Li was also thinking about what the man at the next table said about whether it was random or changed depending on the person. A system announcement appeared: "Mission, a random mission has been generated. Get the NPC girl to the Divine Light Society safely, and kill the Pig King with the help of the Divine Light Society." Note: if the NPC is obstructed during the game, the mission will fail. If the Pig King cannot be killed in the end, the mission will also fail. He remembered the scene of the Pig King crying miserably and calling Dim Sum's name, although it was very difficult. When he thought about being able to become human, to be able to see Dim Sum again, she would definitely be very happy, and he was full of motivation again. But not everyone can possess a divine light body. Only the most devout believers can have a divine light body. Game rules at that time. Why did I suddenly switch to the boss identity? Boss error advertising. Jean, you descended. Why even the hack I created myself is starting to deviate from the logic of the achievement dictionary. Random mission error. Error adjusting random mission. Attacking the Divine Light Society Guildmaster. If the mission fails, the character will die instantly. Lu Li was thinking, what's the cause of all this? It's time to check the data warehouse. A large amount of source code being rewritten is leading to what? Are the rewritten source code and the Genesis Luna mentioned related? He remembered the words Luna said this afternoon. Why are NPCs and monsters in the game starting to differ from the original script trajectory? The quests are no longer consistent either. There are so many detailed paths. All these things are related to Genesis. Can this suddenly appearing Luna be trusted at all? Are all these things a lighthouse guiding me to the Avicii hell, or are they whirlpools and reefs engulfing me, defeating me? I originally thought I had everything in my grasp, but countless unexpected things keep happening. Brother, am I getting closer to or further away from the goal? The waitress was dressed in an outfit like beachwear, only covering what needed to be covered. She wore a bunny ear headband and brought over a tray of food. Sorry for the long wait. Here are your 5 orders of egg fried rice. Ah Fei stopped eating, happily took the tray, and replied, I was waiting for this. 5 steaming bowls of egg fried rice were placed neatly on the table. Ah Fei stood up, took a bowl of egg fried rice, and handed it to Lu Li, smiling. Big brother, I'll eat 3 bowls. This one is for you. Outside, heavy snow covered everything in white. At the orphanage, Yishao rushed in from outside, worriedly asking, Little Ah Fei, why is your nose so red from crying? Lu Li squatted on the floor, looking gloomy, and replied, Our beds were spilled with dirty stuff, and someone else's pee is on it too. Ah Fei held the teddy bear in his hand, wiped away tears from his face, and sighed, It's so cold like this, how are we going to sleep? Yishao knew who did it without needing to be told. Damn it, it's that jerk again, I won't go easy on him this time. Lu Li replied, His matron mother took him away. Xiao turned to the door. Then I'll go find the teacher and ask her to change us to another single bed. Lu Li retorted, I already went to see her. She said the head of the orphanage instructed that this winter, each person only gets one set, and they can't give us more. Right now, there's a high wind warning, blizzard, and the temperature is -18 degrees Celsius. The three of them huddled together under a thin blanket. Yishao comforted the other two, it's okay, let's squeeze together for a bit, and we'll win if we endure until the bedsheets are dry and we don't get sick. As soon as he finished speaking, Ah Fei, who was sitting in the middle, sneezed and asked, is life always this hard? Why do we have to endure these bad intentions when we haven't done anything wrong? Lu Li, sitting next to him, replied, life is a sea of bitterness, you get used to suffering, and maybe it won't be so bitter anymore. Hearing this, Yishao also smiled and chimed in, if life is very hard and difficult, then don't think too far ahead, just think clearly about what you want to do tomorrow. I hope I can go out and find a part-time job and earn a lot of money. Lu Li expressed his wish, I want to study hard. Only Ah Fei, with his foodie soul, said, I want to eat 3 bowls of egg-fried rice. The other two burst out laughing. Yishao asked again, I didn't hear wrong, right? 3 bowls of egg-fried rice. Lu Li also chimed in, one person wants to eat 3 bowls, teased by his 2 brothers. Ah Fei sulked and replied, humph, then I want 5 bowls and I'll give you each 1 bowl. Escaping from the old memories, Lu Li, while enjoying the egg-fried rice, thought, that's right, just knowing what you want to do tomorrow is enough. Countless snowflakes appeared on the screen, along with the adorable appearance of the little sprite assistant. She said, Master, the kingdom of Tepanai, which is 15 kilometers east of you, is currently holding a large-scale event. Kingdom of Tepanai, Heart of the Brave, you can receive a large amount of experience and money in this event. And there are also extremely many rare equipment and valuable props waiting for you that day. Hurry up and call your friends to participate. The kingdom of Tepanai is one of the 12 great nations. The kingdom of Tepanai, where the people are simple and generous, the mountains in the territory produce a lot of iron, so the mining and forging industry is very developed and praised as the land of weapons. Surrounded by dense forests is where a prosperous kingdom develops. There, you can see castles surrounding the inside of the city walls, that is the kingdom of Tepanai. At this time, the registration time for the event in this kingdom, Kingdom of Tepanai, Heart of the Brave, is only 1 minute left. Everyone in the hall crowded and jostled to register. Standing high up was a figure wearing full body armor, holding a majestic staff guarding the gate. You could see that the gate was crowded with people jostling to register for this event. A sigh came out, hurry up and get out of my way, I'm going to be late, hurry up and get out of my way. Seeing the crowded situation, others angrily said, why are there so many people? I'm going to die. Then suddenly the gatekeeper spoke, the number of registrants is full, brave warriors, please return. At the same time, Lu Li, Ah Fei, and Luna arrived. Lu Li took out a bag of money and stuffed it into the guard's hand in his astonished eyes, and then the 3 of them leisurely entered the territory. Seeing that the gatekeeper said that the number of people was full, but they were still allowed to pass, one person spoke up in dissatisfaction, hey, what are you letting them in based on? That's right, based on what? Hearing the warriors were a bit riotous, the gatekeeper calmly replied as if nothing had happened, who went in? I didn't see anyone. Seeing that passing through the gate was so easy, and the 3 of them looked so relaxed, Ah Fei secretly thought, this game is too realistic. Isn't it? At this time, the registration time for the Kingdom of Tepanai, Heart of the Brave event was only 9 seconds left. When they passed through the gate, in front of them was the scenery of a castle floating in the sky, with forests and mountains below. Surprised, Ah Fei asked, hey, isn't this the kingdom of Te something? Why are there still forests and mountains? With his experience, Lu Li softly replied, we've probably only just entered the territory of the kingdom of Tepanai, we have to continue. To go to the center of the city. At this time, the system screen appeared, registration time left, 3 seconds, 2 seconds, 1 second. As soon as the countdown finished, walls appeared from the void, slamming hard into the ground, followed by a series of other walls surrounding the territory of this kingdom. Seeing this, the 3 of them were surprised. Ah Fei suspiciously asked, this reminds me of a cartoon, are giant flesh-eating creatures going to appear later? Hearing what Ah Fei said wasn't wrong, Lu Li continued, traps. Seeing the large walls appear, Luna gave her judgment. These walls aren't about 50 to 60 meters high, are they? Then a frame appeared from the sky, which seemed to be a screen. Seeing this, Ah Fei pointed at it and asked, "What's that now?" Then from that screen appeared the figure of a person dressed neatly, with something on his head that looked like a fish. He seemed to be testing the mic. "Hello, hello, can anyone hear me, hello?" Standing next to him was a large young man, dressed in a neat black vest, who seemed to be a bodyguard. He announced that the projector and image amplifier had no problems. Hearing this, the grand man softly replied coldly, "Yes." Then, as if taking a breath to prepare to speak, "Ahem, welcome warriors from all over to gather here. My name is Hua de Shui, and I am the Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Kingdom of Tepanai, and also the host of this selection. First, I will briefly talk about the reason for inviting you warriors here." Then the screen showed an image of the king and queen holding a baby in their arms, and then Hua de Shui continued, "That was a spring day 18 years ago. His Majesty the King, majestic, extraordinarily brave, wise, and loving his people like his own children, and Her Majesty the Queen, with her national beauty and virtue, gave birth to a lively and lovely princess, who was especially intelligent, and everyone loved her." Seeing that the introduction was probably a bit lengthy, the bodyguard next to him softly reminded, "Sir, just keep it simple." Hearing this, de Shui softly replied and continued, "Yes." As time passed, the princess gradually grew up and also began to reveal a face that could melt ice and snow, and make 100 flowers bloom, even causing butterflies to flutter their wings. Next, there was an image of a charming princess in a charming evening gown and a gorgeous crown on her head. De Shui continued to praise, "The princess is a treasure given by heaven, an incarnation of the divine, and also the most noble and beautiful femininity in the hearts of the people." Then, the bodyguard next to him softly reminded again, "Sir, it's almost lunch break in 2 minutes." Hearing this, de Shui's face panicked. He quickly sped up his speech. "The princess was captured by a fierce dragon. The king wants to choose the strongest warrior to rescue the princess." Hearing these concise words, the bodyguard seemed to praise, and said proudly, "Sir, that's a good summary." Then, de Shui clenched his hands tightly. He slammed the table and began to continue, "The cause and effect of this story. You warriors have probably all understood. The king knows that the dragon possesses unparalleled power, so he specially organized this competition to select the most outstanding person. Next, I will announce the selection rules. Currently, the total number of warriors participating in this race is 10,000 people. We will give each warrior a warrior card." Then immediately an imprint appeared on everyone's head next to which there was the number 1. Seeing this, Ah Fei curiously asked, "What is the warrior card for?" Hearing Ah Fei's question, Luna calmly gave her speculation, "It's probably for the game to collect something." Without wasting any more time, de Shui continued, "I believe you have all guessed part of it. This is a competition to collect warrior cards. The competition time is 7 days. After 7 days, only the warriors with a warrior card ranked within the top 100 can advance. 10,000 people advance. 100 people. The ratio is 100 to 1, equivalent to among 100 warriors. Only one person can pass the selection. So how do you get the warrior card? There are a total of 3 ways. The first way is the simplest way, which is to search for warrior cards scattered in many places. They can appear in any corner. The second way is to kill monsters in the kingdom's territory. Note that the monsters have many hero cards, but the monsters will also be very strong. The third and most effective way is to steal hero cards from others. The number of hero cards above each hero's head is visible to everyone. The more hero cards a hero possesses, the higher the threat level. This time, the guard beside Duk Tui gently reminded, "Sir, you're 5 minutes over your lunch break." Upon hearing that it had been more than 5 minutes, Duk Tui's eyes widened. He stammered, five minutes, and then sped up, quickly concluding his presentation. "The selection rules will be discussed up to this point for now. Other rules will be discussed next time." As he finished speaking, a system notification appeared on the screen, announcing that the hero card contest had officially begun, along with the remaining time of the competition. The countdown timer shows 168 hours remaining. After listening to that introduction, the Lu Li group strolled around. Lu Li walked and announced to the other 2, "Let's go, we'll walk a bit more and then discuss our strategy." Suddenly, 3 other people appeared on the road, one with a sword at his side, one with his head covered by a box with cut-out eyes, nose, and mouth, and the last one was a very cute girl. The one with the sword said, "Hi, do you guys want to form a team? This kind of activity is definitely more beneficial with more people. I plan to form a group of 100 people to quickly create an advantage and widen the gap with others. How about joining our team?" Lu Li turned his back, indicating that he didn't need their goodwill, but he still politely replied, "Sorry, we're not planning on doing that for the time being." Hearing his rejection, the man's eyes turned sinister and venomous. "You don't even understand the principle of the big fish eats the small fish, a bunch of ignorant people who can't think. If I see you again, I'll definitely swallow you whole." After the three had walked for a while, Ah Fei opened his mouth to ask, "Brother, what that guy said earlier makes sense. Why did we refuse?" Lu Li coldly replied, "Blindly increasing the number of people isn't necessarily a good thing. More small fish just mean more prey for fewer sharks, who remain the hunters." Elsewhere, the system notification of completing a mission sounded along with the image of the illusory moon walker. "Congratulations, you have completed a random mission. Random rewards are now being distributed to you. Your reward this time is Mythic Level Guild Creation Item, Godslayer's Oath. The owner can use this item to establish a guild. Increasing the number of people in the guild can get special effects. The basic effect is that all the properties of the guild members are increased by 10, when the number of people reaches 20. The movement speed, attack speed, and release speed of guild members are increased by 20%. When the number of people reaches 50, guild members receive equal strength. The effect of equal strength is to increase the low attributes of guild members to the average value of all guild members. When the number of people reaches 100, they can launch 100 people to kill gods together. The scene cuts back to the three Lu Li, Luna, and Ah Fei who are now collecting hero cards using Method 2. Lu Li powerfully destroys a huge monster, and immediately 15 hero cards are added to his total. Luna is no less impressive. She destroys a monster and receives 10 hero cards. As for Ah Fei, he reveals his strength by destroying 5 slightly smaller monsters in 1 minute, and 5 hero cards are added to his total. At this moment, the three of them all possess a not-so-low number of hero cards and are standing on a large branch. Spotting the next monster, Ah Fei quickly says, "Let me take this one." Below is a monster with 10 hero cards above its head and a slightly eerie horn. As quick as the wind, Ah Fei jumps off the branch, unleashing Fireball technique. The monster is finally destroyed, but the number of hero cards added to his total is only 5. Realizing that he had been robbed, he angrily said, "Damn it, where did this bandit come from daring to steal my hero cards?" Little Pepper, hearing this, looked uncomfortable and asked, "Bandit, you ill-mannered brat, damn you." Immediately after, she rushes towards Ah Fei as if to take revenge. "What the hell did I steal from you? It's clear that I discovered it first." As she got closer, Ah Fei realized that the bandit he was talking about was a girl, and he stuttered, This girl, let's talk slowly." Then, he quickly runs away. Little Pepper chases closely behind, responding with imposing momentum, "Hand over all your hero cards to me, and then I'll talk to you nicely." The scene at the moment is surrounded by smoke and fire, extremely brutal. Ah Fei explains, "Oh my, a good boy doesn't fight with a girl, don't force me to be uncivilized." Little Pepper says, "So what if I force you? I'll force you into pulp." Knowing that he couldn't win, among the most effective plans, telling his older brother was probably Ah Fei's ultimate plan, he shouted loudly, "Brother." Seeing that this fierce girl had been controlled by his brother's sword, Ah Fei breathed a sigh of relief and appeared disdainful. "Phew, little sister, you're still too weak to fight Ah Fei. However, don't think that Ah Fei is the only one who has someone to tell," Little Pepper muttered, "stealing my hero cards, scolding me, and running away with a plan." And then she shouted, "Sister." Suddenly, a loud explosion came from afar. A dark shadow quickly rushed to attack Ah Fei from behind. Seeing this, Luna rushed out to remind, "Ah Fei, be careful." The person rushing over was an older sister with 50 hero cards. Her left hand grabbed Ah Fei's shirt, her right hand tightly gripped her sword. Luna couldn't stand it. Ah Fei weakly said, strong, too much strength, cough cough, I'm going to die, I'm going to die." On this side is Little Pepper in Lu Li's hands, on the other side is that girl with Luna and Ah Fei in her hands. How will things continue? The older sister's hand still tightly gripped Ah Fei and Luna. Her eyes were angry that her younger sister was being bullied. She said to Ah Fei, It's not good for boys to bully girls. Seeing that it had been quite a while and she still couldn't escape the older sister's strength, Luna thought to herself, her stat strength is too high. It's like being clamped by iron pliers. Seeing that Ah Fei's complexion was not good, knowing that she needed to think of a way, Luna's eyes showed urgency. Ah Fei is about to be finished, quickly think of a way. Then, a beam of bright blue light radiated out. The older sister closed her eyes tightly. It turned out that this light was from Luna's move, light, too dazzling. The older sister reluctantly released Luna. Knowing that the opportunity had come, Luna quickly launched a counterattack. A series of shockwaves erupted along the path of Luna's sword, along with streaks of light streaking horizontally and vertically. The situation had now fallen into a one-on-one battle between Luna and the older sister. The blue light summoned by Luna and the red-orange light emitted by the older sister collided, and then a loud explosion sounded. Seeing that the strength of that little girl was extraordinary, the older sister's hand tightened around Ah Fei's neck. Her foot had just landed after the counterattack just now, she said, "Little sister, your skills are pretty good." Seeing that her opponent was unfazed by her attack, Luna also replied, "You are also very good." Saying that, Luna's eyes were determined. Her hand reached out for her sword as if preparing for the next attack. After the attack just now, Luna realized the next thing she needed to pay attention to if she wanted to save Ah Fei. She thought to herself, "I must pay attention to her strength and speed advantages, create opportunities to force her to make mistakes." Saying that, Luna swung her sword. A stream of green gas flew straight towards the older sister. That was the moon will skill, and immediately the stream of gas just flew to. The navigator lifted his feet off the ground, quickly dodging Luna's attack just now. While the navigator was flying, Luna saw her weakness. While the navigator hadn't touched the ground yet, Luna gripped her sword tightly and charged towards the navigator. Discovering the opponent's scheme, the navigator quickly put Ah Fei forward, intending to use Ah Fei as a shield. Realizing that her scheme had been discovered, Luna stopped in her tracks. While Luna was reluctant to attack, the navigator used a blow to knock Luna away. Luna went to where Lu Li was standing. Just reached out to support Luna. Lu Li asked, "Are you okay?" Luna at this time cannot stand steady. Tired, she replied, "Cough cough, sorry, cannot save." Ah Fei heard the conversation between the two of them. Little Chili arrogantly replied, "Humph, my sister was a professional player before. The three of you together are not her opponent." After regaining her composure, Luna continued to save Ah Fei. "Let me try again, this time I won't be careless." Hearing Luna being so stubborn, Little Chili could only throw cold water on Luna's momentum. No matter how many times she tried, the result was still the same. Hearing that Luna wanted to fight with him again, the navigator extended his hand forward, his eyes arrogant as he said, "No, my sister has no interest in fighting with you." Then the navigator pointed at the jar and said, "Tell that boy to come here, I want to fight him." Seeing that the navigator's intention was to fight with her, Lu Li did not hesitate to say, "Luna, you rest a bit, let me try." Knowing that she could not stop Lu Li, Luna could only remind him, "Be careful, that person is indeed very strong." Hearing her sister's request, Little Chili vaguely guessed her sister's intention. "Sister, it's not like you want to." Not waiting for his sister to finish speaking, the navigator quickly stated his intention. "That's right, if he kills him then he can add 10 points to her." Saying that, the navigator used his technique, the dungeon technique. Immediately a cage enveloped Ah Fei, who was currently trying to breathe with difficulty. Cough cough cough. The surrounding scene was strangely quiet at this moment, as if something big was about to happen. Lu Li approached the navigator, killing intent emanating from both of them, overwhelming all other auras at the moment. As the greetings were over, the two began a match that seemed hard to say who would win. Lu Li rushed in with his red glowing sword, about to clash with the navigator with his strong hands. The two fought each other, causing rocks and dirt to fly everywhere, and explosions continued to occur. At this moment inside the dungeon, Ah Fei was already more stable, terrified of the navigator's strength, something that was hard to see in a woman. This woman was so strong that she could fight on par with her second brother. Not only did Ah Fei realize that Lu Li's opponent was formidable, but Little Chili also realized that the person fighting her sister was also a master. How could this person be so strong? Since her sister started playing until now, this was the first person who could fight her sister for so long. Thinking about this, she was worried about her sister. If this continued, she was afraid that her sister would. Luna's eyes were always following the battle between the two of them. She secretly commented, both of them were top experts, their fighting style felt especially fierce. Lu Li's movements were calm, like a computer. To the difficult questions that his opponents kept asking, he could always quickly come up with the correct answer. This boxer's attacks were neat and decisive, without a single wasted move, truly befitting the title of professional player, as her sister said. Then there was a loud bang. Both of them were thrown far away. This could be a time for both of them to rest. Then the navigator said, "Another 10 points, very good, meets the requirements." Finished speaking, her eyes full of invitation, she opened her mouth. "I ask you a question, do you accept a girl taller than you?" Hearing these words, his face was filled with confusion. He looked at the navigator and asked again, "Huh?" Hearing her sister giving in like that, Chili sighed and said, "Sister, didn't we say we wouldn't go on blind dates online anymore?" This time, the confusion spread to Luna. She froze and asked about blind dates. Seeing that no one understood what she meant, the navigator put on a seductive expression, licked her lips and continued, "With my hard-trained sixth sense, I cannot be mistaken. This man before me is definitely a high-quality man with a score of over 80 points. I absolutely cannot miss this opportunity." As soon as she finished speaking, the navigator's memory flashed back. It was the image of her participating in a competition with her teammates. In the past, her mind only had video games, entering the esports path for 10 years, although she achieved a few achievements in the matches, but a person who only focused on playing games like her still did not have a single love affair. The navigator's figure is always alone even though she herself is good-looking. Then she said what she wanted now, which is love. "I want a sweet love," she said. Then her face suddenly turned red, shy, but she still boldly confessed, based on the experience of thousands of love affairs in the game, there was no way she could miss this man in front of her. "Big brother, do you want to have a sweet love affair online with me?" The confession was over. At this moment, her two hands pressed hard against the ground, an earthquake and shockwaves were emitted. Seeing the cracked ground, but Lu Li was not afraid, he flatly refused, "No." Hearing that, the navigator's previous momentum was reduced to a minimum. She stood frozen. Then, a crashing sound was heard. It turned out that Lu Li had broken the dungeon technique to save Ah Fei. Seeing this, Ah Fei softly advised his brother, "Second brother, although I was strangled a bit, I didn't plan on letting Ah Fei continue speaking." Lu Li interrupted him, "Don't talk too much." Ah Fei's tone changed to this pleading, "Brother, you've never been in love with anyone until now. This kind of initiative is quite suitable for you." Hearing the sentence "never loved anyone before" from Ah Fei's mouth, the navigator's eyes were filled with love. She secretly gave Lu Li 10 points because he was abstinent, another 10 points for his coldness, and 50 points because he was a pure man in her opinion. At this moment she realized that her heart was beating so fast. Maybe this was the feeling of being shot by Cupid's arrow. She wondered, is this the feeling of love? Suddenly a small chilly voice rang out, pulling the navigator back to reality. "Sister, you really got hit by an arrow." Back to the present, the navigator's right shoulder was indeed pierced by an arrow. She was bewildered. When they realized it, the 5 of them were surrounded by a group of people carrying many warrior cards. What would happen to the 5 of them? A robber with a bold appearance and a large bald patch on his head looked at the group with greedy eyes. "Brothers, go steal the meat and eat it. Leave the tallest woman to me. Whoever is faster will have the brave warrior certified as theirs." Right now, inside the open space, 2 teams were roaring at each other. Seeing the situation, he coldly observed and whispered, "Ah Fei, prepare to break through the encirclement and send a signal to Luna." Seeing this, Ah Fei immediately got into a ready position. On the other side, little Chili saw that the situation was getting tense, so she turned to her sister and said, "Big sis, you take care of me first." The white-haired girl behind her nodded, while the navigator felt that things were progressing a bit slowly and muttered, "Damn it, you actually ruined my ambassador, don't expect any of them to live." The robber saw everything was in place, his eyes looked fiercely forward, he shouted loudly to attack. Suddenly a bright red light appeared and spread out around. The sudden flash of light startled everyone. They looked up at the crimson sky, confused, and shouted loudly, "What's going on? Where did this red light come from? What's going on? Is it the other side's skill?" Everyone had their own opinion, but in their hearts they all had a look of panic. Looking up in the sky, a system panel appeared. The moment the system panel appeared, people were shocked. They immediately told each other, "Hey, look, that screen appeared again." The screen flickered, split into bizarre red and blue sections floating in the air. A mysterious guide said urgently, "The Azure Crimson Rose has begun, my lord, please preside over the explanation." An annoyed voice responded, "So noisy, can't you see I'm taking a nap? You explain it." The guide, helpless, turned on the machine and began to announce the rules of the competition. "Greetings, esteemed warriors, we must explain a rule to everyone in order to increase the difficulty of this selection and test your ability to improvise. In the Tepanai Kingdom, the Azure Crimson Rose event will occur. The blue zone is a blessing, containing stat buffs, rare equipment, and special treasures that are randomly updated. The red zone is punishment, containing debuffs, explosions, death, and temporal chaos, randomly updated." The guide paused briefly to allow everyone to understand, then continued, "The rules for this time have been broadcast. Next time, we will explain even more new rules to everyone. Good luck, warriors." The guide's face broke into a forced smile, and the screen went dark. As soon as the announcement ended, a few perceptive people realized they were in the red zone and immediately ran toward the blue zone. The sound of panicked footsteps startled the remaining people awake. Everyone couldn't help but shout in panic, "We're in the red zone now, forget those guys, let's get out of here first, it's more important to save our lives." The whole team retreated. Before the noise died down, the red system panel reappeared, but this time, unlike the previous one, the system was entirely red. The panel read, "The punishment for this area is temporal chaos. Explanation: warriors entering this area will be randomly teleported to any location in the Tepanai Kingdom." As the blood-red text disappeared, a red light enveloped each player. Everyone scrambled on all fours, running toward the blue zone, but before they could leave the red barrier, they were each teleported away. On remained still, quietly assessing the situation. Ah Fei asked, "Second brother, what do we do?" Luna analyzed, "It's probably too late to run now." An said, "If we end up near each other after the teleport, our main priority will be collecting hero and warrior certificates. Let's meet up in the central area." As soon as he finished speaking, the three of them were teleported to different locations in 3 beams of red light. With the chaos of temporal teleportation, everyone in this area vanished, leaving only emptiness. The red beams of light gradually disappeared, leaving behind an empty void. The system panel reappeared, counting down 152 hours, remaining players, 80-87. Tepanai Kingdom, map coordinates X, 300, Y, 50. The sky was quiet, the wind rustling through the trees. Suddenly, an explosion thundered, a group of people lay sprawled on the ground. A girl with large gloves in her hands approached the bandit leader. Seeing this, the bandit leader couldn't help but shout, "Spare me, Grandma, I won't do it again." As he shouted, he retreated backward, nearly bumping into a large tree. He continued, "Let me live, I can give you money." The girl's gloves glowed. Flames began to engulf her left hand. She gathered her strength and punched the bandit leader, slamming him against the large tree, creating large cracks. She said annoyedly, "A fly in my wine, how annoying." Above her head, the number of warrior points she had was 231. After finishing off the bandit leader and his men, she began to reminisce about the past and analyzed, "Oh no, I forgot to tell him my name, I need to find him quickly, his name must be very nice, what would be a good name for my future child?" As she said this, she couldn't help but giggle. Tepanai Kingdom, map coordinates X, 400, Y, 292, a scene of Otino and Ah Fei shaking hands appeared. Ah Fei spoke first, "Ah Fei here, pleased to make your acquaintance." Otino also said, "Call me Otino, I'm so spicy I fly." Ah Fei, finding the girl's introduction interesting, followed suit, "So spicy you fly, sounds like you're very good at eating spicy food." Otino said, "Of course, I'm a real Sichuan girl." The two began a nonsensical conversation. After rambling for a while, the girl exclaimed, "I can't believe we're actually getting along." Ah Fei said, "Yeah, who would have thought that just 10 minutes ago we were still fighting tooth and nail." Boom boom boom, the two threw fireballs at each other. The girl attacked Ah Fei, "You dog, if you and I have been teleported to the same place, then fate has decided you won't die a peaceful death." Ah Fei hurriedly said, "I've been explaining for so long, but you don't understand." Ah Fei helplessly thought, "This crazy girl keeps chasing and hitting. I can't do anything if this continues, it won't be good, I have to think of something." He raised his hand and said, "Girl, it's all a misunderstanding, let's talk about it." Without letting him continue, Oti no unleashed a barrage of fireballs at him. She shouted, I said, give me all your warrior certificates and then I'll talk to you. Flames blazed around Ah Fei, but he didn't panic and shouted, I got it, wait. Ah Fei raised his hand in front of his eyes, signaling that he wanted to reconcile. Seeing this, the girl was a little surprised and stopped in mid-air. About 10 steps away from Ah Fei, the fireballs also stopped in their tracks. Ah Fei continued, doesn't your sister have feelings for him? Do you want to talk about his news and your sister and gossip about them? Hearing the word gossip, she was confused. Gossip, her face showed a hint of disbelief. The two started another nonsensical conversation. After talking for a while, Ah Fei realized it was getting late. He said, it's getting late, let's go find your sister. Oti no replied, no need, let's go find my big bro. Ah Fei immediately said, it's okay, lady first, we should find your sister first. Oti no laughed, really, no need, wait until you find my big bro, you can always find my sister. The two sat on the tree, arguing. Ah Fei saw that girl was confused and gave up. Tepanai Kingdom, map coordinates X 465, Y 378. At this time, night had returned. A beautiful girl stood under a tree with purple hair that shimmered in the moonlight. After checking her surroundings and her belongings, she mumbled, communication tools and maps are temporarily banned. It seems impossible to find Zhan Yu and Ah Fei immediately. Her eyes were filled with sadness as she looked at the lake, thinking to herself that she was alone again. The shimmering lake reflected the moonlight in her sad face, making the scene even more mournful. Memories flooded her mind of a place deep underwater with a tunnel. At the end of the tunnel there was a small room. There, a middle-aged man was sitting in front of the chair and said, the time for the second phase is a month later. If you have already participated, you must enter the final selection. You are not allowed to embarrass me. As the man spoke, he was still writing something with his pen. On the other side, a girl in a wheelchair replied, yes, father. Seeing her agreement, the father said, you may go. The girl came back to reality thinking, mother, today my father met me privately, although he still spoke coldly and didn't even look at me once, but I think he still has me in his heart. He knows I'm participating in the test and hopes I can achieve high results. Although it's very painful. In her mind, the scene in the research room reappeared, where she was tied tightly to a table, her body covered in wires and held in place by 2 iron bars. But I will work hard for myself, don't worry, Mom. Breaking free from her memories, a gold water drop, a small tong, fell, but in the quiet space, it was like a warning bell of impending danger. Sure enough, a demon with the number 999 above its head, with 6 arms and a long tail, was attacking her. A pillar of water shot up, splashing water on the leaves along the road. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. Coordinates changed. Kingdom, coordinates X 311, Y 59. The scene changed. Appearing in this area, Xinu was fighting with someone holding a sword in both hands. Is staring at him longingly. Seeing his actions, Xinu couldn't help but doubt this young man. Going back to when Zhan Yu was first transported 2 hours ago, the red light brought him to a dense forest. Just landing, he looked around and said, based on the position of the light in the sky and the recent sounds, I guess I'm the only one who got transported to this area. Ah Fei and Luna are not nearby. Believing in everyone's strength, they probably won't be eliminated. He pulled the scarf on his neck up to his nose, covering half of his face. The most important thing to do is quickly collect the brave certificates, he said, activating the stealth skill. Introducing his coat, it is called Baiyin. The minimum level is level 28, assassin dedicated endurance 100 out of 100, agility plus 90, physique plus 50, resistance plus 30, charm plus 20. The feature can be actively opened. The character can blend into the surrounding environment every 3 seconds, consuming 1% magic power. This state will initiate an attack or being attacked immediately cancel hidden. The set of 3 hop hit design is quite fashionable. The hands are twisted, the tubes under the feet are flared out to wrap around the feet. After activating the function, he started hunting monsters above his head. The monsters were only from 10 to 15 points above his head. Humanoid monsters with scores ranging from 18 to 25. And especially there are giant monsters with scores up to 50. Seeing this, the others also compete for that monster. This is my prey, if I kill you then it's not mine. In the blink of an eye, the monsters in that area were almost wiped out by him. While jumping through the branches looking for the next opponents, he thought, demons have fewer brave certificates than the amount of heavenly people. The weaker the monster, the easier it is to kill, but the more brave certificates there are, the higher the difficulty of killing the monster is for the player's ability. At this time, 226 brave points appeared on him. In short, now killing players who have just killed monsters and are in bad shape will achieve the best results. Speaking of which, he activated the stealth state again and continued to search for new targets. Bang. In a place not far away, two people were fighting a giant monster. The brave points received when killing it were 70 points. A girl transmitted purple energy to the young man. Seemingly an elf tribe holding a sword body in armor, he held the sword with both hands, extremely steadily said, "Lie ba/ and launched a heaven-piercing slash, cutting the monster in half. The brave points of the monster immediately transformed, turning into streams of energy flying towards the young man. His brave points 40 plus 70, the girl next to him was added 18 points, whispering, Han Shao, you are so good. Such a powerful monster was easily eliminated by Han Shao. Being by Han Shao's side is the safest feeling. Han Shao couldn't help but smile at this time. This new sword is really a good thing. He raised his hand and held the sword up while admiring the 3 access stones on this short sword that can be called a long sword. The exquisitely carved silver stones stood in front of the corpse of the monster that had just been killed. He couldn't help but feel proud. The girl saw his expression like that, immediately leaned her body close to hug his arm and echoed, stroking the ponytail, and continued, "That's right, Han Shao, I heard that it's very popular to wear helmets these days. Tonight her tone was a bit charming that made Han Shao couldn't help but excitedly shout oh, not paying attention to a figure appearing behind them. His feet stomped hard on the ground, creating a strong force rushing towards Han Shao. Seeing the change, Han Shao was startled and turned around to look. He reacted quickly and immediately threw the woman behind him, blocking the sudden attack. Stunned by what just happened, the girl only had time to scream, Han Shao. Ignoring the girl's surprise, Han Shao's face was stern at this time, and couldn't help but be angry, shouting at the person who attacked, "Damn it, who are you? Don't you know the consequences of messing with me?" Saying that, he calmly picked up the sword and looked clearly at the person who attacked. Seeing that one attack did not achieve the effect, he couldn't help but be silent. The result was not as expected, forcing him into a battle. This was the last thing he wanted. Continuing to focus his strength on his legs, jumping hard towards Han Shao, Lu Li at this time wanted to focus on destroying. The sooner Han Shao was destroyed, the better. Seeing this, Han Shao jumped backwards, stretching the distance. He shouted, tired of living, holding the sword and slashing out a purple energy. The sword slash flew towards him, but he quickly dodged, slipping behind him, causing Han Shao to be stunned. He reacted around him, swinging his hand hard, slashing a circle backwards. But it didn't hit anyone. He couldn't help but be annoyed. Damn it, where is he? At this time, he had jumped into the air above Han Shao's head, not giving him time to realize. He launched a series of slashes at him. His score was added to 350 brave points. Han Shao died under his agile body and sharp eyes. From behind the tree trunk, a man stepped out and applauded. Good, amazing, amazing. He was a little stunned thinking, there's another person from when, how didn't I notice? This person appeared too mysteriously, making him couldn't help but be vigilant. His brave point still did not appear before his eyes. A slender figure holding a long sword, he said, but the prey that you killed was discovered by me first. If it has been stolen by you, then change the target to you. He said these sentences without a bit of sarcasm, as if you were the one who stole his achievements. Saying that without saying more, the two rushed at each other. In front, green and red intertwined, dust flew everywhere, the atmosphere was full of the smell of soil and rocks. He slashed at him and said, "This move can also be blocked, has been blocked." While saying and answering himself, he felt extremely excited, continuously slashing at Jianyu, but were all blocked by him. Seeing this, he became even more excited, saying, so good, so good." Under his crazy attack, Jianyu couldn't help but fall into a passive position, only able to defend. But suddenly he made a mistake. He immediately seized the opportunity and said, "The skill is a bit poor." Then unleashed a special move. The blade tore open, pushing him backwards. Seeing that he started to use force, he also started to take it seriously. "Try me, Lang Nam." Just after chanting the mantra, from behind him a giant wolf phantom appeared, turning into a huge wolf head. From the wolf head, following his command, a giant spirit force shot at him, not making him retreat. But before this attack, he was still indifferent, standing still defending. That guy saw that he was okay and couldn't help but laugh loudly. Haha, you are really very strong. Saying that, he started licking his tongue as if waiting for this prey for a long time, but I am even stronger. He couldn't help but think, this person is indeed the strongest among the players I have ever met, but he doesn't have a brave certificate. Even if I win, it doesn't mean anything. Speaking of this, analyzing the pros and cons, he decided on the best method. Is to abandon the attack and go to another place to find brave points, but that guy continued to say, hey, my name is Fongya, tell me your name. He remained silent for a moment. Then he stepped into a defensive stance and whispered, Zhanyu. Zhanyu, let's have a good fight, come here, the two of us will turn into two silver-like entities. One is a blue wolf, its body full of electric holes, one side is a giant snake, full of dangerous aura. The sounds of exploding weapons clashing rang out. Zhanyu and Fongya fought from the trees to the bushes. From the dense forest to the empty land, the two people kept colliding and fighting, causing the air to be filled with the smell of killing intent. Fongya attacked fiercely, but Zhanyu also defended firmly. Waiting for an opening to counterattack, the two evenly matched people fought with no clear winner. Suddenly, Zhanyu started to run. Fongya saw this and immediately ran after him. Zhanyu thought that the person he was facing did not look like a human but more like a ferocious wolf, full of madness, wildness and bloodthirsty. Speaking up to hear, he turned to look behind, saw that Fongya had used the skill of transforming energy into a blue wolf to chase after him, completely giving him no chance to breathe, let alone escape from him. Seeing Fongya about to get closer, Zhanyu slashed backwards to dispel the beast form. Fongya felt the aura that Zhanyu gave off. He realized that he was like a poisonous snake. An extremely dangerous poisonous snake. This further stimulated him. He charged towards him, jumped high, slashed. Filled with excited energy he roared loudly, this is great, I will definitely win against you. Seeing him put all his strength into receiving this attack, he also used all his strength to defend. The two swords collided, creating a shockwave that shook the heavens and earth, and the wave created blew away the forest. Flocks of birds spread out around. A huge explosion set a forest fire in a distant place. A group of brave warriors were on patrol and saw this and were stunned. The armored company captain raised his hand to signal the team to stop. The team obeyed the order and stopped in order. Next, the team leader said, third brother, fourth brother's free time has been too long, don't cause any trouble again, I'll go find him and bring him back here. The man replied, understood, boss. The commander continued to give orders, the others kept their formation and continued to move forward. Back to battle. The scene beside him and Fongya became devastated, the tree roots were blown away, the ground sank deeply, creating long gashes on the ground. He thought that the opponent was starting to show an opening. It seemed that his forte wasn't long-term fighting. He shouldn't be hasty at this time, he should slowly wear him down, in case he launches a final counterattack. Grasping this weakness, he started to want to move to fight a guerrilla war. Fongya didn't realize the situation yet, still shouting towards him, great, let's go, it's been a long time since we had such a good fight. Having said that, he jumped towards him again, swung his long sword and shouted loudly to attack. Seeing Fongya's speed gradually slowing down, he thought to himself, too slow. With his quick movements, he slashed Fongya's shoulder. But after slashing, a strange aura came out from Fongya, making him feel something was wrong. He turned around and saw that Fongya's entire body was emitting a strange aura. The originally blue spiritual energy had gradually turned purple. At this moment, he became more violent, rushed towards him, slashed a slash with such strong impact that it sent him flying far away. Directly smashed several tree trunks in a row. Finally stopping at a large tree, when he looked back at his body to analyze the situation, he realized that he had intentionally exposed his weakness for him to see, and as he continued to exhaust him, his condition slowly improved. Fongya saw that he seemed to understand his situation, and said cheerfully, ha ha ha, you are indeed different, you have discovered it, then I have nothing to hide anymore, this is my passive skill, Bloody Song. At this time a dangerous aura of blue and purple was emanating from his body that neutralized each other, continuously radiating to the surrounding environment. Explaining the Bloody Song skill in more detail, when passive, Every time the player loses 1% of his health value, his attack power will increase by 1%. If his health value is restored, the passive feature will disappear after 5 seconds. Under the stimulation of the skill, Fengya seemed to become a different person. He rushed towards him more confidently. Said, under the knife tip fought to the death in return for the wound, then launched another slash towards him. Seeing that the situation was not good, he started to retreat, running further and further away. He said, this person doesn't look like such a stubborn person. He possesses a rare passive epic skill of a high-level boss, and yet he keeps on designing pink holes to make me activate his passive skill. As he ran, he thought to himself that this was a tough opponent. It seemed that normal methods would have a hard time dealing with him. Run to a waterfall, there is a cliff. And on the cliff a group of monkeys were standing there playing together. On top of each monkey get 5 bravery points and the number is quite large. Seeing that, he immediately launched a series of slashes towards the monkeys. Fengya realized this was a skill. The sword tip hunted the enemy. He slashed continuously, killing 26 monkeys at once, then turned back to attack Fengya. The enormous force of the collision between the two people caused the ground to crack. The air shook once again, the air emitted from the sword blew everything away around. How could that be? The enemy hunting sword was broken by him. Seeing this situation, he couldn't help but be surprised that Fengya could do this much. Fengya slowly said, the tip of his sword hunting the enemy. He didn't expect that he would have the same skill as that time-limited boss. Looking back at Fengya, one of his arms, the right arm was infected with a red aura. It seemed to be very seriously injured. At this moment Fengya remembered the boss's words. Fourth, listen carefully, I won't say it a second time. If you have the chance to encounter the limited time boss, you absolutely must be careful of his predator blade skill. This is a bugged attack creating wounds that constantly stack. Once the boss uses this move, remember there's only one way to counter it. Use the slowest speed to block his consecutive attacks and break him. After remembering what the boss said, Fengya couldn't help but admire. Predator blade, that must be your ultimate move, right? Very impressive. This fight was exhilarating. Then, he raised his sword, pointed it at him, and said, it's a pity, you couldn't kill me. Instead, you helped my passive skill activate to its maximum potential. Zhanyu, the victory is decided, you've lost. Zhanyu, covered in wounds, with his eyes closed, raised the broken sword forward. The victory is decided, for you. This is just a game to determine a winner, but I'm not the same. He thought, I can't lose. After saying this, his entire body released an explosive aura. The surrounding pressure made the ground shake, and the energy created blew everything away. Surprised by his momentum, Fengya exclaimed, why did his momentum suddenly surge? Could there be a way out? Slightly stunned by the changes in Zhanyu, Fengya quickly regained his composure and laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, Zhanyu, you're amazing, you've made the blood in my body boil with excitement. The two of them, one standing by the cliff and the other in the forest, stared at each other with murderous intent, oblivious to the fact that in a distant bush, a man was sitting in a tree, whispering, interesting, interesting. His whole body was covered in a light blue outfit, enveloped in a blue energy. He held a bow in his left hand, and his right hand raised an arrow towards the two people in the battlefield. This was a marksman, the third oldest in the team. He said, it's a pity the boss is in a hurry. If I return late, I'll be scolded. Sorry. Fourth, let third brother help you in. The energy-charged arrow was aimed at Zhanyu, ready to be fired. Back on the battlefield, Fengya and Zhanyu were about to collide. The two of them charged at an extremely fast speed, creating large gusts of wind that filled everything with murderous intent. Suddenly, an arrow was fired from third, the Myong arrow. This arrow, when fired, would tear through the wind, heading towards Zhanyu. The arrow pierced Zhanyu's shoulder and passed through, creating a long trail of blood through the air. Fengya was extremely angry. He turned around and said, who's there? At this moment, the archer revealed himself. Fourth, I'm here to help you, Fengya said with extreme annoyance. Why is he here? Suddenly, Fengya sensed a bit of murderous intent in the air and turned around. He unleashed a Lang Lam attack towards Zhanyu. The moment the attack was launched, it hit Zhanyu. He was severely injured, lost his weapon, and fell into the river. Seeing this, the two of them stood close to the cliff, observing. Third spoke up, Fourth, why hasn't the number of Valiant certificates above your head increased? After seeing the attack launched, Third's score hadn't increased, so he asked. Fourth pondered and said, could it be that he's not dead yet? Third said again, Fourth, you didn't intentionally let him go, did you? Fourth's face was slightly gloomy, and he didn't look directly at him, saying, how could that be? Third saw that Fourth wouldn't tell the truth, so he asked, then why did you use Lang Lam and not Lang Tan as your final attack? The meat was served right to your mouth, and you still let it fall, or are you going to give it to Third brother? Saying this, Third's face became slightly gloomy. Rushing forward, he slashed his sword, missing and hitting Third's bow, saying, that's my prey. Third, as if he had expected it, said without anger, oh, are you angry? Third brother was just kidding with you. Let's go quickly, don't keep older brother waiting. Fourth saw Third's attitude and couldn't help but feel frustrated, he never makes anyone happy. Then, Fengya turned towards the river, Zhanyu, let's continue our fight another time to determine the winner. The sky turned to night. At this time, on Ah Fei and Little Pepper's side, the two of them were walking happily among the fireflies in the forest, a truly dreamy scene. Ah Fei laughed, really or not? Little Pepper looked at him softly, are you sure you're not lying to me? Isn't your brother a perfect male god, handsome, tall, and good at studying? Ah Fei couldn't help but laugh loudly, in your Sichuan dialect, it's, I'll be your son if I lie. Little Pepper, seeing him tease her, laughed and said, huh, you're learning pretty fast. Suddenly, there was movement in the bushes ahead. A goblin with 35 valiant warrior points rushed out of the bushes. Seeing this, Ah Fei stood in front of Little Pepper, quickly activating the fire on his hands. Be careful, quickly hide behind me. Seeing his protective appearance, Little Pepper ran up and pushed Ah Fei behind her, saying, be careful, quickly hide behind me. Ah Fei was slightly stunned by her actions and fell to the ground. Before Ah Fei could realize the situation, Little Pepper unleashed her move, Fire Tornado. The goblin was entangled in the fire tornado, screaming miserably as it disappeared. Above Little Pepper's head, the valiant score was 17 plus 35. Little Pepper turned to Ah Fei and said, it's done. Then, seeing him sitting on the ground, she asked, what are you doing sitting on the ground? Ah Fei said embarrassedly, I slipped and fell. Little Pepper helped him up and continued, let's stand up. Where were we? Ah Fei, seeing Little Pepper getting close, couldn't help but feel a little shy. Thanks we are, he thought, I don't think I've ever communicated like this before. He spoke up from behind, right, Little Pepper, you only talk about your sister, what about you? Share a little. The two of them were walking and chatting. Little Pepper, seeing him ask this, replied, I don't like your brother, what's there to talk about? Ah Fei, just some small talk, go on. Little Pepper started to tell, I just graduated from college. Before the two could say anything more, some movement appeared around them, a few more goblins crawled out, but this didn't scare the two of them, and they continued to chat. The age is perfect. Little Pepper found his statement odd and asked, what? Ah Fei replied, oh, nothing. What did you major in? Little Pepper replied, animation. As Ah Fei defeated a goblin, he excitedly said, animation, I love animation. In his mind, he thought, follow her interests, create a topic of conversation, and get closer to Little Pepper. He continued, I really admire people who can study and work in their favorite field, producing their own animated raw themes. It's so cool. He thought that praising the other person would stimulate their desire to talk, thinking himself to be extremely understanding and refined, but contrary to his thoughts. The atmosphere on Little Pepper's side became somber. Admire making your own animation, so cool. As she said this, she grabbed a goblin by the neck. She held the goblin by the neck, and she continued, at first, I was full of longing and love for animation, so I applied to the university with a major in animation, but who knew that watching animation and making animation were completely different. She used her strength on the goblin as if to vent all her anger on it, continuously hitting it back and forth. Animation has 24 frames per second at a ratio of 1/2 or 1/3, each second requires drawing 8 to 12 pictures, 1 minute is 480 to 720 pictures, 10 minutes is 4800 to 7200 pictures that have to be drawn, and it will only increase. After studying hard for 4 years and graduating, when I went for an interview, I found out that drawing one picture only gets me a few cents. At this point, the goblin in her hand had been beaten to a pulp, with blood splattering everywhere, and it couldn't help but want to die. She continued, one drawing only gets me a few cents, which is less than what I would make selling fried rice on the side of the road. The more she talked, the more annoyed she became. Finally, the goblin in her hand was beaten to death. Ah Fei, seeing this, tried to defuse the situation and said, "Oh no. Bad start, I think I said something I shouldn't have, I should comfort her." He started sweating and gently said, "Well, although life is a little hard, if we keep trying, I believe that people who dare to do it and persevere, like everyone, will definitely revive the domestic animation industry." The goblin, hearing him say this, cried out in fear. The atmosphere became extremely terrible. Little Pepper didn't say anything, she just angrily released a fire that engulfed the goblin, and it screamed in pain. In the blink of an eye, it vanished in a cloud of gray smoke. Ah Fei, seeing this scene, couldn't help but become speechless. He thought, "What do I do now? What do I do now? The conversation has come to a standstill. I saw everyone on the internet saying this, so where did the problem occur?" The awkward atmosphere was about to spill out of the screen. The two of them kept walking, and Ah Fei kept thinking of a way to start a conversation. Suddenly, the two of them came to a small waterfall. Ahead of them was a monster with 299 valiant points. Ah Fei was still oblivious, lost in thought. "Help, someone come and save me." Little Pepper touched Ah Fei, and he finally noticed. Little Pepper was calmer, seeing the monster without changing her expression, only looking a little dazed. Ah Fei immediately asked, "What is that monster? It has almost 300 valiant warrior points." The monster was half intact human, but the other half was completely rotten, its outer layer having disappeared. As it saw the two people, the monster let out a shriek. This shockwave launched towards them, immobilizing them. Little Chili and Ah Fei couldn't help but cover their ears. Ah Fei tried to speak. "It's not good." Little Chili, "Run," she, immobile, managed to say. "Ah Fei, Before she could finish, she collapsed heavily to the ground. Ah Fei couldn't withstand it either and fell as well. The underwater monster waved its hand and used a skill, sewing phenomenon. The monster's threads were all over the place. Soon, Ah Fei and Little Chili were sewn together into one person, lying on their backs on the lake. Their faces were dazed, not understanding what was happening. Each of them occupied half of their body, which now looked bizarre, one side bigger than the other. Ah Fei and Little Chili fainted on the lake. The two of them opened their eyes at the same time, not understanding what was happening as they spoke. "What's going on, Little Pepper?" Little Chili was also dazed and didn't understand anything. She asked, "Where is this? Ah Fei, where are you?" From underwater, in front of them, a huge figure emerged. Appearing before them was a perverted monster. Half of his body wasn't visible, and the other half had a human-like upper body with pointed ears and sharp teeth bared in a smile. The lower half was a long fish tail. He looked at his creation and said happily, "Do you like the new clothes I gave you?" Ah Fei and Little Chili replied, "It's that monster again. What did you do to us?" The demon, seeing the expressions of Ah Fei and Little Chili, said with amusement, Hi, I just gave you new clothes, to make you even more beautiful." He admired Ah Fei and Little Chili in their new form, then waved his hand. A huge pillar of water rose from beneath the surface. Whoosh! Ah Fei and Little Chili couldn't help but exclaim, What is that?" Their faces were filled with concern. Under the demon's command, he waved his hand, and something appeared before Ah Fei and Little Chili. A hideous lump of flesh, covered in countless skulls, eyes as big as bowls were attached all over it, making the thing look extremely grotesque. Little Chili and Ah Fei saw the monster's form and quickly ran away from the lump of flesh. Little Chili ran away quickly and said with disgust, "Ugh, disgusting." Their bodies simultaneously moved backward, but whoosh, both of them lost their balance and fell. Little Chili asked suspiciously, "Why can't my body move?" Looking at the reflection in the water, the two were stunned. No way. A terrifying thought appeared, and they hesitantly reached their hands out to look. At this moment, Ah Fei reached his hand to the left and accidentally touched Little Chili's chest and grabbed it. Seeing this, Little Chili shouted, "Hey, what are you grabbing? Get away." Seeing this, Ah Fei quickly apologized, "I'm sorry, I'm really sorry, Before they could finish arguing, the demon began to attack again. An invisible force pulled them closer, and the strange orb in the demon's hand glowed with an invisible attraction, pulling everything towards it. He said, "Stop arguing and come here quickly." Ah Fei said, "Be careful, we're about to be sucked in, move back quickly." But because their bodies hadn't had time to adapt, they fell down. Little Chili complained, I fell, to the right." Ah Fei said, "Sorry, I'm used to turning to the left." Little Chili saw that the gravitational pull was getting stronger and stronger, bringing their bodies closer and closer. Seeing this, she exclaimed, "This isn't good, forget running, we can't even stand still." Ah Fei said, "We're getting closer to the monster." Little Chili panicked. "Think of a way quickly," Ah Fei yelled. "I'm thinking." And after a while of thinking, he shouted, "I've got it." Little Chili asked, "What?" Ah Fei said, "Don't move, let my half of the body lead," he said, and a flame burst from the palm of Ah Fei's right hand. The palm faced downwards, and the flame became a thrust, pushing their bodies upwards. The monster saw this and shouted, "No, no, I don't like fire, stop it." It unleashed its skill, rotating water spear. Dozens of spears appeared from the air, flying like arrows towards the two of them. Little Chili reacted first and said, "We're about to get hit, dodge." Ah Fei then caught up with the situation and replied, "Hey, wait a minute." Before Ah Fei could finish speaking, Little Chili also executed a flame from the palm of her hand, pushing the two of them around and flying away from the attack. Their bodies rolled on the water surface about 10 times before stopping. Ah Fei said, "I told you not to move, let me do it." Little Chili said annoyed, "Your reaction is too slow, we almost got hit." Ah Fei said uncomfortably, "That's because it's hard to control the balance with only half a body." Little Chili saw him blaming her like that and said, "You idiot." Ah Fei asked, "Idiot?" Little Chili replied, "Don't move anymore, let me." Then, a powerful spark shot from the palm of her hand down into the water, creating a thrust that sent their merged body flying high into the air. Little Chili unleashed her fire meteor skill, sending each bullet flying towards the demon. The demon couldn't dodge and was hit, shouting, "It's hot, it's too hot." He waved his hand, splashing water upwards, extinguishing Little Chili's flames. The demon angrily yelled, "Disobedient, then go and die, then also you together with this obedient child." He unleashed his rotating water technique spears. They were in the air, they saw dozens of pillars of water rushing toward them and couldn't help but panic and scream, "Dodge quickly." Ah Fei replied, "It's too late." The two were hit by the attack and found themselves inside a water sphere. Little Chili was annoyed and thought, "This is so annoying, we can't work together with Ah Fei at all." Ah Fei also thought, "Little Chili is too arrogant, she said she could do it but look at this." Both of them felt that something was wrong, there was no opportunity. Little Chili thought, "If we could just work together a little better." Ah Fei thought, "But her complaining a bit isn't so cute, is it?" As if understanding each other's situation. They opened their eyes together and said in unison, "Give me your hand." From the palms of both of them, a fierce flame collided, creating the ultimate move, Great Explosion. Boom! Due to the force from the inside, the water sphere exploded. The demon was slightly scared by the power of the two of them. Ah Fei and Little Chili, in their new body, had just landed. Ah Fei said, "Little Chili, first tell me what operations you want to perform, and I will actively cooperate with you." Little Chili happily replied, "If you want, I will also cooperate with you from your perspective." The demon saw the two like that and became even more angry, saying, "No, you can't stand up." From his hand, countless pink threads shot out. These pink threads flew backwards around them, but before this dense attack, they skillfully dodged, sometimes to the left, sometimes to the right, sometimes speeding up, left right left right left right left right, they dodged as if dancing. Little Pepper happily said, "Ha ha ha, it feels like dancing." Ah Fei replied, "I think so too, how about some music?" He ordered the system, "Add some music." The system replied, "Master, I saw that Mondo Bongo is trending." Ah Fei said, "I just listened to that song last time." Little Pepper saw that there was music and said, "I love it." The music started. Ah Fei and Little Pepper used flames to create an image of people dancing with their bodies. They dodged left and right gracefully like ballet dancers, avoiding all the demon's attacks. The demon, seeing this, couldn't help but get angry and unleashed a killer move. A towering wave headed towards Ah Fei and Little Pepper, who were in a combined state, and struck. But before the water could spread, Ah Fei and Little Pepper spun at high speed, creating a fiery vortex that attacked the demon directly. The demon, hit by the attack, screamed, "No, it's impossible." Arg! Underwater, Ah Fei and Little Pepper returned to their normal state, ending the battle in a beautiful dance pose. After the monster went down, a pile of brightly colored equipment appeared. The red-haired girl said, "Finally leveled up, can learn new skills now." Ah Fei added, this boss not only gave experience but also dropped quite a bit of equipment, huh. Both of them simultaneously opened the data screens. Ah Fei stared at the screen, handed the girl an item, and said, I didn't expect 2 epic items to drop, conveniently, one for each of us, you choose first. The girl reached out to take the item and replied, let me see. Their hands didn't hold the equipment but directly touched each other, causing a surge of electricity. Little Pepper quickly pulled her hand back. Ah Fei awkwardly looked at the girl. Little Pepper, The girl's face flushed, her heart pounded, and she stammered, changing the subject to distract herself, what do you think my brother and sister are doing now? The purple-haired girl was sniffing around, trying to find Lu Li, so easy to smell, the air is filled with his scent, how happy will he be when he sees me suddenly appear later? She discovered a cliff in front of her, her head filled with question marks. Clenching her fist, could it be because I'm not by his side that my destined one? She lifted her leg high, took a stance, and slammed it hard on the ground, causing a large area of land to shatter into fragments and fall into the abyss. Standing proudly on the cliff, glaring, no matter who it is, I will make them pay dearly. On the other side, Yixiao, being mentioned, sneezed continuously. He was sitting on the head of the monster he had just defeated. Why do I suddenly feel a chill down my spine? The number 311 appeared above his head. He heard his brothers talking to each other. Let's go, fourth brother, we found a 500-point monster up ahead. He repeated the guy's words, 500 points. His expression immediately changed, he raised his sword and grinned wickedly, his whole body radiating a burning aura. Which is stronger, a 500-point monster or Zhan Yu? It's all your fault, Zhan Yu, my fighting spirit is just boiling and can't be suppressed, he shouted loudly, kill, kill, kill. Zhan Yu was lying underwater with some monsters. He woke up, opened his eyes, and sighed, his body still couldn't move. After being knocked off the cliff by the madman Yixiao and his gang. I was always paying attention to the situation on the surface of the water, ready to counterattack from underwater at any time. But unexpectedly, I was ambushed from behind by a monster in the lake. The words "you have been poisoned by the phantom fish venom" appeared on the screen. Originally thought it was just a common monster, but unexpectedly, within a minute, my whole body was paralyzed, and even moving a finger was slow. In a desperate situation, I only had time to turn into a skeleton, then my whole body lost feeling. 2 sharks with scores of 75 and 145 discovered the blood flowing from my body and swam over. Blood, blood. But I gradually lost consciousness. I just drifted along with the water, not knowing how long it had been. The sound of the water flowing around me grew louder and louder. It seemed like I was about to get into big trouble. I was swept away by a whirlpool and sank to the bottom of the sea. I was swept to a cliff. I sat on a rock and said, finally, I can move again. Where is this? Standing up and looking around, I discovered that I was now in a limestone cave under the lake. No, these cave openings are not formed naturally, the walls inside the cave are all claw marks. This cave was completely dug out by some kind of giant monster. So, I'm in the lair of some kind of monster, with Illusory Moon's design concept. Only high-level monsters or a giant swarm of monsters could fit this scene. It's too passive here, recover my status, and I must leave this place quickly. I ran along the tunnel to escape. I kept walking, and finally saw the light at the end of the tunnel. However, it was not the exit but monster eggs. Suddenly, he discovered a sword behind an egg. He picked it up to examine it, and it was indeed Luna's sword. He saw Luna lying motionless inside the egg. He used the sword to break the egg and rescue her. He held her in his arms and called out, Luna, Luna, wake up. She opened her eyes and weakly said, Zhan Yu. At that moment, she widened her eyes and warned him, be careful above. A monster crawling on the wall lunged to attack them. Holding her in one arm, he swung his sword with the other to block the attack. He thought to himself, she's so heavy, it's like holding back a moving truck. Seeing the situation, and that it was unstable, she worriedly said, Zhan Yu, quickly put me down. At this moment, the monster attacked again. Zhan Yu immediately used Rending Burst Blade to sever the monster's arm. An explosion rang out, and the blast forced them both backward. The monster had a score of 999 points. Zhan Yu tossed the sword in his hand to her, saying, your sword. Luna received the sword and said, thank you. He asked, 999, how did you encounter this monster? She rubbed her forehead and replied, I don't remember clearly. The monster continued to attack, cursing, "You bastard, how dare you steal my child?" Jean Yu glanced at her and asked, "Want to try?" Without hesitation, she replied, "If we capture it, leveling up will be almost guaranteed." He cautioned, "Yes, but a monster with such a high score will be extremely dangerous, be careful." Her voice steady, she stated, "Okay, I'll take the lead in the attack, you support me." He agreed, replying, "Got it." After finalizing their battle plan, they both charged into the attack. Luna used arcane severance to attack the upper part, while he attacked the lower part of the monster. The monster missed and hit the ground. Then it lunged to attack Luna again. Jean Yu immediately used his blade to tear through it. Seeing this, Luna retreated to gain momentum and used arcane severance, causing the monster to recoil and crawl back into its cave. Seeing this, they both exclaimed in unison, "It's going back into the cave." Jean Yu fell into thought. Indeed, those caves are dug by this monster. Once it escapes, it will be very difficult for us to catch it inside that tangled maze. Suddenly, the ground shook. Luna said, "Is the earthquake the monster's skill?" He turned his back to her, instructing, "Pay attention to your surroundings." He sensed the monster roaring loudly from below. A spiraling tail emerged from below, and they both jumped to dodge it. He observed the monster, assessing, "It's too fast, dodging after every attack. There isn't even a moment to counterattack." She glared at the monster and suggested, "Let's split up, that way, it can only attack one target at a time, and the other person will have a chance to attack." He replied, "That's logical." They both separated to different sides. She yelled, "It's coming, it's on my side." She used her sword to block the monster's attack. Meanwhile, he flew up to attack the other side. Normal attacks probably won't be very effective. I must calculate carefully the tail's attack speed, the range of armor coverage, and the delay speed when swinging the blade. His cold eyes recognized the opportunity. Now's the time. The monster, having its tail severed, screamed in agony. Angrily came out of its lair. He pointed his sword at it and cautioned her, "It's out, be careful." The monster used giant blade art, striking the ground hard, causing the earth to shatter into pieces. He used his sword to block the flying rocks. Turning to look, he wasn't careful. She couldn't dodge in time and was hit by a rock. He ran over to support her, anxiously asking, "Are you all right?" She hurriedly replied, "The strength is too great, I accidentally got hit." He replied, "Now, I'll take the lead in attacking, you recover first." The monster, not giving them any time to rest, continued to attack. He raised his sword and slashed at the monster. The monster attacked with its hand, sending both Jean Yu and Luna flying backward. A terrifying green light emanated from around it. While he was a red light and she was a blue light, the three simultaneously attacked, and the power of the attack was too scary and led to a huge explosion and rocks flew everywhere. After 2 hours of attacking, both were exhausted, panting heavily. She complained, "Being strong is one thing, but why is there so much blood?" He reassured, "Let's try to persevere a little longer. Its condition must be reaching its limit." Hearing their conversation, it laughed and said, "Limit, you arrogant, ignorant insects." Casually grabbing an egg nearby and putting it in its mouth, she wondered if it wanted to eat her egg. Realizing the situation was bad, he warned, "Big trouble." After eating the egg, the monster completely recovered. Both were startled and looked up at the monster, who grinned and said, "Don't rush, the despair has only just begun." As soon as it finished speaking, it rushed forward, using its butt to cast Yem Long Min. Jean Yu raised his hand to shield Luna, "Be careful." Then, their figures gradually faded away, an alarm sounded, 111, and they fell into an illusion. Jean Yu was now in some kind of tea house. Many people were chatting lively. A waiter stood pouring a cup of coffee and said, "Your coffee, sir." He replied, "Thank you." A man sitting with him was Jean Yu's inner demon. Lu Li picked up the coffee cup to savor, saying, "Actually, you must already have a vague answer in your heart, right?" Jean Yu also replied, "As long as there is still a little bit of possibility, I will never give up." Lu Li leaned on the chair, leisurely reading a book. He continued, "From the time older brother went missing until you joined Tianming Company and started participating in this illusory moon game, it's been too long already. If older brother wasn't really in trouble, how could there not be a single piece of news?" Jean Yu, his eyes full of murderous intent, thought, "Coming here hasn't been without gains. At least now I have information about the infernal purgatory from Lu Li's mouth." Suddenly, Lu Li angrily slammed the book shut, glaring at him. How long are you going to keep deceiving yourself? You're about to lose your mind because of a game. You understand better than anyone else that it's just a series of stacked codes. You should inherit older brother's will and do things that are more meaningful, instead of bringing Fei along to waste time, indulging in unreal illusions. Then Lu Li stood up and shook Zhan Yu. Wake up, don't forget that you also have your own dreams. Building an orphanage that orphans can call home, that's what you should be doing now, instead of being in the game. Zhan Yu stood up uncomfortably, grabbed Lu Li's neck, easily lifting him with one hand, and said angrily, "Enough, you're just an inner demon created by the monster in the illusion." Lu Li's expression was fearless, his voice provocative. Am I an inner demon or a reality you don't dare to face? I couldn't even protect the person I loved the most, so what's the point of protecting and helping many others? Moreover, the orphanage that I dream of is built by the three of us together. The scene at the coffee shop disappeared. Back in reality, Zhan Yu and Luna were both caught in the monster's grasp. He glared at the monster, causing it to release them. It rubbed its hands, shouting, "My hands, how could you escape from my nightmare cage so quickly?" He carried her to a nearby rock, laid her down, and took out a dream-escaping potion from his pocket, used to escape the illusion around level 30. She woke up, her eyes wide, calling out, "Mom." It angrily watched their backs, constantly cursing, "Isn't it better to die silently in a dream? It's because your own inner self is too scary that you desperately escaped." They glared at the monster, immediately attacking its head. Being caught off guard, it could only raise its hands to block. Thinking in its heart, after escaping from the nightmare cage, their condition should be very weak. How are they even more ferocious than before now? Being attacked continuously, it retreated weakly. "Damn it, do you want to fight me to the end?" Planning to grab an egg to eat. Luna saw this scene and used moon wool to stop it. "Don't even think about it." Causing the egg to shatter, the blue liquid splattering everywhere. Being ruined the good thing, it thought, damn it, I have to temporarily return to the cave." Seeing this, Zhan Yu flew over like a gust of wind, defeating it in a snap. "Want to run?" After the monster was defeated, they high-fived to celebrate. She said, "Finally killed this monster." At this time, 354 plus 999 appeared above his head. "Sorry, all the points belong to me, the final blow should have been struck together." She didn't blame him. "It's okay, what if that monster ran away? Wouldn't it be a waste of effort?" The two turned to leave. He said, "From now until the 7-day deadline, there are only about 2 days left. After we get out, I will do my best to help you quickly increase your points." She walked beside him, agreeing, "Okay, this place gives me a very uncomfortable feeling, let's get out of here quickly." Suddenly, from behind, the monster's voice echoed, "Leave, did I give you permission?" Then they both turned around in unison. She wondered, "That monster isn't dead yet." He replied, bewildered, "Impossible, I took all of that monster's points already, but this sound definitely came from where the monster was." The two turned back to the monster's corpse. She shouted, "Look, its stomach is moving." A hand gradually emerged from the monster's stomach. Then, the body of another monster, with a human-like form, appeared. He laughed maniacally. "Who killed that old immortal? I'm finally free." "Humph." He saw the two people in front of him, excited, and waved his hands wildly asking, "Did you guys kill him?" He kicked her, sending her flying far away, with dirt and rocks flying everywhere. He used his shield to attack him, but it had no effect. It spat out a stream of green-colored power from its mouth, which also sent him flying far away. Another explosion, boom. He stretched, looking at the two of them. 1998 appeared above his head. "How boring, how are you guys so weak? If that old guy could be killed by you, he deserved to die." He picked at his ear with his sharp claws, his voice impatient. "Hey, how long are you going to play dead?" He waved his hand wildly, causing large rocks to shatter into hundreds of pieces. She and he woke up. From both sides, they continued to rush forward to attack him. However, he blocked them. Both of them were surprised. What? He blocked it with only one arm. He waved his hand, sending them both flying away. "How boring. I've lost interest in you. I'll give you a chance for one last attack." After all, the death throes are the best appetizer before the main course. He gave a hand signal in sign language. She also signaled that she understood. Then she swung her sword, using the moon will technique to attack him. He spoke with a contemptuous tone, "Is that all? You have no more chances, just die." he raised his hand to strike back, but immediately, she retracted her sword. He frowned and said, "That skill was just a feint, the real attack is from the one who's been hiding behind you the whole time. Interesting, but it's still not enough." He hurriedly turned around to attack him. He used hypnotic eyes, flew behind him, stabbed him in the back, causing him to flip in the air. They were both overjoyed. "We did it." However, he quickly grabbed a nearby egg and put it in his mouth, immediately restoring himself back to normal. He looked at his restored body, assessing it. "Not bad, that combined attack was extremely interesting. If I were that guy, I might have actually died at your hands," she exclaimed in surprise. "He can control those eggs to restore himself from afar. Doesn't that mean, as long as he has those eggs, he can't be killed?" He looked at the two of them, pointing his finger and analyzing. "Your forte is teamwork, huh? Each of you is weak on your own, but together you can actually hurt me. But that was your last team attack. I want to split you up and play with you, so you can only endure pain and despair alone." He used clone jutsu to split his body into two, attacking both of them. He realized that after splitting into two, the monster's power had decreased, but it was still extremely difficult to deal with. While dealing with his clone, she worriedly told him, "Jean-Yu, be careful, don't worry about me," he replied while still struggling to fight the monster. "Luna, you have time to worry about me." He knocked him far away. But looking back, he saw him smiling, thinking, "Am I seeing things? He's smiling." Taking advantage of his distraction, he used the wind streak, destroying the nearby eggs. An announcement sounded, "Combo X33, Combo X66, seeing this, he gave a mocking smile. "I thought you had some trick up your sleeve. Even if I didn't block these eggs, it would take you half a day to destroy them all. Don't waste your energy, just let me eat you." Suddenly he realized, why does it feel like the destructive power is getting higher with each slash? It seemed he realized his goal, and hurriedly rushed to stop him. "No, that's not right. Stop for me." A loud explosion rang out, boom. His entire body was burned black. He was surprised and said, "Unexpectedly you still have backup plans like this, not dead yet. Must kill this guy before he recovers." He took out a vial of yellow medicine called Recovery Potion that restores the cooldown time of individual skills, and used enemy dividing wind. He saw the situation was not good, screamed, "Don't even think about it," and then used the myriad birth technique. Simultaneously, the eggs cracked open, and little monsters stepped out of the eggs, surrounding them from all sides. He laughed gleefully and said, "Too bad, you almost killed me. Unfortunately you don't have a chance anymore." Jean-Yu didn't have time to rest, frantically slashing and killing the little monsters that kept approaching. He propped his hand up and laughed madly. "Ha ha ha, as expected, it's exactly as I thought. Your skills are powerful, but as long as you are immediately stopped when you are about to start, they will no longer pose a threat. Next, let me enjoy your clumsy dance under the siege of myriads of bugs." He ordered the little monsters to attack him, while the clone turned to attack Luna. His clone continuously attacked, causing her to retreat further and further back. Weakly resisting, she was finally knocked into the rock wall. Blood flew from her mouth in all directions. She struggled to use her sword to support herself, not letting her body fall. His clone crossed his arms in front of his chest, looked at her with contempt. "Too boring, I've only separated the two of you. Is it possible that you're alone so you don't even have the ability to fight back? There's nothing more uninteresting than prey that doesn't know how to struggle." She hurriedly denied, "It's not that I don't have the ability to fight back, although our positions are different, but causing you to lose your mother as soon as you were born, I want to express my apology." His clone glared at her. Then he clutched his stomach and burst out laughing. "Is this your tactic, using a joke to make me die of laughter?" She interrupted him. "A joke," he replied, "trash like you still has time to regret the death of that old immortal, and doesn't even dare to fight back. Because you told me a joke, I will exceptionally tell you the survival rule of our race. From the moment we hatch from the egg, there will be a competitive relationship with the mother's body. The mother's body will eat any egg to replenish strength, restore the state, and the healthy child will be more likely to eat the mother's body to make it stronger." His clone licked his lips triumphantly. "And I didn't eat my mother, it's just because you guys can kill her, so eating you will be more beneficial to me." She asked in surprise. "Eat?" He also asked back. "You guys don't eat? I heard the taste is not bad. You look very emotional, why don't I help you feel a little bit?" As soon as he finished speaking, his clone attacked her, she cried out in horror, no, don't. Then she raised her sword, grimaced, closed her eyes and shouted. Jean Yu stood on the corpses of thousands. Millions of little monsters piled up like mountains. His eyes widened when he saw the situation was not good, and he shouted her name, Luna. He crossed his legs and sat leisurely on the back of a little monster, watching him struggling to attack the little monsters while yawning, watching until he was sleepy. Ordered, okay, don't dawdle anymore, kill him. He frantically attacked those little monsters, while glancing at him thinking, almost there. Hang in there. At this moment, the system announcement sounded, congratulations host for leveling up to level 30. The all-knowing bracelet, discovered an item to level up the character. The level of equipment has now increased, epic, each character gains 10 levels, one-time equipment upgrade. Processing random skills, you have received a shadow clone. The shadow clone is used as a combat collaborator. The clone will inherit 80% of the attributes of the main body, and can also use the skills and props of the main body. The clone's own skill, shape-shifting within 500 m. The clone can swap positions with the main body. The remaining cooldown time is 30 minutes. He lost patience, glanced at the little monsters and ordered, okay, killing you is enough, I still need to eat. Then he stood up and kicked one away. Not seeing his figure, he angrily asked, where is he? Damn it, I haven't had time to eat yet, you dare to compete for food with me. He grabbed the necks of two bugs with both hands, their mouths kept screaming, coo-coo-coo-coo. He strangled the two little monsters in half, shouting loudly, you guys want to rebel, right? He used Shadow Clone Jutsu to transform into two people resembling the small monsters and quietly left. Seizing the opportunity to attack, he continuously killed several monsters. He thought the guy was dead and relaxed his guard, but seeing this scene, he was shocked. What was happening? Wasn't that guy dead already? Ordering the monsters, quickly, stop him, he thought to himself, even I, regarding the strength of the attack. He saw that his two clones had almost killed all the small monsters, and his scream echoed, no. Frowning, unable to believe it was real, how could this be? I'm being killed by trash like him, an accident, it must be an accident. It's okay, luckily, I used Shadow Clone Jutsu beforehand, as long as the clone is still alive, I can be reborn, you can't kill me. The monster's clone suddenly knelt down, trembling all over, clasping his hands and bowing his head repeatedly, please forgive me, I beg you, spare me, please forgive my foolish ignorance. I am willing to become your loyal servant, for the rest of my life, I will follow you and dedicate my strength to you. Luna raised her hand and said to Jean Yu, all right, the monster clone was overjoyed, all right, you agree, thank you, God, for your gracious forgiveness, it's a great honor to follow you, I will prove it with my life. One of Luna's eyes lit up like a small flashlight, it's so noisy, who's talking to you? His clone's eyes welled up with tears, no. She flew up, swung her sword, and beheaded the monster. The system notification appeared, the warrior certification war activity has ended, please, all warriors, gather in front of the central main gate. The central building was located on an oasis. The warriors gathered in small groups in front of the gate, separated from the interior by a protective barrier. The girl with shoulder-length short hair, wearing a witch's hat with the number 117 on it, sighed in relief, it's finally over. Next to her, a girl with brown hair in a ponytail with the number 128 attached to her head complained, yeah, this event was so hard. On the left were two men with childlike figures, one of the men giving a thumbs up, damn. Nyo Ca got over 350 points again, definitely top 100, Nyo Ca, who had two overlapping scars under his chin, puffed out his chest in response, no way, no way. While everyone else was chatting excitedly, Ah Fei, Red Pepper, and Hua Xiao were sitting nearby, all looking dejected. Hua Xiao stood up and slammed her hand on the table, causing it to crack. She glared at the other two, something's not right, you two have a problem, you two. The other two, startled by being mentioned, flinched guiltily. Red Pepper stood up, put her hand to her ear, and pretended not to hear clearly, with a playful expression, sis, I'm here to ask about Big Brother. Ah Fei, sitting next to her, nodded repeatedly in agreement, yes, yes, yes. Hua Xiao replied anxiously, ask about my brother-in-law, do you know who hurt him? Ah Fei, unaware of what was happening, angrily stood up, propped her hands on the table, and asked, hurt him, what happened to my brother? Hua Xiao replied furiously, it's all because you didn't protect him well. Big brother was on his way to find me, got ambushed, and was poisoned. Ah Fei refused to believe it and denied, no way, I don't believe anyone can defeat my second brother. Red Pepper added worriedly, maybe there were more people on the other side, but my sister's intuition is always very accurate. Hua Xiao put her hand on Ah Fei's shoulder to comfort her, that makes sense, the man I like is definitely not an ordinary person, but that hand seemed to break Ah Fei's shoulder in half, and she was sweating all over in pain. Red Pepper looked at her sister unhappily and said, sis, can you be a little more considerate? Ah Fei was sobbing, with tears in her eyes, second brother, save me. At this moment, Lu Li was carrying Luna on his back, his whole body covered in wounds, and called out to Ah Fei, and Hua Xiao called out with joy, second brother, darling husband. Red Pepper was still sitting there, unaware that Lu Li was approaching, with an annoyed expression, sis, isn't your brain loading a little too fast? Luna, who had woken up, whispered, Zhan Yu, I'm okay, let me down. He agreed, okay, don't force yourself. Hua Xiao saw this scene, her eyes like bullets. Angrily intending to rush towards Lu Li and question him, hey, not wanting Hua Xiao to do anything excessive, Red Pepper ran over to stop her, sis, calm down, let's talk it out slowly. Ah Fei, seeing this scene, was scared and just avoided to the side, making way for her. Hua Xiao stood facing Lu Li. The bullet-like eyes from before had become gentle, her whole face flushed, and she gave a sweet and demure smile. Remember, my name is Hua Xiao, my title is Hoa Tu, I am your future wife, your one and only destined woman. Lu Li froze and backed away, blurting out, Luna, standing behind, also surprised, covered her mouth with her hands. Red Pepper also breathed a sigh of relief. Just at this moment, two men appeared on the screen, the man in the black suit and sunglasses, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, announced, hey, esteemed warriors, first of all, congratulations on passing the qualifiers, here is the list of the top 100. Then, the list of warriors who made it into the top 100 appeared on the screen. At the top was Daybreak Guangshu with a score of 4,999, second was Daybreak with a score of 3,841, and third was Zhan Yu with a score of 3,418. Next were a series of other warrior names. Hua Xiao and Luna were also on the list. Hoa Tu was ranked 7th with a score of 2,467, and Luna was ranked 8th with 2,156 points. Everyone was wide-eyed with shock. Is that for real? The top one has almost 5,000 points, who exactly is that person? Suddenly, a person wearing armor like a warrior walked over with their teammate. He crossed his arms and said, that's me. The person who had just asked stammered admiringly, oh my god, no wonder, it turns out to be the Daybreak Guild. The man with the red hat on his head asked in surprise, the Daybreak Guild. The man with the purple hat, with a black cloth covering his left eye, asked in surprise, you don't know about the Daybreak Guild. He explained, they are currently the third-ranked guild on the entire server. The core members of this guild are all professional players from the Daybreak Club. I heard that before joining Phantom Moon, they won several world championships in other games. The man with the red hat sighed, no wonder they're so strong. He put his hand to his chin and wondered, but who is this Zhan Yu? He actually made it into the top 3, if it weren't for him, the top 5 would have been taken over by the Daybreak Guild. The man with the purple hat nonchalantly nudged the man with the red hat, let's go say hello and see if we can make friends. Then he turned around and saw this scene. Hua Xiao approached him with a fascinated expression, Zhan Yu, that sounds so nice, are you going to cut up the moon and give it to me? Lu Li backed away, shaking his hands vigorously in refusal, I'm sorry, I have no plans to be in a relationship. Ah Fei and Red Pepper were sitting in a corner whispering something. The red-hatted man recognized Zhan Yu and said, he doesn't look like a ruthless character. The members of the Daybreak Guild were also sitting and looking over here, evaluating Zhan Yu. At this moment, the two men appeared on the screen again. The man in the black suit cleared his throat twice to attract everyone's attention and continued to announce, well, congratulations to the top 100 warriors, you have proven your courage to the king. The king will award you corresponding experience points based on the number of warrior certificates you have. Then, everyone was awarded experience points. Some people shouted with joy, Mom, that's so much experience, I leveled up 2 levels. I leveled up 3 more levels. Everyone's levels were increased one by one. On the left was Luna with level 34, then Ah Fei level 32, next to Ah Fei was Lu Li level 35, then Hua Xiao level 37, and finally Red Pepper level 33. Now it's the turn of the man who is sitting, wearing a fish on his head and holding a microphone to speak. It seems that all the warriors are quite satisfied with the king's reward. However, the warriors' challenge is not over yet. Next, warriors, please go through the gate and go to the second challenge location. The warriors stand in front of the gate, confused. There's more, haze, who cares, so much experience given, surely the reward behind will be even higher. The crowd behind can't wait any longer, urging the front, hurry up. One by one, each person steps through the gate. Magic teleportation formation. Everyone is divided into different pillars. Each pillar has 5 people standing on a separate square. Lu Li is separated, standing with 4 other people. Everyone seems panicked. One of the 4 people looks around, wondering, where is this? The man next to him answers, it seems this is the new location for the second door. The platinum-haired girl also worriedly asks, where are my teammates? Suddenly an NPC appears in the middle of the pillar. His face is covered with a cardboard box, but his left eye is glowing. He smiles and greets, brave warriors, are you all okay? I am the host of this challenge. A true warrior needs both wisdom and courage. The first door tests courage, so the second door tests intelligence. The rules are simple. You will be randomly divided into teams, each team of 5 people to play a murder mystery game. Among the 5 people, there will be a murderer mixed in. You need to find and argue about who the murderer is. After each round of statements, all members will vote to eliminate a player. If the murderer is successfully eliminated, the surviving players will be ranked at the normal level. If the murderer survives until there is only 1 player left, the murderer will be ranked at the normal level. Now we will distribute story cards to you, which record the roles, identities, and main clues that you will play. Please read carefully. He takes the card in his hand and looks at it intently. Is this a deduction and language game? The host puts one hand in his pocket and gestures with the other. It's almost time to start. Ladies and gentlemen, let's start the second round. First, I will introduce you to the background of the story in narrative form. Who killed Warrior X? Warrior X has passed the king's test. After many challenges, he is preparing to set off to defeat the evil dragon and save the beautiful princess. Before leaving, the entire kingdom of Tepanai is holding an expedition party, but when the party ends, everyone discovers that Warrior X was stabbed to death at the fountain in the garden. Finally, who killed Warrior X? Through investigation, 5 suspects were discovered. Suspect A, identity, teammate of Warrior X. Suspect B, identity, daughter of an official. Suspect C, identity, captain of the guard. Suspect D, identity, scholar of the kingdom. Suspect E, identity, high priest. The host, after narrating the plot, strikes a cool pose and asks, who exactly killed Warrior X? There is only one truth, find the correct answer to the game. The host raises his index finger and signals, then the game officially begins. Starting with persona from left to right clockwise, to prevent everyone from forgetting the rules, I will host and guide this game. First, everyone, please introduce yourself and your relationship with the victim, X. As soon as he finished speaking, the purple-haired young man with a hairstyle similar to Naruto, holding the card in his hand, introduced himself. I am Warrior X's teammate A, foster brothers who grew up together. Suddenly the host appears and asks, how can you prove you are not the murderer? The young man raises his index finger and replies excitedly, what's there to doubt about my identity? A handsome, bright, and cheerful guy like me wouldn't lie. Please trust me, I'm definitely a good guy. The host continues to ask, who do you suspect is the murderer? He thinks for a moment, who is the murderer? I haven't figured it out yet. But he glances at the uncle next to him, his voice hesitant, but if based on appearance, uncle, you don't look like a good person. The host speaks up, ending the turn of suspect A. Please suspect B, continue to introduce yourself and your relationship with the victim X. She has platinum-colored hair, a lovely appearance, and a lowly voice introduces herself. Hello everyone, I am B, the daughter of Tran Nguyen. Once when I went out, I was surrounded by a group of goblins, and Warrior X fought with them, helping me escape. X is my lifesaver. The host's voice rings out, how do you prove you are not the murderer? She blushes, shyly plays the role, showing her acting skills. I won't hide anything from you. Since that time, I've fallen in love with X. Moreover, She coughs and continues, my health is not good, I'm in bed all year round, someone as weak as me can't even tie up a chicken, how could I kill X? The host asks, who do you suspect is the murderer? She holds the card in her hand and smiles, I feel that everyone is a good person, that's right, I remember there's a clue in my story card. My father's detective once mentioned that guard Captain C and Warrior X were at odds with each other. Before X was harmed, someone saw them having a fierce argument. As she speaks, she points at him, his face is pensive as if he wants to say something but stops. The host speaks up, ending the turn of Suspect B. Please Suspect C, continue to introduce yourself and your relationship with the victim X. Lu Li, in the role of the suspect, coldly introduces, Captain C of the Royal Guard, responsible for the safety of everyone in the kingdom, has nothing to do with X. The host still asks the same question, how can you prove your innocence? He explains, I argued with X because I found out that he was not worthy of the title of warrior, but just a lustful person seeking fame and fortune. A person like him is completely unworthy of accepting the task of rescuing the princess, but I will absolutely not go against the king's will, so the person who killed him is not me. Because I had to ensure order at the initiation banquet, everyone at the banquet saw my figure, I have concrete evidence to prove that I was not at the scene. Who do you suspect is the murderer? As soon as the host's voice finished, he answered without hesitation, according to the intelligence gathered by the guard team, the relationship between the second daughter of Tran Nguyen Hao and Warrior X is not as simple as what was said at first. Why did you hide it and not say everything? She glances at him, showing a frightened expression. Suspect C, you're too fierce. I was just reading the contents of the story card just now, don't hold a grudge. The purple-haired young man stood with his arms crossed in front of his chest and spoke up to protect, that's right, B doesn't look like a bad person. The host's voice rings out, interrupting the debate of the three people, ending the turn of Suspect C. Please Suspect D, continue to introduce yourself and your relationship with the victim X. The blonde girl wearing glasses, with two cat ears on her head introduces herself. I am a scholar in the kingdom, responsible for recording history and writing books about characters, on the orders of the king. I came to interview Warrior X and compile materials about the legendary character. The host repeats the same question as with the three previous people, how do you prove your innocence? She begins to put forward arguments to prove her innocence. First, I have no motive for murder, I am the person who has always had the simplest relationship with X, there are no links or obligations. Secondly, I didn't have time to commit the murder, an hour before the incident, I was still at the social gathering with other scholars, even when going to the restroom, someone would accompany me. Thirdly, I don't have the ability to commit the murder, the Warrior X was 185 centimeters tall, while I am 145 centimeters tall, the dagger in the warrior's chest was almost stabbed straight in, my height wouldn't allow me to do that unless X was in a crouching position at the time. But that wouldn't match the crime scene where he fell backward into the stream upon death. Who do you suspect is the culprit? The purple-haired young man asked. Suspect D's analysis is very clear, the platinum blonde girl agreed, that's right, maybe she knows who the culprit is. However, contrary to their speculation, the blonde girl replied, I don't know. But I suggest we eliminate suspects first. The key to this game is to deduce who the teammates are and who the culprit is through clues in everyone's words. Some players' statements are so ridiculous that even if they're teammates as dumb as pigs who kill others. That concludes Suspect D's statement. Suspect E, please introduce yourself and your relationship with the deceased X. The bald-headed middle-aged man said, I am the high priest, responsible for divination for the king and presiding over sacrificial activities. The host asked the same old question, how do you prove your innocence? The man recounted, the night before Warrior X's departure, I cast a divination, and it revealed that this mission to rescue the princess would be very dangerous. In the divination orb, an image appeared of Warrior X being stabbed to death in the royal palace. Therefore, I quickly went to see His Majesty the King and reported the results of the divination. The king immediately ordered me to set up an altar to pray for Warrior X and change his fate. I quickly went to the altar to perform prayers for Warrior X. Unfortunately, the travel back and forth took too much time. Before I could complete the prayer session for Warrior X, he had already encountered the culprit. Who do you suspect is the culprit? He put his hand on his chin and pondered. Who is the culprit? This person can avoid the examination of divination, definitely not an ordinary person. This person is certainly meticulous and very good at disguise, so it should go against the norm. Perhaps we should use reverse thinking. see who is least likely to be the culprit, the person who is least likely to be the culprit. Without letting him finish speaking, the host announced, "All right, the first round of statements has ended. After counting down from 3, everyone, please raise your hand to vote for the person you feel is the culprit." The countdown sounded, 3, 2, 1. A is pointing at E is also pointing at A, C and D are pointing at A, while B is pointing at C. The voting tally shows A has 3 votes, C and E each have 1 vote. The purple-haired young man pointed at himself, "Me, no mistake, right? I said I'm a good guy, you guys." The host announced, "Suspect A is eliminated, please leave." Then A fell off the pillar and disappeared. The remaining 4 were thinking when the announcement rang out, A's identity is a player. The game continues. Congratulations to everyone who made it to the second round. To improve the selection process, there will be new clues in everyone's story cards. Note that 3 clues are true, and 1 is false. Now, starting from Suspect B from left to right, speak in a clockwise direction. Please Suspect B, share your new clue and state your opinion. The platinum blonde-haired girl holding the story card in her hand said, "My new clue is that the captain of the guard, C, absolutely does not listen to the king's orders. While the king ordered the high priest to pray for blessings, he also arranged for C to protect warrior X's safety. In my opinion, this clue is definitely false. The dog that seems most obedient is the most vicious when it bites. Please Suspect C, share your new clue and state your opinion." He replied, "My new clue is that according to the guard's report, the high priest stayed at the altar all night after returning from the king and didn't go anywhere else. Right now, besides me, the explanations of Scholar D and High Priest E seem to be the most reasonable, but B's second round statement did not answer the issue I raised. She has hidden information, so it is difficult to not suspect her." The host repeated the old saying, "Suspect D, share your clue and state your opinion." The blonde girl pushed up her glasses. "My clue is that the second daughter of Tran Nguyen Hao has recently become obsessively infatuated with Warrior X, following X and collecting items he used to use, and sending her hair to X every day. She even sent a threatening letter, 'If I can't have you, I'll destroy you.'" Suspect B pretended to be weak and retorted, "What, don't slander me." Suspect D pointed at B again, adding, "The high priest also knows a little bit about these clues. Moreover, after the incident occurred, I gathered information from the captain of the guard and discovered that only you left the banquet early. Please Suspect E, share your clue and state your opinion." E began to narrate, "My clue is that according to the divination, Scholar D is a reliable and capable assistant." Waiting for E to finish his story, the host appeared again, "All right, the second round of statements is over. After counting down from 3, please raise your hand to vote for the culprit in your heart." The countdown sounded, 3, 2, 1, C is pointing at B is pointing at D is pointing back at B, E is pointing at C, B has 2 votes, C and D each have 1 vote. The result is clear, B is eliminated. B glared angrily and shouted, "Damn it, I admire you guys. Do you have brains? It's obvious I'm a good person. Do you even know how to play? That girl with the glasses, are you jealous that I'm prettier than you, so you deliberately targeted me and smeared me? You're really scheming." B fell off the pillar shouting, "You just wait for me, I won't let you off." A and B had red X marks on the list. B's identity is a player. The game continues. The final game has reached the third round. If the culprit cannot be found in this round, the culprit will win. The rules for speaking in this third round are free speech, with no order or limit on the number of times. After the 3 players communicate, they can vote immediately. The host finished announcing the rules. C, with one hand in his pocket, began to analyze, "So let me summarize the clues presented in rounds 1 and 2. The blonde girl raised her hand to stop him. "No need to bother, who the culprit is already perfectly clear." The blonde girl, Suspect D, spoke up, "Who the culprit is, it's too obvious already. In fact, in my clues, B is a good person, eliminating her was a plan I arranged." Lu Li and the Grand Priest were startled after hearing that. The blonde girl adjusted her glasses, her voice confident and assertive. Her goal was to find the real culprit. "The culprit is C." Lu Li put his hands in his pockets and asked, "Where is the evidence?" The blonde girl propped her hand on her face, her head slightly bowed in thought. "The evidence is what I said in the previous round. You even sent a threatening letter. If you can't have him, you'll destroy him." "What? Don't make false accusations." Grand Priest E also knows a little about these clues. moreover after the incident occurred, I heard about this from the captain of the guard, discovering that only you left the party earlier. She continued, actually in my reasoning about everyone, all the information about C was fabricated by me, the main purpose was to see if you would vote for me, but you didn't. Lu Li spoke. Before Lu Li could finish, she interrupted, if you couldn't stand B, would you choose her? She remembered his eyes, her voice lowered, but he didn't think that way at all. A person's eyes are very hard to lie. When I said things that weren't true, whether you were doubtful, questioning, or bewildered, your eyes were always on me, but there was one situation where you weren't. That's when you revealed yourself as the culprit. In your subconscious it would definitely not be to try to find the culprit, but how to hide, how to eliminate us. That's why you didn't dare to look at me. Anything else to explain, Guard Captain C. Lu Li sighed and slumped to the ground, saying, I can't beat you, whatever you say. Anyway, hurry up and vote, don't delay any longer, the blonde girl thought smugly, giving up resisting. The cardboard head pointed at Grand Priest Suspect E. Do you have anything else to say? The Grand Priest holding his staff stood there, and hearing this, he shook his head, no. The cardboard head held up 3 fingers, then the final statements are over. After counting down from 3, everyone please raise your hands to vote. 3, 2, 1. Grand Priest Suspect E and Lu Li Suspect C pointed towards the blonde girl Suspect D. With the votes C0, D2, E0. The game is over, the culprit wins. Lu Li smirked triumphantly. The blonde girl looked at the Grand Priest and shouted in protest, what are you doing? Wasn't I clear enough? Why did you vote for him? The Grand Priest felt disappointed, put his hands on the ground and knelt down. Lu Li explained to the blonde girl, because the answer in your heart is more real than the real answer. Hearing this, the blonde girl was stunned and mumbled the answer in her heart. Lu Li continued, from the first time you spoke I knew sooner or later I would be discovered, but luckily you used the process of elimination, so A and B were likely to be the first to be eliminated, so Grand Priesty was my last chance. The Grand Priest felt a cold sweat after hearing this. Not stopping there, Lu Li continued to analyze. E's voting logic is actually the same as when speaking in the first round. Who is the culprit? This person can avoid the divination test, definitely not an ordinary person. This person must be meticulous and good at disguising, so he goes against the usual. Perhaps we should use reverse thinking. It seems that the person who can't be the culprit the most. The person who can't be the culprit the most. The blonde girl spoke up at this moment. Round 1 vote A, round 2 vote B, round 3 vote me. So in the last round after I argued, you pretended to give up, actually you were acting for me. Finishing speaking, the blonde girl collapsed to the ground, her mouth mumbling, yes, I lost. The game is over, the loser must leave the arena. Immediately, the blonde girl and the Grand Priest fell down below. The cardboard head laughed cheerfully, spectacular, spectacular, what an excellent comeback. The winner is Lu Li. He stood proudly, one hand in his pocket, and threw out a card. The content on the card clearly stated, identity, culprit, mission, Warrior X order face kill, 1, assassination spy disguised as Warrior X, 2, eradicate assistant of X, 3, deal with the daughter B of the minister colluding with X, B, deal with the inside agent D disguised as a student, 5, deal with the Grand Priest. On the screen appeared a man sitting on a chair, with a fish-shaped ornament on his head. Behind him stood a man in a black suit, wearing black glasses, probably his bodyguard. The voice on the screen sounded, congratulations to the warriors who have passed the second selection round. The king has specially prepared rewards for you. Now you can rest for a while, then we will enter the final selection round. As soon as the voice on the screen ended, the people traveling with Lu Li flew to him, calling him, Big Brother, Husband, Jean Yu, great, everyone has been promoted. Lu Li didn't react, he just closed his eyes to rest. A beep sounded, followed by a voice, the next round is about to begin, please warriors hold on tight, pay attention to safety. Immediately, the screen flew up high, and everyone's standing position was also raised up. A dazzling light appeared. Lu Li reached out to cover his eyes. In front of them now appeared an arena like a Greek arena. The loud cheers of the crowd rang out. The 2 people on the screen from before also appeared, except the man in the black suit was no longer standing behind but was sitting on a chair. The 2 of them said cheerfully, hello everyone, dear friends, hello everyone, welcome to the 3rd selection round. Please look at the screen above the arena, and now let's warmly welcome the king of the kingdom of Teva, the applause thundered. Then our king appeared on the screen, smiling. Haha, thank you for everyone's enthusiasm. Thank you to the excellent warriors who have traveled from afar to participate in the competition to select the rescuer of the princess, whether it is the first or the second round. I have watched it all. It is extremely spectacular. The warriors who can stand here now deserve to be called both intelligent and brave. Ah Fei scratched his head. Why do I feel like listening to the principal's speech at the weekly flag-raising ceremony? Little Pepper also nodded in agreement. That's right. King Teva took out 3 gems, blue, pink, and yellow respectively, and placed them on his hand. Perhaps everyone knows that our kingdom is famous for mining and forging skills. To encourage the warriors to perform better in the competition, I will take out 3 gems and inlay them into legendary main weapons, as a reward for the top 3. The man in iron armor stood with his arms crossed looking up. The intelligence news is correct, it really appeared. Our Daybreak Guild must get the 3 legendary main weapon inlaid gems. Do you understand? The people standing behind him heard this and replied in unison. Understood, understood. Ah Fei asked Lu Li, Big brother, what are legendary main weapon inlaid gems? Are they very valuable? Lu Li replied without turning his head, extremely rare. This type of gem combined with weapons can create special skills. Saying this, he frowned and thought to himself, but this should be a level 50 item that only appears. Is the dungeon being opened early? Little Pepper pointed and said, now on the market one can be sold for tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands of yuan, moreover it is the type of item that you can't get if you want to. Ah Fei's eyes lit up with money. Then if we get all 3, wouldn't we be rich? King Teva on the screen laughed loudly. I can feel the burning enthusiasm of the warriors. Then let's start the 3rd selection round. The 2 people from before reappeared on the screen. Okay, I'm sure the warriors are eager to get into the arena. Yes, I know everyone is in a hurry, but wait a moment, I will briefly introduce the rules of this competition. A total of 32 people have passed the 2nd selection round. We will apply the head-to-head method for a total of 5 rounds to select the final champion. Knocking the opponent out of the arena or the opponent actively admitting defeat will win. The final champion will receive a lot of money, experience, priority selection rights. The champion also has the right to select members to form a princess rescue squad. Each member will receive an opportunity to go to the warehouse to select treasures. Now we will assign numbers to the players, then based on drawing lots of numbers to choose opponents, it's matched. The first group to fight is warrior number 4 with warrior number 13. Please come to the arena. Luna number 7 spoke up. Zhan Yu, you're the first one up on the stage. Ah Fei, number 26, grinned. It's showtime. Big brother, navigator, number 18, chimed in. Honey, take them all down. Little Chili, number 26. Lu Li closed her eyes, thinking, so it's time to get on the stage. The 2 opponents stepped onto the arena together, amidst the thunderous cheers of the crowd. Lu Li stepped onto the stage and saw her opponent. She was startled and thought in panic, it's him. Zhan Yu looked at the figure vaguely visible in front of him and quietly asked, who are you? Seeing this, the king of the road flashed his characteristic arrogant smile, his hand firmly gripping the sword behind his back. The scar across his left eye made him look even more unruly. Oh, what's wrong? Have you heard of my reputation before? Running his hand through his long black hair, the king of the road thought to himself, it's been a while since I've made a name for myself. Today, I'll put on a spectacular performance in front of everyone. Recalling when he defeated the elite boss Amon single-handedly with the cross 8-blade slash after 28 failures, the king of the road's eyes gradually became firm. Ammonius sword. The reward after defeating that boss was now firmly in his hand. This time, I definitely won't lose to you again. Maybe I should thank that boss, it helped me understand who I am. I am the king of the road, a lonely and solitary but powerful wolf. The thing that can defeat me is never difficulty, but myself becoming stronger in the next second. The king of the road's eyes gradually turned icy, and the sword behind him also gradually changed to a mysterious blue flame. Come on, no matter who you are, I won't lose. Suddenly, a whooshing sound, a flash of red light streaked across and pierced the king of the road's chest. Zhan Yu's coat fluttered in the wind as he turned his back to the king of the road and thought, this guy still talks too much nonsense. As for the king of the road, he only managed to let out a loud gasp before being completely stunned by the speed and power of the attack just now, or rather, the king of the road was still in a daze, not even understanding what had just happened. No one but Zhan Yu was now juggling with his weapon after that surprise attack. no way, I can't lose, I haven't even used my move yet, my self-created skill hasn't even shown its divine power, this doesn't count, give me another chance. Why is this hateful feeling so familiar? Ignoring the king of the road who was still recovering from the psychological shock, Jean Yu listened silently with a judging look as the commentator announced. Player Jean Yu number 4 has quickly defeated player king of the road number 13, under the stands, amidst the bustling cheers, a figure in bright red armor chuckled, "Third brother, is this the person that fourth brother and you couldn't kill?" The hooded figure next to him replied, "That's right, it's him." Interesting, the red-armored figure smirked, and immediately the blue-haired guy next to him protested, "Hey, that's my prey." The commentator's voice continued to echo, "Please welcome the next player to the stage." The next battles were incredibly fierce, with everyone using their refined techniques to seize the opportunity. Luna easily won with her special skill, shattering her opponent's sword amidst the announcement. Player number 7 Luna uses flowing water and drifting cloud sword techniques to defeat her opponent, advancing straight to the top 16. Luna's beautiful face remained cold and emotionless, as if victory was too easy for her. Then, player number 26, Ah Fei, used a fiery fist straight to his opponent's groin with a cunning face, laughing heartily when he saw the other guy in pain. The commentator couldn't stop laughing as he joked about the smell of burnt meat on the stage. "Oh my god, what's that smell? That's too brutal." I didn't expect player number 26 to use the barbecue chicken technique to blow away his opponent. Advancing to the top 16, Navigator appeared in a hot, slit dress, her legendary purple hair slightly flicked to the side after delivering a heavenly punch to her opponent, sending him flying off the stage. The commentator's voice echoed excitedly again, "A perfect attack. Congratulations to player number 18, Navigator, for advancing to the top 16. Under the stands, the red armor frowned slightly. "Third brother, do you see how this Navigator's techniques and habits are very similar?" The green-hooded figure chuckled, "I think it's more than 80% her." Next, please welcome player number 27, Little Chili, to fight player number 6, Daybreak. Daybreak, with her eyes covered by a black cloth, slowly stepped onto the stage. "It's my turn." The red armor didn't forget to remind his teammate, "Imagine it's like practice, maintain your emotions between tension and relaxation." Jean Yu's team also didn't forget to take care of Little Chili, the girl with bright red pigtails like a real chili and a personality as hot as a chili. Navigator smiled gently, "You have to try your best, otherwise, I'll punish you by not letting you eat hot pot tonight." "Defeat her, Little Chili," she smiled with certainty. "Yeah, no problem." Under the stands, everyone's eyes were glued to the two girls on the stage. Layers of fine dust swirled up after the previous battles, making their figures vaguely visible, adding to the drama. The atmosphere was pushed to an extreme climax. Under the stands, there was constant excited discussion. "Wow, I didn't expect to see professional players at such close range. I want to see what's different about the people from the famous Daybreak Guild." A person with a small stature and bright red hair tied into two buns, her outfit also in a powerful red color, a fearless smile on her lips. Little Chili gently channeled a source of bright fire around her fist, her whole body in a fighting stance, saying to her opponent, "The Daybreak Guild is very powerful. Today I'll show you what it means for there to be a higher mountain than any mountain." On the opposite side, Daybreak. With an expressionless face, her eyes covered by black cloth, her coat covering her from head to toe, only revealing her brown hair falling in front of her chest, Daybreak. Smiled lightly, her hands wrapped tightly in white bandages gently raised. On them were 5 multicolored stones inlaid into the back of her hand, a heavy iron bracelet on her wrist, little chest but big mouth. Little Chili looked down at her modest chest and stammered, "What did you say?" A fire of anger erupted. Little Chili created firepower with her feet, causing a thunderous explosion, using its destructive power to rush straight at Daybreak. Small chest is a trend, you know. Seeing Little Chili rushing towards her in a sea of fire, Daybreak. Calmly taunted, "Angry now, maybe you yourself are." "Shut up." Little Chili was like she'd been injected with chicken blood, her eyes gradually turning crimson. Little Chili's whole body was on fire, rushing towards Daybreak. With a kick aimed at her neck, hoping for a neck-breaking kick straight to her vitals. Even so, Daybreak. Gently dodged it, leaving only a gust of wind. "Don't even think about dodging." Little Chili turned around in mid-air immediately, releasing a large circle of fire from her body, engulfing everything within its radius. The sky-filled fire attacked Daybreak. Directly, forcing her to only release a purple technique to block it. Excellent. Player number 27 is controlling fire to attack her opponent from mid-air, the commentator's voice echoed. Player number 6, Daybreak. Uses a reactive skill, dodging the opponent's attack, but it seems she's still a little injured. Daybreak. Witnessing the destructive power of the technique just now, was pushed back into a black streak on the stage. Her face gradually became serious. Daybreak. Began to release purple spiritual energy around her body. This is getting interesting. Time to get more serious to play with you, kid. The stones on her hands sparkled with multicolored light, bearing the spiritual summoning technique, Inferno Spirit. A vortex of spiritual energy opened wide in the air. A creature resembling a dog rushed out amidst the blinding purple light according to Daybreak. Summoning, woof woof woof. Its whole body was also wrapped in white bandages, only revealing its small red nose and sharp teeth. It looked extremely intimidating. Every step it took left behind strange purple flames. With lightning speed, it rushed towards Little Chili with its small body, crackling with dark purple electrical fire. Little Chili's eyes widened slightly in shock. A summoner, this dog is too fast, but the summoned creature's actions only follow one direction. I just need to predict it and deal with it. With a loud bang, Little Chili released a giant fireball, aiming straight at Inferno Spirit. The dog surrounded by dark purple electrical fire summoned by . The flames gradually engulfed the dog in red light. It's just that unexpectedly it still rushed straight through the flames, only a few inches away from Little Chili. What? Little Chili was surprised, but that one moment of carelessness was enough for ... to gain the upper hand. A source of dark purple spiritual energy pierced straight up from the ground at the position Little Chili was standing, throwing the small girl into the air. The destructive power caused the stage to explode into a large pit. Rays of purple light carrying electrical fire continuously shot straight at Little Chili, leaving behind clouds of dust. Under the stands, Little Chili's teammates were restless. This is bad. That summoned beast has very strong fire resistance. Fire attacks are nothing to it. Pant pant. Little Chili's body was covered in wounds from the electrical fire. Her clothes were scorched in large patches, but she still stood firm on the stage, reaching out to wipe the blood from the corner of her mouth. Her body was still smoking from the severe burns just now, but that still couldn't defeat the small girl. Seeing her miserable appearance, ... couldn't help but sneer. Hee hee. If you don't want to become too miserable, I advise you to surrender early. The Inferno Spirit under ... Dot's feet was still growling and looking at Little Chili with hostility. Surrender. Little Chili continued to launch hundreds of fire arrows while rushing at ... She was determined not to surrender. Seeing this, ... sighed slightly while easily deflecting the fire arrows along with the two Inferno Spirits on either side. It's useless, just based on you, don't waste your strength anymore. Raising her hand to shield the gusts of wind blowing dust into her eyes, Little Chili roared, "Fire whirlwind!" A whirlwind of fire appeared, engulfing everything around it with Little Chili at its center. Its power made ... stunned. The fiery light illuminated the entire arena, blinding the audience. Seeing this, her teammates clapped non-stop. Great. Little Chili used Fire Meteor to close the distance, then used Fire Whirlwind at close range to easily engulf both the person and the dog in the attack. ... shouted, "Inferno Spirit, protect me." Inferno Spirit barked once and quickly rushed forward. Created a purple spiritual energy shield, blocking the frantic, devouring, and swirling flames. But neither Fire Spirit nor Dien Dien noticed a blazing fire had circled behind them at some point. Little Pepper shouted, "Since when?" Dien Dien was stunned. "It's over, goodbye." Little Pepper was now behind the figure launching a massive waterfall of fire from above, crashing straight down on Dien. A huge fire erupted, and the sea of flames instantly swallowed Dien. The commentator's voice was excited by such a visually stunning battle. Amazing. Player number 27, Little Pepper, used a series of attacks to trick player number 6 and then circled behind for a surprise attack. It seems the victor has been decided, hasn't it? Little Pepper landed gently after the super move. Suddenly Hua Xiao shouted, "Little Pepper, be careful, she's not dead yet." Little Pepper looked suspiciously towards Dien Dien. Was slowly getting up with a deadly look in her eyes. Dien Dien reached up and removed the black cloth covering one eye. Instantly, her eye turned orange with an intensely burning blue light. Incredibly terrifying and bizarre. the stones in her hand were now glowing brightly, completely different from before. With a drawn-out voice, Dian called out, 10,000 spirit summoning technique, 5-element offense and defense. Streams of colorful light shot straight at Little Pepper, engulfing her in pain. As the dazzling multicolored light faded, 5 elemental creatures materialized around Dian Dian. Dian Dian smirked, "Sorry, kid, I forgot to tell you I don't just have one summon." Fluttering by Dian's shoulder was the metal spirit, in the form of an eagle with glittering golden. Behind her was the water spirit, in the form of a giant evolved blue carp. In front of her were the earth spirit in the form of a venomous orange spider, the wood spirit, an evolved green tree trunk, and the fire spirit, the dog with the pink-purple lightning bolts that was summoned earlier. The commentator was also alarmed by this scene. How terrifying! Player number 6, Daybreak Dian Dian, can actually summon 5 beasts with different attributes to attack her opponent. Moreover, she looks so relaxed. Player number 27, Little Pepper, can't even get up anymore. Congratulations to player number 6, Daybreak Dian Dian, for advancing to the top 16. The strength of the Daybreak Guild is truly well deserved. This player, Dian Dian, is ranked 5th in the guild. We don't know if the ranking is related to strength or not. We'll announce this to everyone in the next round. A haze of dust swirled around the arena floor. Little Pepper was helped off the stage by her teammates. "Are you okay? You did great. It's just that her attributes countered yours." Little Pepper was silent. I lost. Oh, it's so embarrassing." Little Pepper burst into tears in her teammates' arms. Huashio kept comforting her. "If I face her, I'll definitely need your help." Gently wiping away her tears, Little Pepper said, "You don't need to comfort me, I'm okay, I'll try to get stronger." Little Pepper's eyes blazed with determination. "I absolutely won't lose to anyone who insults my flat chest." Her teammates looked helpless, so that's what it's about. At the same time, Luna looked towards the guild. The people of the Daybreak Guild are indeed incredibly strong. It feels like everyone is very difficult to deal with. The commentator continued to heat up the atmosphere. A very spectacular showdown. Continuing the competition, please welcome the remaining members of the Daybreak Guild to the stage. Next up is player number 5, Yixiao, from the Daybreak Guild, a tall figure with sea blue hair and sharp teeth. He has long, elven-like ears, and his tiny eyes look very scary. Even so, he's clearly an extremely powerful madman. With insane speed, he continuously launched attacks at his opponent, constantly yelling, "Too weak, too weak." The chilling sound of metal clashing echoed across the arena. Yixiao's opponent was completely defeated, his iron armor was shattered, and his arms and legs were severed. Player Yixiao, his name fits him perfectly. He is indeed like a wolf with a mouth full of fangs. The opponent didn't have a chance, just like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Let's watch the match of the next player, also from the Daybreak Guild, player number 3, while his opponent was secretly sighing in relief because he was also human, thinking that he could withstand it. Then an arrow, carrying a mysterious blue light, came rushing, instantly split into many small arrows straight to the vital points on the opponent's body. Everything happened in the blink of an eye, leaving everyone unable to react. The commentator was even more excited. Player Kui Tian is too terrifying. The direction of each arrow shot is aimed at the opponent's weak points. It looks like a simple arrow, but it's actually a display of superb calculation and skill. Next player please. The figure with a mysterious mask hugging his face slowly advances to the arena. The long legs revealed under the cloak move at a speed invisible to the naked eye, kicking straight into the opponent's stomach, knocking him into the air. With just a single blow, the next member of the Daybreak Guild defeated his opponent, sending him flying far away, slamming straight into the stone wall behind him, creating a smoking crater. Player number 2, Lei Dao, defeated his opponent in an instant, without even drawing his blade. Next player please. Opposite the tall man now is the member with the fiery red armor of the Daybreak Guild, Guang Shu, but the two of them aren't fighting at all. It looks more like a master instructing a student. "No, your current way of thinking about attacking is wrong. It's very difficult to create results that way." The taller man now sincerely bowed to Guang Shu, listening very attentive. In this situation, you should immediately use both hands to swing the axe down hard. It would be more overwhelming in terms of force. "Come on, raise your hands a little higher." Daybreak Guang Shu even held the guy's hand to guide him, like this. "Very good, exactly like that." The audience was constantly booing in protest. Are they even going to fight? After a while, Guang Shu finally waved his hand. Okay, there's been progress, there's not much time left, go down. The other person bowed deeply at a 90-degree angle. Thank you for your guidance, I'm willing to surrender. Seeing the situation like that, the players after that also followed each other to surrender because they knew that their strength could not defeat the Daybreak Guild, only to be wounded. Looking at that scene, Zhang Yu thought to himself, it seems that the others no longer have the spirit to continue fighting, then there is only the Daybreak Guild to compete with. It seems that because of the Daybreak Guild's performance, the progress of the competition has been accelerated more than ever. Now we would like to announce the 8 strongest people. Daybreak Guangshu, Daybreak Lei Dao, Daybreak Kui Tian, Daybreak Yixiao, Zhan Yu, Ah Fei, Hua Xiu. The 8th position will be decided by the match between player number 6 Daybreak Dian Dian and player number 7 Luna. Little Pepper clenched her fists, and told Luna, remember to pick her up and drag her across the floor for me. Ah Fei also couldn't hide his excitement. Luna, you'll definitely be able to do it. Responding to the encouragement from her teammates, Luna calmly replied, thank you, I'll try my best. Watching her figure walk onto the stage, Zhan Yu whispered, good luck. The whole stadium is now echoing with DM's name after her initially eye-catching match. Everyone is shouting her name loudly, making DM even more smug. So, you're Flat Chest's teammate, looks like you're a bit bigger, but I wonder if you're stronger. In response to DM's mockery, Luna calmly replied, try fighting me and you'll find out, bring out all 5 of your beasts. Her composure angered DM. She quickly opened 2 spirit energy circles in the air. Let's see if your strength is worthy. Taking a slight breath, Luna whispered, Starfall slash. Slash, a cold, blue light flashed from Luna's sword, shooting straight towards DMDM. DMDM was not to be outdone. She immediately ordered the water spirit to rush in from the opposite direction. Quick, don't let her close the distance. But it was too late. Luna darted behind while DMDM was still losing sight due to the blue light, delivering a blow with an ice shield straight at her. Unfortunately, DMDM dodged it by a hair's breadth. Phew, that was close, almost. While DMDM was still catching her breath, another attack hidden beneath the ice shield was released, slicing apart the black cloth she wore over her eyes. If she hadn't been quick, it would have been DM's face that was shredded. Luna just looked at her with indifference. In your previous match with Little Pepper, you secretly used this fish to absorb damage, right? Why pretend to be so relaxed? Fight seriously. Putting in your best effort is respecting your opponent, and that's respecting yourself. Under the stadium, Little Pepper clapped repeatedly. Great, Luna is so right. Ah Fei also cheered non-stop. Yes, press the attack and defeat her. On the Daybreak Guild side, Ghost Arrow smiled slightly. 5th Sis was a bit careless this time. Test Light added, what that girl named Luna said is very true. Hopefully 5th Sis will cherish this lesson. Yixiao just squatted down, picking his ear, muttering, how boring, when is it my turn? As for DMDM on the arena floor, she laughed maniacally looking at Luna. So what, just because you saw through a few tricks, you think you can win? With all 5 spirit gates open, DMDM summoned all 5 spirits without hesitation. Come on, let me show you the difference in strength between the 2 of us. DMDM immediately controlled the 5 spirits to attack Luna. Fire cannon. The fire and water spirits immediately launched attacks, forcing Luna to jump to avoid them. But she ran right into the metal spirit tearing through the wind. It was truly a critical situation. Thousands of blade-edged feathers, sharp as knives, were fired from the metal spirit. Luna had to raise both hands to block the destructive power. Even so, the feathers successfully knocked Luna down to the arena floor, even though she got up very quickly. But her leg was still entangled by the vines of the wood spirit. Not stopping there, the earth spirit's poisonous spider immediately set up a formation. Earth pillars, stone pillars pierced straight up from the ground, trying to imprison Luna. The wood spirit summoned a huge stone from the sky, falling straight down on Luna's head. She couldn't avoid it as the vines from the wood spirit held her tight. With a loud crash, thin layers of dust swirled around the stone. A triumphant look flashed across DM's face. Ha, the result is that I can easily defeat you. Under the stadium, Luna's teammates were uneasy. Navigator muttered, if she hadn't said those unnecessary words, she might have won. Little Pepper was annoyed. Damn it, that stinky girl. Ah Fei looked sad. Even Luna lost. Zhan Yu was more silent. he just silently assessed the situation. Her ability to coordinate the 5-element summoning beasts is very good, she's much stronger than before. The battle seemed to have come to an end, the stone lay alone in the arena, swallowing Luna whole. DM encouraged her teammates who had supported her, "You all did a great job." Suddenly, Lu Li and Luna said in unison, "Now is the time." Luna used an extremely powerful sword technique with a blue light effect emanating from her sword, causing the stone to shatter into many pieces. This technique is called Great Sword Art. DM and her teammates were surprised by this resurgence. Luna flew in the air, holding her sword backwards, preparing to attack her opponent. DM was momentarily immobilized, her eyes looking forward. A sword descended with earth-shattering force. Smoke and dust rose. DM, though surprised, managed to use the earth-wood-water creation technique as a protection barrier to defend herself. The light of the sword seemed useless against DM's shield, while she was inside the protective sphere. Skybird and Guardian Hound flew to retaliate. DM's face wrinkled with anger, she cursed in her head, "How despicable, how despicable." She gritted her teeth and endured, "Damn it, this disgusting feeling is back, it's so nauseating and makes me sick to my stomach." The feeling that DM spoke of made her flash back to her childhood. A little girl sat huddled behind a partly open door, tears streamed down her tender face. In front of her were the traces of a brawl, a broken wine bottle. DM sat trembling in the corner watching her parents argue. Her father angrily pointed at her mother and yelled, "What's with you going crazy from morning till night? It's impossible to talk to you reasonably." Her mother retorted resentfully, "I can't talk reasonably. The most unreasonable thing I ever did was being blind and marrying you in the first place." In a fit of anger, her father agreed, "Then let's just get a divorce and be done with it." The two argued back and forth, neither willing to give in, leaving DM like a little rabbit cowering in a corner. The little girl pursed her lips tightly, preventing the cries from bursting out while tears still streamed down, her eyes closed to not witness anything more. In the blink of an eye, it was time for school. She didn't escape the violence either, now she was a victim of school violence. Surrounded by female students, she looked very weak. The purple-haired girl who seemed to be the biggest spoke up, "You bitch, you're the one secretly seducing my boyfriend, aren't you?" Her hands were held tightly, she said weakly, "I didn't." The opponent scoffed and mocked, "I heard her parents argued so much they divorced because her mother had an affair, like mother, like daughter." After saying that, she grabbed DM's hair and laughed mockingly. "Those male students even said you have beautiful, innocent eyes, you really know how to pretend." Not stopping there, they also filmed the bullying. Green TB*TCH, "We're going to strip you naked and send the video to the group so everyone can see if you're really innocent or not." Hatred flashed in her eyes, "What's coming will come." When she couldn't stand it anymore, DM resisted, jumping up and sitting on the person who was bullying her, biting the arm that dared to grab her hair. Purple Hair screamed, "Ah, this B*TCH bit me." She ordered the others around her, "It hurts, pull her off quickly." The person holding the phone continued filming and said, "I'm filming it, that's proof you hit your classmate. This world is both cruel and merciless, life is so difficult, how can I live happily? Maybe I should run away, disguise myself, grow fangs, and it'll be easier to breathe, right?" A man is exhaling cigarette smoke. DM realized she needed to change to adapt to life around her. She began to indulge in games at the internet cafe. The man said, DM, "I didn't know you were so pretty and good at games too." She smiled and replied, "Not at all, I have to thank Mr. Tiger for helping me solve the mess at school." He revealed himself to be a thug, turned to DM and said, "No problem, how about you be my girlfriend? I guarantee no one will dare to bully you at school anymore." DM stammered, "Mr. Tiger, didn't you say you saw me as a sister?" He continued, "The feelings are right. It's time to take it to the next level." A feeling of despair came again. Is this what they call the price? It's truly disgusting and nauseating. As Tiger's arm reached toward DM, someone blocked it. He scowled and shouted, "Damn it, who's there?" A group of guys stood there. The man at the front held Tiger's hand and said, "Hey, she's still a kid." The guy next to him reminded him, "Mr. Tiger is with Daybreak, we can't mess with them." Tiger asked back, "Daybreak?" The man coldly chased them away, "Get out, and don't show your faces at Daybreak Club's internet cafe again." The two guys resentfully walked away in anger. "You dog, I'll remember you." After chasing away the thugs, he turned back to DM and praised, "Sis, you're really good at games. Have you considered joining a club to be a gamer?" Surprised by the offer, she asked back, "Club, gamer?" He replied, "That's right, I think you're very talented, and our Daybreak Club is just recruiting." Her eyes lit up as if she had found the light of her life. Back to the present, she is trying her best for her teammates, can't lose, must win, must play well. I'm representing Daybreak, which is both showing my dedication and also expressing gratitude to the place that saved my life. DM used her most powerful move, the 5-wheel offense defense perfect kill. The 5 killing paths were aimed at Luna. The technique damaged a part of the arena. The smoke cleared to reveal the power of the move. The arena had a hole in it. DM was panting but happy. "I won." The bald judge gaped in surprise. "What?" The person next to him even dropped his glasses. "Did player DM break the arena?" Player Luna was defeated to the point of being vaporized. Her teammates shouted Luna's name in shock. Only Lu Li was different. He smiled and reminded everyone to look below the arena floor. Luna stood on her sword. Somehow she had managed to stick her sword into the arena floor in time. She jumped onto the arena floor to continue the fight. "Hey," DM wondered, "what are you doing? Isn't that against the rules?" The judge explained, "Player DM, from your point of view, your vision was obscured. Player Luna used her sword to stick it into the wall and hasn't fallen off the arena floor yet, so it's not against the rules." After returning, Luna's face hardened as she continued the fight. "Next, it's my turn." DM got back into her fighting stance. "So arrogant, don't think you can beat me." Luna used the moon slash technique. The two techniques clashed in the middle of the arena, neither side willing to back down. The commentator's voice rang out. Player Luna used a spinning skill that caused player DM's water and fire attack to swirl together. Fire and water instantly created a large amount of steam, and now the entire arena is covered in thick fog. The fog effect is so strong that it limits visibility and makes it so annoying that you can't see anything. Suddenly there were spots of light approaching. It was Luna's star/move. Once again the point must use earth-wood-water circle to protect firmly. The bird of paradise and the guard dog were defeated one by one. Seeing his teammates defeated, he raised his shield to execute the giant sword technique. Seeing the opening, Luna suddenly appeared from behind. "Just kidding, it was a light technique." She glanced back, not expecting that the moment she switched to attack mode was the moment she revealed the opening. Immediately, Luna coldly swung her sword to finish off her opponent. The fish head declared, the bones were broken, and contestant Luna defeated contestant DM and won the final victory. DM knelt down on the arena. Her teammates were slowly disappearing, and there was still a wound on her back that tore her shirt. She told herself that she lost. A hand reached out towards her. It was Luna. She reached out her hand to her opponent wanting to shake hands, hoping that in the future she would be able to have another great match. The final image of the tournament table was completed. The last position in the top 8 belonged to player Luna. Player Zhang Yu's team could be said to be evenly matched with the Daybreak Guild. It was really very special. The next match to choose the top 4 would definitely be even more intense and dramatic. The opponents were equally skilled. In the end, who would be able to enter the next round? Who would be eliminated? Let's wait and see. The construction workers are working at full capacity. The competition just now was really intense, causing quite a bit of damage to the arena. They are currently undergoing repairs and reinforcement. Please wait a few minutes, audience. Returning to his teammates' arms, Little Chili took her hand and praised, "Luna, you're amazing. I was so nervous just now that I was sweating." Luna said, "The opponent was really strong. Luckily with your intelligence, I was able to turn the tables." After saying that, she looked in the direction of the dot and thought, and always felt a strong pressure behind her opponent. Sadly returned, she cried at her own defeat, "I'm sorry, I lost. Small salary in front of teammates, I am not qualified to be an official team member, I made Daybreak lose face." Thursday Kwong raised his hand to stroke her head to comfort her. What sad words. He continued, there was time to be depressed, so he did more summaries. She was very talented, it was just that her time in the team was too short, and the road ahead was still very long. It was normal to have some storms. Receiving the warm comfort, she raised her hand to wipe away her tears. Guang led his teammates, but facing that team really can't be taken lightly. It looks like there's finally someone we can beat up properly. The break time passed, the two judges were in position. Okay, Everyone has waited a long time, the man in black glasses said. Everyone has waited a long time, the fish head man continued. The stage has been fixed up, the competition continues. The man in black finished speaking. Please invite the next contestant to fight. First match of the top 8, please welcome player number 4 Zhan Yu, versus player number 5 Daybreak. Yixiao, Lu Li and Yixiao stare each other down. In contrast to Lu Li's seriousness, Yixiao laughs loudly. Zhan Yu, finally it's our turn. Both sides are ready, Yixiao continues. This time, no one will disturb us, let's quickly get this over with. Lu Li responds concisely, as you wish. The commentary rings out, oh, it's heating up, please welcome Zhan Yu and Yixiao to the newly reinforced arena, let loose and fight your hearts out. The two charge at each other, red and green sparks flying from the clash. Shockwaves emanate from the battle, affecting the surrounding environment. The arena floor tears open. Seeing the arena being destroyed for the second time, the two judges and the fish on their heads can't help but exclaim, it's cracked again, just the first move, and that's with the arena being reinforced tenfold. Ignoring the damaged ground, the battle continues, the sound of weapons clashing echoes. Yixiao, with a sinister smile, unleashes a move. He slashes directly at his opponent. Lu Li raises his arm to block the sword strike. He immediately retaliates with a move, Hoi Ton Tik Y. The two of them execute their swordsmanship skills in competition. Yixiao says gleefully, yes, it's still more exciting fighting you, this time you seem stronger than before. Not seeing a response, he continues, but you're not the only one who's gotten stronger. Pausing for a few seconds of conversation, the two warriors continue their fight. This time, the power is even stronger. Red and green lightning bolts are released, sending rocks and debris flying into the sky. The dust obscures the view of the match. Daybreak's team stands outside commenting. Thursday Kwong says, no wonder Laosai thinks so highly of that Zhan Yu guy, he's certainly interesting, his skills are not inferior to a professional player. On the other side, Zhan Yu's team also observes intently. Hua Xiao, with his hands clasped, says, the opponent is too strong, this is the first time I've seen someone fight evenly with Nhige even when he's serious. Luna adds, his name is Yixiao, his reactions and awareness are so fast, it seems his entire body is operating. Both are pushed back, the attack still gathers into a ball of lightning in the middle of the arena. Yixiao, burning with energy, tears off his shirt to reveal his rippling six-pack abs. I'm warmed up enough, let's get a little serious, shall we? Not to be outdone, Lu Li immediately removes his cloak. The battle continues, the two charge at each other again. Yixiao swings his sword, and Lu Li raises his weapon to block. Yixiao suddenly lets go of his sword hilt. Lu Li is surprised as his weapon gets caught and spun around by his opponent's sword, and is knocked out of his hand. Both weapons fly away and embed themselves in the ground. The turning point of the match catches everyone's attention. The commentator exclaims, what? Yixiao suddenly used his leaving the sword technique to deflect Zhan Yu's weapon. Could it be that he wants, yes, a fistfight? Yixiao is already in position with his fists ready to fight. Still the aggressor, he attacks first. Lu Li sweats as he blocks a barrage of punches. Such a relentless attack will surely confuse his opponent. And that's exactly right. Yixiao sees an opening and immediately throws a devastating punch. Lu Li takes the punch directly to the face, blood spurting out as he falls backward. He puts his hand behind him to brace himself and uses it as leverage to spring back up. He kicks towards his opponent. His face remains emotionless. Adding another move, he springs up using his heel. He slams his knee into his opponent's face, causing him to bleed as well. Blood oozes from his mouth. He knows he's made a fatal mistake. Not allowing any downtime, the two trade punches to the face once more. The speed is too fast for the naked eye to follow. Lu Li blocks the punch, but the force is too strong, sending him tumbling backward. His strength is gradually being worn down, causing him to pant. He quickly regains his breath. He rushes towards Fong Na. He throws a roundhouse punch at his opponent, but because he is tired, the speed is no longer what it used to be. The opponent easily dodges and adds, Zhan Yu, are you tired already? Such a big opening. As if seeing the end of the fight, he doesn't hesitate to use his ice fist technique. The punch strikes Lu Li directly in the stomach, sending him flying backward. Blood poured from him without stopping, and he flew backward. But he calmly smiled. Yixiao was puzzled, something was wrong. he suddenly realized something. He flew to Lu Li and said, "We're screwed." Knowing the direction Lu Li was flying, he rushed over and shouted, "Where are you going to run?" He still managed to think, "Let's go." He no longer had any weapons. But at this moment, Lu Li got his weapon back. At the same time, Yixiao launched his punch. And then as fast as lightning, Yixiao flew up high, his whole body hit by Lu Li's blade. So it was over. Yixiao lost the match with a slash on his chest. His eyes rolled back and he fell unconscious. The Zhanyu family cheered excitedly. Ah Fei raised his fist high. "We won. Second brother is extraordinary." Hua Qiao sent out a final heart for her husband, so intoxicating. The Daybreak team stood silently watching. Everyone was puzzled by Yixiao's defeat. Dian Dian said, "No way, even fourth brother lost." Third brother just snorted. Shangguang might have anticipated this, thinking, "Oh fourth, my fourth." At any time, he could unleash an aura like a mad wolf. He would attack his enemies with wild ferocity, then let them get caught up in his rhythm. Either the enemy would beg for mercy, or he would become even more insane. Like a ferocious wolf chasing its prey, but wolves are both ruthless and possess a wild heart. In the end, humans will be driven to the edge of the cliff by the mad wolf. The wolf's eyes lit up, just like Yixiao's eyes now. They both emitted sparks of electricity. Thinking that move would take him down in one shot, who knew this guy would get even more excited, he mocked, "Too bad, Zhanyu had a blade out." Lu Li suddenly turned to look. Suddenly, Yixiao was full of energy, breaking through his power and sending Lu Li flying away. Blood him passive skill. When the player loses 1% of health, their attack power increases by 1%. After the player recovers, the passive skill disappears in 5 seconds. The number 99% appeared above Yixiao's head. His foot stomped heavily on the ground. A sword appeared in his hand, surrounded by a purple aura. He raised his sword into position. "Ready," he said. "Zhanyu, are you ready to receive my attack?" Lu Li suddenly widened his eyes. He leaned back, dodging the opponent's attack. He brought his sword up to block the slash, but he himself was also thrown back. Lu Li thought to himself, his power has indeed doubled. Yixiao jumped high and slashed his sword straight down at Lu Li. He used all his strength to defend, the blade right next to his neck. The pressure was so strong that the arena was destroyed once again. The two judges were sweating profusely. Yixiao broke the stage with one hit. "We should get used to this." Yixiao excitedly searched for his opponent. "Zhanyu, are you still trying to run?" He sensed the opponent and turned his head. Paralysis burst blade. Lu Li attacked with a new move. Lightning bolts continued to erupt. Yixiao still provoked. "Victory is leaning towards me again." Lu Li continued to use another move, backstab. He circled behind his opponent. Yixiao warned. Swung his sword forward, but Yixiao had already flown away. He said, "Too slow." He jumped high in anger. Pieces of broken stone also flew up because of it. The two continued to fight in the air. The Zhanyu family commented, "Second brother is being suppressed. You crazy dog, how dare you touch my husband? I'll teach you a lesson later." This is truly a battle of experts. Su Guang spoke up, "Let's decide the victory." The lightning bolts from each person shot out, fighting intensely in the air to form a fireball. Both of them were exhausted. Yixiao goes first. "Zhanyu, I've been through so many battles, you're the most insane one I've ever met, so let's end this with one move." He closed his eyes and repeated, "End it," then opened them and executed the hunting technique, compulsory battle intent. The move is explained as follows: compulsory battle intent. The targeted enemy cannot evade attacks for 10 seconds, takes additional damage upon impact, increased damage by 20. Indeed, Lu Li's body was locked, his whole person enveloped by Yixiao's aura. He said, "Let me finish you with my strongest move." He used the move Azure Wolf. A giant blue wolf head appeared behind him. Lu Li said without changing expression, "It's been a long time since I've felt like this." His other hand was doing something gold appeared. Now in his hand were two weapons. "Oh yeah, I forgot to tell you, I'm a dual wielder." He had previously killed the guild master of the Divine Light Guild and acquired White Concealment and Hidden Dragon. Explanation: Hidden Dragon is a long-form equipment for assassins, with 100 strength, plus 480 attack, plus 240 critical hit, plus 99 speed. Its characteristic is that it can be split into two Hidden Dragon swords. Each time is used to attack a target. it leaves a mark on the target, and each mark adds 1% damage, up to 240. A dragon had appeared behind Lu Li. Yixiao laughed maniacally, haha, Zhanyu, you really are no ordinary person. He didn't remain indifferent but smiled, come on, let's see who's the real madman. One side was the dragon, the other was the wolf, the two sides charged at each other. Too terrifying, the moment of explosion was extremely intense with lightning of various colors, red, yellow, orange, purple, blue, crashing down from many directions, converging at one point on the ground. The point of contact between these energy flows emitted blinding light and shattered the ground into pieces, creating a powerful and dramatic effect. From afar, one could witness just how earth-shattering the event was. The smoke and dust were thick, the two judges couldn't even sit still in their seats. The bald one stammered, is there a result yet? The one with sunglasses scratched his head, wait a bit, how can we know with all this dust? Continuing, the bald one said, looks like we can see now, there's a result. The aftermath was devastating. After an earth-shattering duel, the once sturdy arena was now just standing stone pillars, shattered walls, and cracked ground, clear signs of the terrifying power that had collided. On a stone peak, Zhanyu, the survivor and victor, stood tall with great momentum. Opposite him, the defeated one lay collapsed, his body covered in blood, a testament to the ferocity of the match. Zhanyu is the ultimate winner. Congratulations to Zhanyu for leveling up to rank 4, someone commented, what, he leveled up to rank 4, isn't this the semi-finals? Yixiao bowed to his opponent, congratulations to player Zhanyu on advancing to the top 4. Tan Xie stood with his arms crossed, commenting, fourth brother really lost, and he lost in a direct confrontation, hard to believe. Dian Dian also said that fourth brother's bloodlust anthem and the increased damage from compulsory battle intent plus Azure Wolf were inherently high in damage, how could he lose? Guangshu put his hand on his chin and commented, the final wave caused a lot of damage to fourth brother, the reason he lost was because fourth brother was too greedy for the attack power that the bloodlust anthem provided him, and his own health dropped too low. Moreover, I always feel that this Zhanyu seems to have abundant strength, probably still has a trump card hidden. This kind of strength can be endured and hidden. This person is really interesting. On the battlefield, they may be enemies, but when the match ended, the two returned to a friendly state. Lu Li helped Yixiao up and asked, how are you feeling? He replied, you really know that move, kid, I was careless this time, wait until I've recovered and we'll fight again. Yixiao was still smiling, pointing at him and saying, but I have to say, your final move Hidden Dragon is really strong. I lost, but I'm okay with it, Lu Li said, this is the most interesting match I've had since I started playing this game. He didn't stop there, right, do you want to join our Daybreak Guild? If you come, the position of number 3 will be yours. He politely declined, thank you for your offer, but I have other important things to do. Yixiao changed the subject, it's okay, if we're not teammates, we can still be friends, if you need anything, just say so. Yixiao, I'm all in for my friends, I never go back on my word. When you're free, let's hang out offline, get some barbecue and have a few drinks. Lu Li smiled and agreed, sure. The two players left, leaving the mess to the organizers. The commentator said, the intensity of this match has been very clear, please wait a moment, viewers, we will repair and reinforce the arena as quickly as possible. The two judges said with headaches, quickly send someone to ask for instructions from His Majesty the King. How many more levels do we need to reinforce? The one in black said, sir, do you think the next match will be even more intense? The other one put the fish on his head and said, very likely, if this continues, the champion won't even appear before we and the audience are obliterated. A man sleeping in the darkness wearing a red cloak was coughing. In front of him was a screen showing the match, but behind him were many wires attached. That was the king, a voice echoed from outside, Your Majesty. The king replied, what is it? The voice outside continued, the host wants to ask for your instructions on how many more levels to reinforce the arena. He replied, reinforce it to the highest level, don't delay the competition any further, hurry up. The voice outside replied, yes, I will report back. After speaking, His Majesty coughed up blood. The king was nothing but skin and bones, behind him were tangled wires, he had no life left, at his feet was a mountain of blood-soaked paper. He thought he needed to quickly find the strongest warrior, time was running out for him. The repair time was slowly passing. The stage was looking brand new again, thank you for waiting, under the encouragement of His Majesty the King, the new arena has been built. This time, the level of solidity has been maximized, there will definitely not be a situation like before again. The host continued, so let's continue our competition. Please welcome the next group of players. Please welcome player number 26, Ah Fei, handsome and radiating confidence. Ah Fei appeared flamboyantly, saying, the handsome guys on stage. Facing off against player number 1, Daybreak's Guangshu. Ah Fei's confidence was gone when he saw his opponent. He exclaimed, are you kidding me? Why do I have to face a boss? Guangshu calmly crossed his arms and continued, go ahead. Before anything even happened he had imagined the future, but if I were to win and then face the guild master of Daybreak, wouldn't I be the MVP here? Xiao Luo Xiao would definitely worship me, be obsessed with me, and then actively ask me out. Should I take her to Hotpot for our first meal, or to eat Western food? After eating, we'd go for a walk in the shopping mall and then watch a movie afterwards. He was immersed in his thoughts, and he put his hands on his hips, laughing foolishly. Hee. Guangshu interrupted Ah Fei's thoughts saying, bro, do you know what the first thing a mage needs to do when facing a warrior is? Still in his own thoughts he answered subconsciously, what is it? Suddenly Guangshu rushed over and said, it's creating distance. Being attacked suddenly, Ah Fei was a little startled. He thought as he created a fireball, he thought it was a bit heavy, but unexpectedly the speed was so fast. He used intermediate spell interruption to respond. Guangshu asked why he didn't use his left hand to counterattack, as the left hand could cast spells faster and reduce the chance of being hit. Ah Fei chuckled softly and said, you're just lucky, stop flailing around and execute the mid-range spellcasting. One fireball after another was fired. This is the fire stream technique. Always maintaining a calm demeanor, Guangshu said, right, you're trying to create distance and then use illusions to disrupt my rhythm. The strategy is sound, but unfortunately. With that, Guangshu unleashed his moves, his sword effortlessly slicing through the fireballs that Ah Fei created. Ah Fei was stunned, his face blank with surprise. He slumped to the ground, while Guangshu stood tall, his sword still engulfed in flames. Guangshu continued, unfortunately, your script has gone awry, now your fighting spirit has vanished, you can no longer win against me, surrender. Just as his opponent had assessed, his will was now gone. He couldn't think of anything. How am I supposed to fight this? Once again, the commentator's voice rang out, player Ah Fei has been suppressed to the point where he can't use any skills. How can there be such a big difference between 8 strong players? The strength of Guildmaster Daybreak is truly unfathomable. His teammates outside were also anxious. Little Pepper kept cheering, Ah Fei, get up and keep fighting. Hua Qiu, on the other hand, said, it shouldn't be a skill gap that is too wide. She continued thoughtfully, I remember now, that Guildmaster Daybreak's real name is Yang Guang. He's a top professional player who has been famous for a long time. He's been playing professionally for over 15 years, and has participated in over 100 world competitions, winning over 30 championship titles. 2 years ago, he retired to become a coach. I didn't expect to meet him here. Little Pepper continued to cheer, come on, Ah Fei, if you win, you can make money, if you lose, it won't be a big deal. Ignoring the encouragement, Ah Fei was lost in his own thoughts. No, I can't completely give up, it's too embarrassing. He looked behind him and saw Lu Li pointing to his head. Maybe he's giving me a hint. He suddenly remembered the past, the sounds of mice and keyboards clicking incessantly. Various voices rang out, save me, they're cheating, WC, go up, don't sell me. Then there was the sound of ordering food, boss, a box of instant noodles. 3 young men sat in front of computer screens. Ah Fei said, we've finally reached the final world boss. No one has ever gotten past this. What strategy should we use later? The young man eating the bowl of noodles pointed to his head and said, improvise. But Ah Fei sighed. Every time I ask you, you say that, but when we fight, older brother is the one who pulls aggro and deals damage to the boss, second brother supplements and loots, and I can only improvise. I know you guys look down on my gear. Holding a cup of noodles, he raised his hand to explain, no, older brother didn't mean it that way. The other young man stood up and rubbed his head comfortingly, stop talking nonsense, older brother deals damage to the boss because he only knows how to hide in the bushes, second brother, I play support because I need to calculate everyone's skill cooldown times. The other guy nodded in agreement while slurping noodles, that's right. The person who has the most improvisation ability in our group is the one who thinks of ways for the magical horse to glide through the wind and clouds the most. Your unique style is the one that surprises everyone the most. You're not wrong about anything you said, receiving unexpected praise. Ah Fei blushed. Alright, if you've thought it through, then prepare quickly, we have to fight the boss now. Noticing the change in his opponent, Guang Shu exclaimed. Your fighting spirit has recovered again, not bad. Did thinking about the past excite your mind? Ah Fei started to retreat. His assistant, the little spirit, appeared. He said to her, this guy keeps rambling in my ear, it's so annoying. CC, play my music playlist. Receiving the order, the little spirit replied, alright, master, playing your music now. The music was ready, the power of music was amazing. Ah Fei's fighting spirit was more intense than ever. He said loudly, that's right. Ah Fei closed his eyes and enjoyed his favorite song, tapping his feet to the rhythm. Guang Shu was quite surprised. Ah Fei ran towards his opponent. Guang Shu swung his sword, but he easily lay down and dodged it. He looked down in shock. Fei's mischievous hand was aiming for his nether regions. Fortunately, Guang Shu's body was agile, so he avoided a fatal blow. He asked, is this your new fighting style, attacking the lower body? After the last attack, Ah Fei regretted that it was slightly off. Then he continued to attack. Well, try this, another fire meteor technique. But it couldn't make things difficult for Guang Shu. He blocked each fireball and commented, the attack is too dispersed, and the accuracy is not high. With that, he flew towards him, preparing to slash his opponent. Calmly waiting for his opponent to get close, Ah Fei immediately used the fire dragon coil technique. A pillar of swirling fire like a tornado appeared on the arena. Little Pepper praised, beautiful, Ah Fei, if you're surrounded by the fire dragon coil like that, you'll either die or be skinned alive. The arena was hotter than ever. The two stood facing each other, unleashing their signature moves. The commentator said, player Guang Shu really seems to be able to handle Ah Fei's moves with ease. He rested his sword on his shoulder and said, from a mage's perspective, your close combat skills are not bad. But a mage is still a mage. With that, he knocked him flying into the sky. Ah Fei raised both hands to defend, his face contorted. And then, in the air, you can still execute the Iron Song technique. Myriad Heaven Starfire, all for my use, a torrent of fiery affection. A dense array of fireballs appeared above Shu Guang's head, like a net enveloping him. The fire net was unleashed by Ah Fei, rocketing straight down at the opponent. The heat even reached the judges' seats. It's terrifying. Ah Fei's technique seems to have been upgraded, the arena might shake again soon. Ah Fei breathed heavily. Phew, how's that, was it effective? A laugh echoed from within the fireballs. Haha. It was Shu Guang with his shield in hand. Not bad, that was a decent move. Hua Qiao said, that's not right, such powerful moves aren't hitting their mark. Xiao Jiao was surprised. How is this possible? He's clearly been hit by a lot of skills, but the result is as if nothing happened. Luna also wondered, the opponent hasn't even used any moves yet. Lu Li remained silent, lost in thought. Ah Fei's flame seemed fainter than before. Shu Guang remained behind his sturdy shield, not counterattacking at all. He continued, your attacks are becoming erratic. Indeed, Ah Fei's strength was dwindling, and beads of sweat began to pour from his face and hands. At this moment, he looked half the size of his opponent. Shu Guang began to make his move. That burst just now wasn't bad, but it was just a backlight reversal. Even with his face covered in sweat, he still smiled, anticipating something. The climax has arrived. Shu Guang's sword slashed down in front of him, but the music changed drastically. Ah Fei, who seemed exhausted just moments ago, was now surrounded by white flames. These were the brightest and hottest flames, and with just one hand he managed to block Shu Guang's sword. Infinite firepower explained, consume all remaining mana points to enter the infinite firepower state for 10 seconds. In the infinite firepower state, skills consume no mana, cooldown time is reduced by 70%, and damage taken is increased by 30. Incredible, Shu Guang exclaimed, is that a legendary skill? The countdown began. 10 seconds. Ah Fei asked him sternly, have you eaten? Without waiting for the opponent's reply, he immediately launched a kick into Shu Guang's chin, sending him flying into the air. Great explosion. He thought to himself, great explosion. 7 seconds left on the countdown. Ah Fei's speed was like a rocket. he flew behind Shu Guang and said, "Expert, your reaction is too slow." Still the great explosion technique, he kicked, causing the opponent to slam face first into the arena floor, shattering the ground. Shu Guang painfully spat out some blood. 5 seconds left, Ah Fei continued to prepare the triple flaming tornado technique. The tide of the match had turned in Ah Fei's favor. Everyone on the outside had different comments. Dian Dian said, "A mage this strong, how can we beat the boss?" Third brother still smiled, "Legendary skills are no match for epic ones." Yishao was interested, "You've got something new up your sleeve." Shaola Jiao said proudly, "Ah Fei is so handsome," Lu Li praised. "Well done, a lot of progress," Luna analyzed. "This type of skill is extremely suitable for Ah Fei's flexible fighting style," Hua Qiao thought, "He's worthy of being my brother-in-law." The fireball art had been multiplied 99 times. 3 seconds left, it became a gigantic fireball art, the ball like a miniature dwarf star. Ah Fei shouted, "Take this," and threw the ball straight at the opponent. Shu Guang looked up at the ball, raised his shield to defend, and thought, "If I face this head-on, I might be done for." But nothing is impossible. He used the reflection shield technique, explained as follows: after activation, within 1 second, it can reflect damage. The reflected damage is 30% of a person's maximum health, truly powerful. Indeed, only 1 second left for both sides to use their full power. That 1 second caused the fireball to fly back at Ah Fei. He was truly afraid of what was in front of him, not even a little bit. Then he was swallowed by the fireball. His teammates shouted his name, Ah Fei. It was clear. The people sitting above commented, "What a pity, Ah Fei has failed." Shu Guang's reflection shield swept away Ah Fei's victory. Congratulations to Shu Guang for becoming a 4th-level expert. Looking at his opponent falling, Shu Guang commented, "In the last 10 seconds of infinite firepower that he used, both the oppressive power and the idea of combining skills were almost perfect." At the same moment Ah Fei hit the ground, Shu Guang's pants fell down. The entire stadium erupted in cheers and shouts. "His butt is so white, shameless. This guy is not only strong, but look at how white it is. Oh my god, what is that? Cover your eyes. Is he showing off? Is that on purpose?" Even the host had to remind him, "Player Shu Guang, please pull up your pants, the entire country is watching this live." Blood smeared across Ah Fei's face and body. He smiled and thought, this is good, I knew I definitely wasn't his opponent anyway." Before completely collapsing, he still thought of the main mission, the goal being to get as much information from him as possible. "Second brother, I'll have to rely on you for what comes next." Shu Guang stood there smiling happily. "Unexpectedly my assessment earlier wasn't high enough. That's right, I'm liking you more and more." Ah Fei saw Shu Guang's pants falling down to his knees. He sighed, "Older brother, aren't you going to pull up your pants? You don't have some kind of special fetish, do you?" The other players looked at this scene, everyone with a look of frustration and helplessness. On the platform, the MC with a fish on his head had one hand clenched on the table and the other on his head in frustration. "The show is almost over, get them off the stage quickly," the MC with the black glasses announced. "Next player, please come to the stage. Please invite player number 18 to fight with player number 3 Daybreak Devil Arrow." Hoa Tu had bright purple hair, a dress slid up to her thighs, and she warmed up her hands as she stepped onto the stage. "Finally, it's my turn, opponent. Are you ready to die?" In contrast to the high-spirited Hoa Tu, Katim unexpectedly placed a hand on his chest and bowed respectfully. "Sister Hoa Tu," Hoa Tu asked in surprise. "Oh, you know me." Katim smiled sincerely. "Sister Hoa Tu, I'm your fan, I've been following you for a long time." The ghost girl reminisced about the past and told the navigator in a voice full of admiration and pride, "I know she has a 10-year gaming career and she started to become famous in her 2nd year of professional competition. I remember when she participated in the National League of Legends gaming competition, the first day. She directly won MVP and championship. The next year she switched to shooting games and directly won the title of best shooter in the PUBG global competition. 3 years after your debut, you became the backbone of the AF Club. In the annual gaming report, you were ranked number 1 among female gaming operators for 3 consecutive years. There are many more things related to you. I still feel very sorry that you retired." Hoa Tu watched him recount non-stop. She rested her hand on her chin, thinking, "This guy doesn't like me, does he? No matter how you look at it, he's very sinister. if you give him a score, it's probably around 20 to 30, Zhan Yu is looking at me now, I can't hesitate, I must refuse cleanly, to let him know that I already have someone else in my heart. Otino, little Chili, standing outside the platform, secretly reminded Hoa Tu, sister, what are you standing there for, there's something strange behind that person. Hoa Tu turned to look at Otino, a confused expression on her face. Hearing from behind, Hoa Tu quickly turned around to look. Behind Hoa Tu, Katim now had many roots growing around him, he laughed loudly, hee, I didn't expect to hold you off so easily. Katim's tree roots grew larger and larger like a giant root, and Katim stood on it. Magic Tree Descent, chanted for 10 seconds to summon the magic tree. The magic tree cannot be moved, but the magic tree will attack enemies when they enter the range. The blood of the magic tree is equal to 150% of the summoner. The magic tree is immortal. The magic tree will regenerate indefinitely. The magic tree Descent had now been chanted by Katim, and it had become a huge magic tree that took up more than half of the arena. The two MCs sitting on the platform exclaimed in panic, what? Player Katim summoned a sky-piercing tree on the stage. Katim now stood firmly on a branch. He smiled, sorry, you've already lost. Hoa Tu stared at Katim and replied, just based on this tree. After saying that, Hoa Tu rushed straight towards the tree. The roots of the magic tree constantly attacked Hoa Tu, but she was very agile and dodged them all. Katim raised his bow and arrow, using the arrow rain formation technique. Then a series of blue arrows flew quickly towards Hoa Tu. Hoa Tu immediately responded, she stomped her foot hard on the ground, using the tremor stomp technique, kicking away all the incoming arrows. But from within the hazy smoke, an arrow flew out quickly, grazing her face, causing an injury to the area under her right eye. Katim smiled slyly at this moment, he raised his bow and shot an arrow called Myong Arrow towards Hoa Tu. Hoa Tu did not back down, she moved forward while using both hands to block the arrows that were coming at her. Not a single arrow touched her body, and they were all knocked away by her. She thought to herself, this tree mainly uses height advantage, enhancing vision, harassing the opponent along with the shooter constantly firing. Indeed, this tactic will exhaust the warriors. I have to find a chance to get close, Hoa Tu thought as she reached out and chopped off a nearby tree root, then, immediately, she shouldered the log, and threw the log straight towards Katim. Navigator, step on one foot to gain momentum and jump. Stand up on the log that is flying towards the devil arrow. Katim smiled, he raised his bow with both hands, waiting, he whispered, target locked, mandala arrow. The arrow shot out sparks of electricity, attacking directly at Hoa Tu. Instantly, the log that Hoa Tu was standing on was shot in half by Katim's arrow. Hoa Tu used the mountain shaking fist technique, creating a golden light, aiming straight at Katim. She said, I won't give you a chance to shoot arrows. Katim was not afraid at all, he grinned, he used the void arrow technique to counterattack. Immediately, a purple stream of power was fired by Katim, knocking Hoa Tu away, causing her to fall to the ground. The demon arrow smiled mockingly, looks like your reflexes have slowed down since you retired, an archer who dares to stand so far away must have some life-saving skills, isn't that obvious? The navigator was knocked to the ground, she glared up angrily and shouted, say your piece now, because soon all you'll be able to do is cry. Suddenly, the navigator spat out a mouthful of bright red blood, and one of her legs buckled. She braced herself with one hand on the ground, her body emitting purple electric sparks. The navigator trembled, I've been poisoned. The demon arrow watched her, smugly thinking, I knew you would resist the attack and come to kill me, so I made sure that mandala arrow hit its mark. The poison from that mandala arrow won't stop until all your blood is gone. The demon arrow looked down, his voice contemptuous, now, how long do you think you can last against my control and attrition, idle? The navigator just stared but said nothing. The navigator stood up, clutching the wound that was spreading rapidly. Only 30 seconds left, she thought, and I'll be dead from the poison. According to her calculations, third brother would continue to stand in the tree, first shooting arrows, then using vines to attack. In 30 seconds, facing the harassment of the vines and the archer's attacks, she also had to close the distance. The navigator remembered the scene of herself being knocked back by the magic from third brother's bow, so the next step would be to avoid the knockback skill and use her most explosive combo to eliminate him immediately. Just as she finished formulating her plan, she saw a green light flashing on the tall tree, aimed directly at the navigator. Third brother still had a squinting smile on his face, drawing his bow and arrow. "Hey, I don't intend to give you time to breathe." Splitting arrow. A technique that summoned 10 arrows, which, along with the vines, rushed towards the navigator simultaneously. She quickly spun around and somersaulted. Then landed, perfectly dodging the attack. The vines and arrows missed their target, and they rushed into each other from self-destruction. The green arrows pierced through the vines, creating an impact, and the vines caught fire. Third brother stood firmly on the tree, nonchalantly saying, 20 seconds left. The pilot used the mountain kick. Purple magic rose from the ground, helping her to crush the winding vines, and at the same time pushed her body into the air. The navigator continued to summon lightning around her legs, preparing for the next attack. Third brother, facing this wave of magic, didn't move at all. "Your attacks are still the same as before you retired." "Very monotonous," he said, then drew his bow and countered the purple magic from her air bullet arrow. The two types of magic intersected, creating a small explosion, and the force of the air bullet arrow made the navigator flip backward. But immediately, she generated fire from her arms and quickly clapped her hands together forcefully, combining the two flames, creating a mountain-shattering gun. A large flame formed a huge vortex, and the navigator flew towards him in front of third brother's surprised expression. Even the commentators exclaimed, "Excellent, player navigator has used the strength division of her skills to rush towards player demon arrow again." The navigator swung her arm forcefully, the flame moving with her attack, slamming straight into the branch where third brother was standing. The branch shattered in the flames, forcing third brother to jump elsewhere. There were only 15 seconds left before the navigator was consumed by the poison, but she continued to chase third brother. Her attack was aimed directly at her opponent, but he dodged it nimbly. The attack then slammed into the ground, causing it to crack open. Third brother in movement recoiled to take 3 more green arrows to execute 3 splitting arrows. Again dozens of arrows towards the navigator. This time she pulled straight out of the thick shell from the tree third brother had just summoned. Throw straight in the direction of the arrow. The 3 splitting arrows were blocked, but cracks began to appear in the tree bark, followed by purple lights that crept along the cracks, forming strange shapes. The bark cracked into small pieces, and electric sparks approached the navigator. The mandala arrow appeared in a flash, seemingly regaining the advantage. But the navigator was paralyzed by this blow, her body out of control, falling freely from above before. Third brother's smug expression, 9 seconds left, but it seems we don't need to count anymore. Ishiao, standing outside, commented, "What, even if old third wins, it doesn't feel satisfying." Guangshu added from the side, "Old third's fighting style is a bit dragging, but as the vice commander of the team, winning is what he values." Third brother recalled the time he prepared for the match. He had researched his opponent in advance. For each opponent, old third would collect data, analyze the characteristics and weaknesses in the opponent's fighting style, and then create the perfect plan with the highest probability of winning to deal with them. Especially for opponents who have been famous for a long time, old third's strategy will be even more flawless. Before this thorough preparation, Ishiao had a question, "Then isn't he invincible?" Guangshu immediately decoded, Definitely not. After all, data is dead, but people are alive. But someone who is directly fighting like third brother has noticed abnormalities. That's not right. Why haven't they announced the end yet? Is she not dead yet?" Right under the base of the tree, a large cloud of smoke appeared, and the navigator dashed out of the smoke, quickly rushing towards third brother. But third brother remained calm. "Considering the poison wound from earlier, you only have 3 seconds left, don't even think about it." After finishing he stretched his bow and fired another shot at eye level, but the navigator avoided, and she fell backward relying on the sand to continue sliding forward. Until third brother realizes. She was standing guard in front of him. She summoned 6 fists controlled by purple lightning. Third brother kept dodging the incoming punches. 2 seconds left. "My health is at 70%, even if I stood still and let her hit me, it wouldn't be enough time," he insisted. "I've won." Despite that, Xiao continued to attack. A punch landed successfully, sending third brother flying. The bow and arrow in his hand slipped. The other 6 arms continued to lunge forward. Vu Din surpassed her limits, even with only 1 second remaining. Hua Xiao still struggled to control her arms to continue fighting. 0 seconds. third brother was sent flying by her attack. He lost consciousness, while Hua Xiao was also being consumed by toxins. Her face was streaked with purple, venomous blood vessels. Both of them lost control and fell. The announcer announced, contestant Hoa Tu and contestant Noi Tien have both fallen, losing their ability to fight. The referee wearing black glasses asked Hoa Duk Tui, "Sir, how will the result of this match be decided?" He sighed and announced over the loudspeaker. "Please wait a moment, the outcome of this match will be decided by His Majesty the King." Yixiao, standing in the stands with Thursday Kwong, asked, "Boss, how did you hype up Lao Tam just now? 70% health in 2 seconds for third brother is too exaggerated." Thursday Kwong smiled, his eyes still fixed on the arena. "We spoke a bit too soon. Hoa Tu is indeed a top-tier expert from back in the day. If I'm not mistaken, she might have entered the zone at the end." Yixiao asked, "What zone?" Thursday Kwong immediately explained, "The zone is simply an extraordinary state of unity between body and mind, very common in sports. In the zone, the brain and muscle cells enter a state of excitement. The senses change, one can accurately judge how to react. One feels incredibly comfortable and natural, the body relaxes to complete movements, performing well naturally. So I guess Hoa Tu surpassed her own limits in the zone to be able to draw this match." Yixiao exclaimed, "That's awesome, I'll try it later too." Hoa Duk Tui whispered to the bodyguard. After a moment, the bodyguard cleared his throat. "Ladies and gentlemen, you have waited a long time, I will now announce the results decided by the king." Then, Hoa Duk Tui continued, "The king's decision is that although the performance of both contestants was excellent, time waits for no one. We regret to inform you that both contestants have failed to advance and remain in the top 8. We apologize and ask the 2 contestants to leave the arena." Hoa Tu left the arena looking very disheveled, in a terribly wretched state. Otino helped her walk, exclaiming, "Sister," but she said, "It's okay." Reaching Zhan Yu, Hoa Tu lowered her head and said softly, "I'm sorry, I lost," but Ah Fei gestured to comfort her. "You were great," Luna chimed in, "that final counterattack was excellent." Zhan Yu said, "How can a draw be considered a loss? You were already very good. Your attacks in the final 2 seconds almost exceeded the system's maximum value for this level." Hoa Tu, who was crying, suddenly stopped. She looked up and asked Zhan Yu, "Hubby, are you comforting me? This time it was my carelessness, I won't lose next time." She looked as excited as if she had found true love, but in contrast to her, Zhan Yu didn't seem happy. "Hey, don't call me that, we're not in that kind of relationship," she replied. "I'm just calling you hubby in advance," he retorted. "I have no intention of being in a relationship." The announcement from Hoa Duk Tui sounded again. "Alright, next up are the final 2 contestants of the quarterfinals, match 4, please welcome contestant number 7, Luna, to fight against number 2, contestant Daybreak Lei Dao." Luna was encouraged by everyone, "Good luck." Immediately afterwards, her little fairy assistant appeared and told Luna, "Luna, you have a call from your dad." Her eyes widened. Surprised, she answered the call, "Cough, cough, cough, Dad, you're looking for me." Her father said, "I just received a report from the lab that your compatibility is higher than others, come to the company with me now," Luna replied. Yes, she thought, Dad wants to take me to the company, I remember. The last time I went to Dad's company was, but she suddenly startled, remembering, "Oh no, I'm fighting in the arena with Zhan Yu and the others." She said anxiously, "That's right, Dad, can you wait for me a bit, I'm..." Before she could finish, her father impatiently interrupted, "I don't like waiting, the butler will come to pick you up immediately." Luna replied, "Yes, I'll get ready." He looked at the phone with Luna's wallpaper displaying a compatibility level of 89, and thought, perhaps this is fate. Luna hurried to Zhan Yu, bowing and explaining apologetically, "I'm sorry everyone, something urgent has come up at home, I can't participate in the competition for now." Ah Fei smiled, "There are 2 of us here, don't worry," Zhan Yu added, "It's okay, family matters are more important." Odino also replied with a smile, "We're all friends, no need to be so polite." "Oh quickly," Luna continued, "I'm very sorry." Then she connected with Hoa Duk Tui, reporting that her status was currently offline, and that she would no longer compete. Hoa Duk Tui told the bodyguard, who was surprised and said, "What, contestant Luna has chosen to withdraw from the competition?" Hoa Duk Tui replied, "Perhaps something more important has come up," and announced over the loudspeaker, "Due to contestant Luna forfeiting the competition, contestant Lei Dao will advance directly. So, for the moment, there are only 3 contestants, Thursday Kwang, Zhan Yu, and Lei Dao. The champion will be one of these 3, let us all look forward to it together. So who will be the first to step into the ring? Please welcome contestant number 2, Daybreak Lei Dao, to fight against contestant number 3, Daybreak Thursday Kwang. What a coincidence, it's turned into an internal battle for the Daybreak Guild. Ah Fei stood with Zhan Yu inside. When second brother plays in the finals, he must be careful of that guild master, he is really unreasonably strong, Little Chili also added, although his operations have no loopholes, but his fighting style is quite old, he can break through from this direction. The man in the gray cloak was surprised, really have to fight, the official laughed happily, how unlucky, but it's been a long time since we fought, third brother said again, we must avoid this kind of meaningless fighting revealing information to other guilds. Yixiao on the other hand seemed uninterested, exclaimed. Lei Dao said to Thursday Kwang, but give that assassin to me, I want to fight him, he asked again, it's rare to see you take the initiative to fight Zhan Yu, does that also interest you? Then he waved his hand to the place of Hoa Duk Tui, hey, I surrender, then said to Lei Dao, you owe me a meal making Lei Dao speechless. The 2 people above commented together. Hua Shui said, player 2 Kwang reserved the right to compete and chose to let Lei Dao directly level up. The bodyguard continued, it was reasonable for the team to avoid fighting, but I have someone who would let player 2 Kwang level up. Hua Shui said maybe they thought that whether player 2 Kwang or player Lei Dao would still be able to win for sure, the notification bar displayed. Then without further ado, the audience finally arrived at the final match. Please invite number 3 player Zhan Yu to fight against number 2 player Daybreak Lei Dao, in the end who will be the champion warrior, let's wait and see. The 3 people including Ah Fei, Little Chili and the pilot encouraged him together. Ah Fei was the most excited and shouted, Big Brother will definitely win, Big Brother will definitely win, the pilot praised, the scent of hormones is so strong, Little Chili only said keep it up. Zhan Yu just walked over and met Yixiao, he exclaimed, Yixiao, he told you he is the eldest brother, just now when we fought, you revealed quite a few moves, to be fair I will reveal some information about second sister. But you definitely can't win against her, he said, glancing at Lei Dao. The finals begin now. When the first battle started, Lu Li and Lei Dao fought. Both of them used the white concealment skill which made them both transparent. When the commentator saw no one on the stage, he asked, hey, where are you? Hoa Duk Tui replied that the 2 players had simultaneously used stealth skills. In stealth mode, Lei Dao is searching for his opponent. When both of them identified each other, they prepared their fighting stance. When the stealth state ended, both of them immediately launched their moves at each other. Lei Dao's move was a kick, and there was also a flame on his foot, he was not to be outdone and picked up his sword to fight. When the 2 moves collided, they created a huge shockwave. But it seems the weaker one was the one who swung the knife causing her to be pushed back. He took advantage of the momentum and rushed forward, the 2 of them fighting in the sky and on the ground. Their speed was so fast that it created many illusions in the sky. The commentator saw so many Lu Li and Lei Dao in the sky that he asked, suddenly there were so many Zhan Yu and Lei Dao players on the field, is it a clone technique? Hua Shui replied no, but after images because their speed was too fast. He raised his hand, preparing to swing his sword and slash. He slashed repeatedly, creating slashes and attacks with his knife, but she dodged them all. Now the knife gains momentum. She kicked him repeatedly but he blocked her with his sword, they were evenly matched. No one would give in. Then the 2 of them rushed forward and used their feet to fight each other, creating a shocking aftershock. The collision of the 2 kicks instantly pushed the 2 of them back. Ah Fei watched his match and Lei Dao asked, are you 2 evenly matched? The Chinese replied, we're both testing the waters, we haven't started fighting yet. Little Chili didn't understand and was still wondering, we've already fought like this, but it's still just testing the waters. Na glared, he was about to swing his sword towards Lei Dao. She is not just. Immediately use brutal skills. When the 2 moves collided, it created a huge and powerful shockwave, the ground shook, the commentator and Duk Tui had to exclaim, the collision skill was extremely powerful, it seemed that this was the pinnacle battle of the top assassins. Suddenly, a bright red light flashed through the white smoke. It was Lu Li, he was holding a sword and rushing straight towards Lei Dao but was discovered by her and dodged to the side. He quickly threw a strong kick that sent him flying. She used her teleport to rush towards him, raising her leg high to prepare for another kick, but he was already prepared. Immediately used the back to teleport behind her. Lei Dao reacted and immediately turned his head back. She immediately used her back to teleport behind him and kicked him in the back of the head. By the time he regained his composure, the Lei Dao had already changed its target to his sword-wielding hand. She locked his arms and used her cross-body to try. 2 legs clamped around his neck. He gritted his teeth and thought, oh no. Lu Li quickly created another sword to attack her. As the sword slashed, she effortlessly performed a perfect triple somersault in the air, dodging his attack. Both stood motionless. He thought to himself, is she still probing me? He secretly recalled what Xiao had said to him, brother, don't blame me for being blunt, but you can't beat my second sister. Since joining Daybreak, I've fought her thousands of times over the past few years but never won. The scene shifted to Lei Dao's past. She held a sniper rifle, accurately shooting each opponent. Xiao recounted, second sister in reality used to be a mercenary captain, experiencing countless hardships. Some people rumored that she was not only accurate with guns but also knowledgeable about all kinds of firearms. She held 2 short swords in her hands, wiping out the remaining soldiers. With just a knife, she could easily kill dozens of people. You're probably curious about why someone like that would play games with us. At that time, he also replied, I'm curious too. At this moment, Lei Dao aimed her gun directly at the head of a gangster who was leisurely sitting cross-legged on the opposite sofa. It wasn't until one drinking session, when second sister was drunk, that we learned the reason was that she had participated in a mission. The opposition was a criminal gang trafficking in children's organs. They not only had a numerical advantage but also kidnapped children as hostages. But the worst part was that even second sister's teammate was bought off by the enemy. Her teammate suddenly appeared behind her, his hand raised high with a dagger, ready to strike. She was stabbed hard in the neck by her teammate. She paused for a moment and bent her arm back to shoot that guy with the last bullet. There were no bullets left in the pistol at this point. At that time, the last bullet in the pistol had been fired. In an emergency, without much time to think, second sister grabbed the dagger stuck in her body, and made a stab at the boss's head. At that moment, he managed to press the button to activate the bomb. The timer on the bomb was counting down. That dead dog pressed the remote control before dying. She cried out helplessly in pain, no. Boom, those poor children were burned to death before her eyes. She knelt down, watching the children gradually burn to black. That event became an insurmountable burden in second sister's heart. Afterwards, she gave up being a mercenary and returned to the country. Later, I don't know how she got acquainted with our boss, and was dragged by that shameless old man into our Daybreak team and became an esports player. Normally, second sister plays games pretty well, but when it comes to shooting games and virtual reality fighting games, her level is overwhelmingly one-sided, beating people to the point of suppressing them. Oh, I forgot to tell you, second sister is ranked number 1 on the assassin leaderboard of the domestic server of the game Illusory Moon, the number 1 ranked Daybreak Lei Dao. He stared and said, the top mercenary assassin on the domestic server. He picked up the sword and said with a smile, interesting. She was silent, not understanding what he was talking about. She reached behind her for her weapon, preparing for a fighting stance. Then they both rushed at each other. Zhan Yu and Lei Dao clashed with sheathed swords. Still haven't drawn their swords. A golden light flashed across Lei Dao's neck, but he dodged quickly, not forgetting to counter with red lightning bolts. The dual blades are so fast. Zhan Yu was knocked away, but quickly regained momentum and ran towards Lei Dao. Seeing this, Lei Dao immediately split into a dozen clones, a lightning clone technique. Zhan Yu was not to be outdone, immediately throwing out a move. The blazing blade shattered the clones. The two continued to fight intensely. White stealth. In an instant, Zhan Yu disappeared in a white light, then circled around to slash behind Lei Dao. Unfortunately, he still dodged it. Below, Xu Guang smiled. I didn't expect Zhan Yu to still have tricks up his sleeve. It's really interesting. Do you think Zhan Yu has a chance to defeat second sister? He turned to ask Xiao. Not a chance right now. On the arena, Lei Dao finally unsheathed his gleaming blade radiating golden lightning. My Lei Dao can channel thunder to attack. I basically don't even need to use the blade, or else it wouldn't be fun. As he finished speaking, Lei Dao stood tall amidst thousands of lightning bolts. descending towards Zhan Yu. My lightning won't stop attacking until the enemy is dead. Under the weight of this demonic move, our main character knelt down. His eyes widened. Even so, he didn't give up, shouting out his technique. Hidden Dragon in the Abyss, piercing light shatters. Boom, the sound of two streams of red and yellow lightning colliding resounded loudly in the air. The cheerful fish head commentator reappeared, announcing Zhan Yu's legendary move. Seeing this from below, Yixiao said, "Second sister won't be able to react in time this time." Xu Guang also nodded in agreement. "It's the first time I've seen a clone be able to use techniques." Zhan Yu's clone on the arena was talking to his main body. "Be careful, I sense something is not right with his ultimate move." Just as he finished speaking, Lei Dao emerged from thin air, piercing his sharp blade straight into Zhan Yu's back. "Too bad, it's just a clone." Zhan Yu actually leaped far away. "What? Divine Escape, passive skill, when receiving fatal damage, can tear space to evade and recover 20% HP, cooldown, 12 hours. Zhan Yu was sweating. "You're indeed very strong," Lei Dao laughed. "So are you. I was almost killed by you. But too bad, you no longer have a chance." All of Lei Dao's clones appeared, along with a giant yellow lightning shroud descending from the sky onto Zhan Yu. Rumble, rumble. An unlucky crow flew across when Lei Dao was summoning lightning, and was instantly roasted into barbecue crow. On the spectator stands, the commentator had to take out 2 pairs of sunglasses to protect his eyes from the blinding light. Lei Dao is using his clone technique in combination with lightning in an attempt to defeat Zhan Yu. Zhan Yu on the arena was in a very difficult situation, dodging lightning bolts. His 2 weapons scraped fiercely against the ground to maintain balance. Does this weapon have no cooldown? Ah Fei from below couldn't help but sigh. "Isn't this a bug? My infinite firepower still has a time limit, but her lightning doesn't need any at all." Huashao rested her hand on her chin, pondering. "We've never encountered this weapon's quality before." Yixiao on the other side also discussed. "Haze, you guys have fought so well, we really won't be able to compete in the future. Second sister has a mythic grade weapon in her hands." An orange description box appeared. Mythic grade weapon, Primordial Lightning Blade, can be upgraded according to the owner's level. Trait 1, Thunderous Strike. Trait 2, Enhanced Thunder. Trait 3, Lightning Storm. Zhan Yu was confused. How is this possible? It's not time to release the mythic boss yet. Lei Dao smiled. Exactly, it's not time yet, it's just scouting. Scouting? Are you a scouting type player? Zhan Yu frowned and asked. Do you know Han Yixiao? What are you to him? We are brothers, can you tell me some information about him? No problem, thank you, Lei Dao interrupted, but there's a condition. Defeat me first. If you are his brother, your strength should be about the same. If you lose, then that's it. Zhan Yu took a breath. A promise is a promise. The two continued to charge at each other like moths to a flame, with red and yellow lightning interwoven blindingly in the air. Techniques were unleashed one after another. Lei Dao had stabbed the chests of Zhan Yu's clones several times. Even so, a fierce lightning strike still heavily injured Zhan Yu. Looks like you haven't heard about your brother yet. It's not over yet, Zhan Yu quickly recovered. Turns out that was just his clone pretending to be injured. The real Zhan Yu had already circled behind Lei Dao. So that's it, only the clone was attracting attention, the real killer move was hidden. Too bad I figured it out. Lei Dao turned around at super speed, but oh, surprise, that's still not Zhan Yu. Who told you I'd attack from behind? In front of Lei Dao now, Zhan Yu raised his weapon. A blue tooltip appears. Shadow Clone Skill, inherits 80% of the main body's stats, can teleport and switch positions with the main body within a 500 m radius, 30-minute cooldown. The blade tears through. Lei Dao was silent. You want us both to die? Not a chance. On the other side, the main character's hair turned white. Azura mode, red light enveloped the space, devouring everything. One side of Lei Dao's mask cracked, revealing a jet black eye. Looking at the scene before her, she recalled a distant time in her memory. Back then, amidst the war-torn landscape filled with corpses, a boy with a radiant smile and shining armor came to ask when he saw her collapsed on the ground, "Little sister, are you okay? Where are the others?" "They're all dead," countless corpses stretching endlessly. No wonder the mythic boss is so strong. Our Daybreak must be a closed beta version. We are the first to encounter a boss of this level. Defeating it, the resources it drops are the biggest difference between us and other players. Thursday Kwong, covered in blood, dropped a ruby into Lei Dao's hand. Our conditions have reached the limit, this is for you, for you. A pink info panel appears, cipher box, a benefit for the Lord of the Heavenly Mandate Company. Thursday Kwong turned towards the boss, come on. The boss seemed provoked. It's preparing to unleash its attack on me, I can only block one attack for you. You deal with the rest. Boom. I'm going now. Thursday Kwong gradually disappeared in a stream of data. Lightning clone technique. Lei Dao rushed forward, the black sword slashing the boss into hundreds of pieces. Destroyed. The boss finally collapsed. Finally, it's over. The boss shattered. A brilliant glow appeared, from which emerged a knight in armor, wearing a green feathered helmet. Be proud, the honor of your lifetime is to see my true form. Tremble in fear, Lei Dao looked in dismay at the boss with its new form, second phase. Lightning punishment. The boss summoned hundreds of lightning bolts, cracking and toppling all the surrounding mountains. A tiny human in the lightning of the gods will shatter like dust, the mythic boss smiled. Lei Dao's mask shattered into pieces, this is a completely different level, this power, all the money and effort of both guilds is wasted, what can we do now? She closed her eyes slightly. Seeing the attack about to hit her, death, a golden light rushed towards Lei Dao but stopped abruptly. Because there is a guy. Standing on the top of a nearby mountain, he directed his voice towards the boss, hey, you big guy, why are you bullying a girl, do you have any shame? The boss angrily looked up, who dares to stand higher than this king? Thunderstorm. The boss switched its target to that person. All that could be seen was an extremely handsome young man with his hair slicked back. So, you're the one who attacked first, he said, a devilish smile spreading across his face before gathering red magic in his hands. Crimson Sky Finger, one bloody strike. Just rush straight into the attack. Golden Lightning. Of the boss and knock it up. Crimson Sky Finger, you're Wu Yu, the boss exclaimed in shock after being seriously injured. The handsome man jumped down from the mountaintop. Don't talk so much when you're about to die. In Wu Yu's hand was a 2-meter-long spear as he charged towards the boss, who was still speechless. You won't kill me. Azura mode, a brilliant blood-red color covered everything around, the boss was destroyed. A golden blade appeared in mid-air. Oh, a mythic tier equipment dropped. Lei Dao quickly dashed forward and grabbed it. Wu Yu was still stunned. This is. Seeing this, the handsome man smiled. That's yours. I just happened to be passing by, my name is Han Xiao, nice to meet you. With that, he walked away, just like that. Lei Dao was stunned, he could have killed me and taken the equipment. Lei Dao called out to Han Xiao, is there something wrong? I hate owing people, I will repay this favor. She snapped out of her memories and returned to reality. Zhan Yu after the release of Azura mode, now pointed the weapon right at the Lei Dao's throat. The commentator shouted, Zhan Yu, the winner is Zhan Yu. His name echoed throughout the arena, repeated over and over, Zhan Yu, Zhan Yu, Zhan Yu. Can you tell me about Big Brother now? Zhan Yu lowered his voice. Look at him. Lei Dao felt like she was seeing Han Yixiao from the past. She sank back into her memories. The handsome young man waved his hand when she said she wanted to repay him. No need, I just happened to be passing by, it's all yours, it has nothing to do with me. Lei Dao hesitated. No, you killed the boss and gave me the equipment, I have to repay you. Then give me that equipment, he said jokingly. No, it's very important to my guild, Lei Dao said quickly. Then you give it to me, I'll lose it, and you'll pick it up, that's it. Also no, that won't do. The two kept arguing back and forth. This won't work, that won't work, so what do you want? Han Yixiao scratched his head. Lei Dao thought for a moment and said, our guild has a companion and guiding service, I'll take you along, all the equipment and resources are yours, until you have enough money to buy back this equipment. Han Yixiao suddenly pointed behind her, watch out behind you. Lei Dao quickly turned around into a battle stance, but there was nothing but a wild chicken. Turning back around, Han Yixiao had already vanished without a trace. Lei Dao quickly chased after him. Stop, don't run. From then on, regardless of spring, summer, fall, winter, both people, side by side. During one boss raid, Lei Dao was caught by the bird's tail. The whip flew away, and the mask fell off, revealing a beautiful face but with a scar across it, ruining its beauty. Wu Yu quickly defeated the boss. Orchid then ran to her. Here's your mask, Lei Dao, are you okay? Unexpectedly so cute. Are you wearing a mask because you're afraid too many people will pursue you? Han Yixiao winked. Lei Dao was silent. Don't comfort me, this scar is actually very ugly. Han Yixiao smiled brightly. What are you talking about? I think it's very cool, I think you're too beautiful, you don't need to wear a mask anymore. Lei Dao blushed. Then from now on, I won't wear it when we're together. Returning to the arena with Zhan Yu, Lei Dao gently touched the mask. Big brother, you and I have been teammates for a long time, he is very good, one of the best. Zhan Yu thought to himself, these two definitely have feelings for each other. So when was the last time you saw him? Zhan Yu asked. The last time. Lei Dao remembered the past. On a vast prairie, under the cool moonlight, the fire in the middle of them warmed both of them. Han Yixiao lay on the ground, hand on his forehead. Little Dao, I probably have to leave the group. Why? Something is wrong with this game, someone has opened a door they shouldn't have opened, Han Yixiao replied thoughtfully. Lei Dao replied, then I'll go with you. No, only I can go there. Will you sat up? Are you afraid I'll hold you back? Lei Dao protested. No, I'll go quickly and come back. Han Yixiao gave that hateful smile again. When I come back offline, I'll treat you to hot pot. Eating hot pot is a date. Lei Dao blushed at the thought of it. I have two very interesting younger brothers, you'll have fun meeting them, Wu Yu continued. Returning to reality, Lei Dao told Zhan Yu that she hadn't heard from him since. Zhan Yu reasoned, a door that shouldn't be opened. Is it a Vichy hell? Did he say where it was? Lei Dao said no. Alright, thank you, this news is very important to me. Lei Dao bowed. You're welcome, if you have any news about him, please let me know. Lei Dao said in a low voice. By the way, before he left, he mumbled, if the door isn't closed, it will open everywhere. Zhan Yu asked again, everywhere. A gold notification board appeared. Congratulations to Zhan Yu for passing the selection and becoming the ultimate unparalleled warrior. The fish-headed commentator happily said, you will receive a huge reward from the king, you have the right to choose the stone to be inlaid on the legendary weapon, your team will also have the right to choose to form a princess rescue team, each member will have the opportunity to go to the king's treasury to pick up a treasure. Now let's award Zhan Yu together, the commentator shouted. In a nearby room, the king with hundreds of 4 tubes plugged into his body coughed hoarsely. There's no more time, bring Zhan Yu to see me immediately. Before entering the kingdom's palace, Lu Li and the other warriors met. The butler of the castle. The butler introduced the two people who would guide your army for the rest of the journey in the castle, Zhel Wu and Zhel Fa. Stepping through that door, some of your army couldn't help but be amazed by the magnificent beauty of the castle. But there were also people who, seeing this, could only sigh because they thought it was an expression of the exploitation of the capitalist class. Then they were led to a place that the two Zels introduced as the place containing the king's treasure. Perhaps that is why the way to that room was more or less difficult. On the way, Otino kept worrying because she suffered from a fear of heights, but Ah Fei reassured her in another sense. If you're scared, close your eyes, don't worry, I'm here so I won't let you fall. He pouted, this king also likes grandeur, he built a warehouse and dug a big hole, I don't know if he thinks digging is to get water, and one person one treasure, isn't that 4 in all, but as soon as he finished speaking, he was attracted by the sparkling golden light emanating right in front of him. They had arrived at the room containing the king's treasury. Seeing the piles of gold, silver and jewels stacked like mountains, Otino and Ah Fei's eyes lit up. They rushed to take what was within their reach, despite Zhel Wu and Zhel Fa's prevention that each person could only take one item. On the contrary, with the two people blinded by material things, Lu Li and Hua Xiao were very calm. When Qiao wanted to give the reward to him, because she felt that she was not lacking in equipment, she was rejected by him. No need to go, you need equipment that can help you pursue, quickly choose. Hearing that made her extremely excited. He even knows exactly what I need, and he still says he doesn't care about me. High Trake Nhi wants to invite you to the lowest part of the palace before choosing treasures, because the king is waiting for you there, and you've agreed. After walking down the stairs for a while, you jump straight down to the lowest level. Maybe it's because you found the stairs too long and walking took too much time. In that lowest, water-filled place, that king was already waiting for you there, and invited you to sit down. Ahem, you must be very suspicious, right? As the king of a nation, how could I be so flustered and eager to invite you to meet me like this? But contrary to what he thought, Lu Li wasn't interested in that. What made him more curious was, if he wanted to save his daughter, why didn't he let all the warriors go, instead of wasting so much effort on this kind of time-wasting competition? The king, though his face was covered in sweat from exhaustion, still praised him sternly. No wonder you deserve to be the warrior chosen among thousands of people. You not only have talent in martial arts but also in intellect. Well done. After he said that, the handrest on Lu Li's chair immediately locked both his hands and neck with extremely sturdy shackles to prevent him from escaping. He remained calm. That's right, there was never any story about saving the princess and killing the dragon. The purpose of this selection is to choose the best physical vessel. I want to grasp youth and strength in my hands once again through your body. I want my legend to be rewritten in the world, he said, throwing his cloak off to reveal an extremely firm body with blue light surrounding it. Seeing that the situation seemed bad, he tried to escape, but the king only sneered. Don't waste your energy, the material of this lock is the ultimate material of the dueling ground. What a wonderful vessel, I don't want it to be damaged at all. Then his blood-red eyes flashed and emitted a type of energy. That affected him, it was possession and rebirth. At this moment, in the treasure room, there were two completely different moods, while Otino and Ah Fei were immersed in gold, silver, and equipment. It seemed that Hua Xiao had realized that something was wrong. When she saw High Trake Nhi locking the door to the room. Those two High Trake Ni's eyes are completely different from when she met them outside the door. What are you doing? You still want to ask this question? Of course, we want to kill you all. At this moment, they attacked and sucked all the equipment toward them. Seeing that her teammates still didn't understand what was happening, Hua Xiao told them to ignore whether they were NPCs or not, just fight first and then talk later. But they were completely not their opponents because they were knocked far away before they could even touch them. Perhaps they found it too easy to attack them. So they sneered, how ridiculous, you call yourselves warriors, this is only half the power of the treasure vault king, and they can't even withstand it. Hua Xiao frowned, looking at them, they're really strong, being hit once causes a huge drop in health, this is no different from the difficulty of a group of 50 players, Zhan Yu over there must be in danger. Down below, Lu Li was still being attacked relentlessly by the old king. The old king told him about his past, from ancient times. Why do emperors crave immortality? Is it to enjoy it? Or is it for the scepter? Or are they just afraid of death? These are just greedy and fanciful people, completely unworthy of being emperors. My desire to live forever is the will of the people, the will of the times, and even more so, the will of God. The moment I open my eyes, this world is a chopping board full of stench, and everyone is a fish waiting to be butchered on it. Considering it carefully, it's a monster that eats people, mountains, and rivers. Lakes can also eat people, and finally, people have started eating people. Or perhaps even the sky can't bear it, right? Therefore, he has chosen me. Go forth and support me to overthrow and chase after this world. I have quelled the wars. I have exterminated demons and monsters. I have rebuilt. I have built my own country, a rich and powerful nation. My bloodline has also begun to be passed down. Cough cough cough. Just as my great achievements have only just begun, a bunch of ministers are saying that I am about to die. Am I to die? This world has light because of me, and people cannot live without the sun. The kingdom cannot live without their king. No, no, you clearly chose me, so why are you abandoning me now? I cannot die, I am willing to give everything. The heavens have heard my voice, she answered my wish, she recognized me, she inspired me. He remembered the fearful expression on his daughter's face back then. At that time, she thought he was crazy because of what he was doing. But he ignored those words. Crazy, no, I am more awake than ever. For the noble ideal, for the great journey, you must become my nutrients, become a part of this glory. Daughter, don't be sad, you've just turned into light and returned to the sun. He told Lu Li that he should be proud of himself for being the final step in his ascension. While he was trying to kill him, he escaped. What a boring story. Hearing his voice from above the stairs, he immediately realized that the Lu Li he was facing earlier wasn't real. When he heard him say that he was no different from those greedy and frivolous people, he immediately denied it. The ignorant cannot understand my greatness. Then he called for those two Zhai to come down. When Lu Li saw those two guys, he realized that something was wrong here, and as he thought, his three teammates were easily defeated by them. Knowing this, he angrily jumped down, charged at the three guys and demanded to kill them. The two butlers sneered at him. Us, want to die, huh, you don't know your own strength. At this time, they transformed into the scepter and sword of the old king, respectively. Like a tiger with wings, he arrogantly said, the so-called heroes are just a title given to you, killing you is easier than stepping on ants. It seems like Otino is unhappy with something. What the heck, no reward, why did the NPC suddenly become a boss? The strength is too abnormal, right? Just one move and they were annihilated. Hua Xiao looks a bit calmer than the person next to her. Indeed, that's true, my previous prediction was wrong, the difficulty of those two bosses could reach a level 100 dungeon, Zhanyu alone is probably. She stretched, not knowing how long she could survive. Hearing that question, Otino looked at her with half an eye, probably 30 minutes. When Kyo asked Otino if she wanted a cup of coffee because they probably wouldn't sleep tonight, she said she wanted a banana latte. Lightning struck across the sky, signaling an approaching storm. Seeing the sky like that made Fei's already heavy mood even heavier because he felt useless for not being able to help his brother. Then he put out the cigarette burning in his hand and sat in the chair. Brother, hang in there, we'll be there soon. Lu Li at this time is falling into a 3-on-1 situation. And it's a situation that is not at all advantageous for him. He launched a series of attacks on that old king, but he wasn't even scratched. Seeing this, the old man arrogantly pointed his sword at him. This move won't hit you because I don't want to hurt the new vessel at all. Now that you've seen the difference, obediently accept my baptism. You people have never seen real storms. You think that after killing a few small monsters and fighting a few battles, you can stand against this king, who has walked out of mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Seeing himself in a precarious situation, Lu Li constantly reassured himself, it's not a level difference at all. No, I must move. If I'm afraid, I won't have a chance at all. When he saw the opponent attacking, he used white concealment to become invisible and escape. He realized that because of the huge difference in stats, direct confrontation was impossible, and instead, he could only use guerrilla tactics and wait for reinforcements to arrive. The old king had also realized that he was trying to escape, wanting to play cat and mouse. Except I'm not the cat, I'm the tiger. Then he launched another attack to control the gravity of the entire space. Lu Li was also affected, and then, even though he didn't want to, he was pulled down to face him directly. He used the art of clones and attacked continuously, but once again, it had no effect. The old man seemed quite amused by his clone technique, so he said that when he controlled him, he would definitely try it out. Lu Li noticed that he had revealed an opening and attacked without hesitation. But this time as well, his attack was blocked. Two Zelni appeared. Your Majesty is not alone in the great mountains ahead of him. Since when did you think you were challenging him alone? Then the three of them submerged him underwater. At this moment, he realized that the two butlers were not simply weapons, but could also move on their own. This meant he had to fight 3 people instead of 1. He glared, I can't take it anymore. Above, the two butlers were chatting excitedly. Big sister, you wouldn't crush His Majesty's new vessel with just a little force, would you? Don't talk nonsense, I just gently pushed him. But their joy didn't last long before their lord was attacked. Even so, he was still very pleased. How interesting, this new vessel can bring me so many surprises. At that moment, Lu Li appeared in a completely different form than before. Seeing his master injured, Zel Fa angrily charged forward, intending to attack Lu Li, but he dodged. This made him and Zel Wu even more furious, demanding to find him at all costs. But at this moment, they were no longer his opponents. Seeing him about to attack his master from behind, Zel Fa angrily pushed him away. This made him feel uncomfortable. So, he used Illusion God to transform himself into a pig man, a passive racial trait. Although his intelligence was reduced by 20%, his strength was increased by 20%, not to mention the ability to self-heal. He unhesitatingly closed in and attacked the old king, injuring him. Seeing this, the two trash ears could no longer remain calm. Your Majesty, your hand, die, you. The king, on the other hand, showed no fear at all, and even felt wonderfully amused. Zhanyu, you have truly surprised me, a container like you truly pleases me. I understand now, you must be the sword sheath that heaven has bestowed upon my peerless saber. Not bad, do you have any hidden skills you'd like to introduce to me? as he spoke, the wound on his hand had already been healed. Lu Li knew that crescent moon slash through void could not fundamentally harm the opponent. So he could only bet on the move Hidden Dragon at the Abyss. This made the old man even more excited, as this move had a rather good effect when viewed on screen, so he wanted to personally test just how strong its true power was. The two sides attacked each other extremely fiercely when he saw that the opponent's attacks couldn't reach him. The old man laughed contemptuously, "Ha ha ha, that's all there is to it." Little did he know that he had used the clone technique to create a smokescreen. By the time he realized it, it was too late. He was attacked continuously by Lu Li and couldn't fight back. If it weren't for the help of the two trash ears, he might have lost by now. He gave glowing praise to this ultimate move as well as Lu Li. Cough, cough, cough. I take back what I said, this move doesn't have bad power. But thinking about it, your plan is even better. There's not much time left, let's quickly end this game. Seeing the old man like that, Lu Li realized that his attack had been effective. However, he couldn't rest assured for long because he was soon overwhelmed again. Although he tried to find a way to escape this time, he couldn't, and then he was completely controlled by the old man. The old man raised his scepter, "Don't even think about running. Obediently accept the baptism and dedicate your life to my great journey, hero Zhan Yu. Or should I call you player Zhan Yu?" Hearing the old man say that, he was extremely shocked. "What are you saying?" The king stood watching Lu Li being held inside the magic circle. "Or should I call you player Zhan Yu?" He was surprised by those words. "What did you say?" He held the scepter in his hand, his expression calm. "Unbelievable, isn't it? God has revealed this to me." "Player, what an arrogant title you have. God said, our existence and the existence of this world are just tools for you to entertain yourselves. Every tree, every flower, the words and expressions of every person are designed, a place full of darkness." The king said every word without missing a beat. "At first, I thought it was just a threat, a way for God to reject me, until God enlightened me. It was a gaunt man wearing a crown. I realized the truth about the cruelty of this world. Everything I have has no cause and effect, there is only a fragment of memory in my head. Every day, every hour, every minute of mine is bound by rules, repeated infinitely. I, Teva Kim, the king of millions of people, the savior of this era, am just a pawn for you players to have fun with." He was not reconciled to what he had experienced. "But I do not accept this fate. I am the king chosen by heaven, I was born to overthrow." The king executed a spell that caused the water to churn and a stream of magic surrounded him. "You are the strategists of this world, I must eliminate all of you." The scepter in his hand emitted a voice, "Your Majesty, that big sword will also pave the way for thousands of years of benefit." Lu Li was still stuck in the magic circle, with branches holding his body tightly. He thought worriedly, digital bodies have the ability to think independently. How can this be? This doesn't make sense. What is the heaven he's talking about? The source of all these anomalies is related to it. The king used his own power to create another red orb that approached Lu Li. "I am very curious, after seizing the bodies of the people called players, where will your souls go?" Suddenly, he spoke out with a question. "I have one last question." The king was still generous enough to give Lu Li time to speak his mind. "Speak, don't waste time. Do you know someone named Han Yixiao?" And with that he asked a question. Hearing that name, the king was stunned for a moment. Han Yixiao, the name sounds familiar. Not giving him time to remember who that name belonged to, Lu Li shouted, "Go to hell and ask slowly." Red rays of light gradually appeared around him. Body snatch rebirth. Lu Li's eyes emitted red rays of spatial distortion. In just a moment, he disappeared without a trace, leaving behind another body as bait. The king was extremely angry at being tricked and cursed. Damn it, again, another clone. With his quick wit, Lu Li had saved his life, teleporting to a temporary safe place. Luckily, he had left a clone in a safe place beforehand. His expression changed cautiously. "The cooldown time for spatial distortion is 30 minutes, I can't get caught again." A purple system notification appeared. Illusionary god lizard race, racial passive talent, crawling speed increased by 50%, has camouflage skill. Leaving the king stunned in disbelief. His face gloomy. "This new vessel is too unruly, it seems I can only cut off its limbs and then regrow them." As soon as the king finished speaking, he executed a spell, causing the water sphere to start flying high into the air. He coldly unleashed a powerful move, a psychic storm controlling the element of ice. The water sphere quickly froze, startling the lizard person who was clinging to the corner, trying to escape. He panicked, realizing the exit was blocked solid. The king shouted, not willing to stop. He used magic again, turning ice blades into rain. The ice sphere quickly launched down large chunks of falling ice. The lizard person panted with difficulty. So cold, my body is about to freeze solid. Additionally, lizards are cold-blooded animals, their body temperature changes with the outside temperature, they cannot self-regulate their body temperature. The lizard person quickly dodged a large ice block, nearly losing their life. Seeing that he had dodged it, the king thought, you won't escape from my grasp. Thinking he had dodged that huge ice block, he unexpectedly still got hit and fell straight down. It was Lu Li who was hit, now in great pain as ice spears pierced every part of his body, making him unable to move. The king used his strength to overturn the ice block where he was being held by the sharp ice spears. Run, let me see where you can run. Lu Li gritted his teeth, enduring the waves of pain, sweating profusely, out of escape skills. He quickly grabbed him by the neck, body-snatching reincarnation. Red lightning bolts appeared in unison as the magic was cast. That power made Lu Li want to struggle and run away, but it was too late. A few drops of water fell from above onto the king's high nose, catching his attention, only to see above where the water sphere he had frozen suddenly had a red, fiery mark appear in the center of the ice block. The spark gradually increased the thick layer of ice. Great explosion. Two people jumped down from above, blocking in front of Lu Li. Hua Qiao quickly gave the king a kick. Ham-san kick, because of negligence. He had to endure the full force of the attack and was sent flying away. Standing before him was Little Pepper, Ah Fei, and Hua Qiao. Husband, we're here, Little Pepper said, taking a defensive stance. Zhan Yu Ah Fei also chimed in, Big brother. The king staggered to his feet. The scepter in his hand was surprised. It's them, how can this be, your majesty, we personally killed them back then. The sword he held also defended, that's right, they really died under the sharp blades of our swords. The king now felt only rage towards them. Enough, this is the heaven-defying aspect of this player family. If I can completely kill a player with body snatching, then I must turn all of them into my vessels in the future. Lu Li slowly reminded the three, be careful of the face on that king. Little Pepper found it disgusting and nauseating. The contrary, Fei was surprised by his big brother's words, face on the chest. He explained, that's right, he uses that face to activate his body snatching skill. It's likely not just as simple as hurting the game character. Ah Fei waved his hand dismissively, don't worry about that face, hurry and save Big Brother first. Little Pepper also approached, I'll help too. The king began to command the sword and scepter, drive away these annoying insects. The scepter, hearing the command, began to emit power. Yes, your majesty, the sword was not far behind, emitting a green surge of power. Understood. The scepter approached, damn it, making us lose face in front of the king again. Little Pepper became alert, here it comes. Ah Fei took a stance, ready to deal with the scepter first. The two of them combined to unleash the fire meteor attack. But the scepter broke through it with a single attack, unaffected, obstruct gravity. She sneered, this is what you call magic. Ah Fei and Little Pepper looked at each other and nodded. Grasping hands, a beautiful red light appeared. That ultimate move was perfect teamwork, a two-person combination skill, coiling fire dragon dance. Successive fiery tornadoes spun and attacked the scepter. The terrifying power forced her to stand there covering her face, unable to resist. The flames flickered. The scepter took the brunt of it. Damn it, this skill can melt ice. It's foggy and rainy here, I can't see anything. The sounds of fighting and lightning erupted simultaneously. It all came from Hua Zhao's side, who was continuously attacking the sword. She looked at him coldly, Ham-sun's determination. Countless arms from Hua Zhao's magic flew towards the sword to take it down. He raged, you think you can suppress me, dream on, mysterious sword, blade's edge. Hua Zhao was not inferior, don't even dream about it. Ham-sun's pistol immediately. The extremely powerful attack blew the sword away. He could only accept being blown away. Damn it, this big-boobed airhead is so strong. The king caught the sword. He still wanted to defend himself. Your majesty, the king couldn't listen to another word. Shut up. The king got angry and unleashed his true power. Can anyone waste my time? His magic was so powerful that it oppressed Hua Zhao. such a strong aura. He actually attacked first. Sword, edge path. Lu Li shouted anxiously, be careful. Ah Fei frowned, that move again, but she faced it calmly. In the darkest moment, don't be afraid because the light will surely come to break it. The Daybreak Guild came to help, another team arrived in time to help prevent the consequences. Thursday Kwang used the shield. Released the arrows flying to the king, shield deflect. Because of his carelessness, he was hit by the arrows and cried out in pain. Lu Li stood aside, watching in surprise. Why are they here? Ah Fei put his arm around her shoulder and explained, we just got online and discussed a plan. We felt we couldn't handle this boss alone, so we went around gathering teammates. Coincidentally, they were nearby. Thursday Kwang's team shielded them. We can be considered friends now that we haven't fought. How about we divide the rewards for defeating the boss by 5? Lu Li did not hesitate. Ah Fei teased, we are missing one person, that is not fair. Yi Xiao grinned and laughed, let's put the old things aside first. Let me try the boss. Zhan Yu is helpless, he rushes like lightning. Thursday Kwang divided the battle plan. Lao Tam, attack from a distance. Okay, fifth brother, assist with control. Second brother, the two of us will follow Lao Tu. The two answered clearly in unison. At this time, Yi Xiao had approached the king and intended to give the opponent a blow. But unexpectedly, he blocked that loving gift. He flung Yi Xiao away with just one hand. Get lost. He didn't give in and quickly prepared to charge up. Alright, strong. Second brother and Yi Xiao got close. Before they could touch the king, gravity shock, he could deal with the two of them alone. A flash of blue light appeared. A series of magical arrows attacked, causing the scepter and sword in the king's hand to fall out. Third brother stood at a distance aiming the bow, successfully disarming him. Fifth brother didn't hesitate to deploy, causing the king's legs to be entangled by growing roots. It restricted his movements. Yi Xiao and second brother seized the opportunity. Lang Lam. Thunderstorm, the two attacked from both sides. Thinking that they could defeat such a difficult boss, the two powerful magics combined to become a large, two-colored vortex with high destructive power. Yi Xiao said boastfully, die. Second brother sensed something was wrong. No, Lao Tu, increase the distance. Everyone was one step too slow. The tall king grabbed the arms of the two, lifted them up. Too late, Yi Xiao struggled to escape. Damn it, let me go. The second brother painfully used his remaining hand to try to remove the tightly gripping arm. He gripped even tighter, treating them like balls and throwing them far away, one person to each corner of the wall. The third brother saw that the situation wasn't looking good, so he took action. Shadow arrow, the arrow was fired. Unexpectedly, with just his bare hands, the king could grab it and throw it back at him, returning it to the sender. Unfortunately, the third brother was injured as a result and painfully tried to endure it. The fifth brother was weak. My summoned beast is because the king quickly retaliated for holding him back. She fearfully backed away, don't come any closer. Shu Guang teleported to use his shield to block the attack to protect his teammate. The sixth brother adjusted his position to create distance. The king continuously struck the shield with great force, the powerful force causing the surrounding water to splash everywhere. Can you block it? Let's see how long you can hold out. Shu Guang remained unyielding. My shield is to protect my teammates, and you're hurting them. What you have to face isn't just a shield, but also my sharp sword. Half of his face gradually changed, along with half of his body, emitting a swirling black and red power. This time Shu Guang counterattacked Daybreak battle armor. The two of you began to fight fiercely, causing everything around to shake. Lu Li ordered a retreat. Little Chili followed instructions to the third brother to help him remove the arrow. Enduring it, Ah Fei came to help Lang Hang Dai Lang take medicine. He coughed continuously in pain. On the Hua Qiao side, they also came to the fifth brother's side, each of them coming to help Shu Guang's teammates. On this side, he was still fighting very fiercely. Lu Li, from afar, took the opportunity to slash at the king's arms. He not only slashed, but also gave a large stab in the back. He didn't expect someone like that to be able to play dirty with him. Zhan Yu, my patience with you has reached its limit, the threat was uttered. Teammates from both groups, having recovered, simultaneously advanced towards the king, surrounding him. The scepter and sword, weapons of the worried king, your majesty. Everyone's attacks occurred fiercely, colorful lightning bolts rained down. The shocking explosion that resulted burst into flames. The people below, not understanding the situation, were worried. An explosion, others were confused. It's the king's aerial castle, some knights discovered, quickly gather the guard. The dense smoke blurred the vision, so Lu Li asked, maybe it's resolved. Shu Guang cautiously, how is it? Yixiao said, all the damage should be enough. In the hazy smoke, a tall figure gradually appeared. That was the king, completely uninjured. In exchange the two people blocked it all, that is the sword and scepter, the sword that he always yelled at, and asks, Your Majesty, the scepter is weakening, are you all right, are you injured? He covered his mouth with his hand, I'm fine, you did well. In exchange for that protection, he destroyed them without hesitation. You are loyal, but too weak, you let my scepter be hurt, Your Majesty, the sword can't help but to be shocked. Why? Little Chili said that all the attacks just now were blocked by those two butlers. The third brother was stunned, they're not dead yet. The fifth brother wondered, what is he doing? Shu Guang grabbed his sword, quickly, attack again. Red eyes glaring fiercely as he growled, around the king emitted blue and red energy, concentrated into two bright orbs in his hands. Zhan Yu, even without a vessel like you, I will make those who overstep pay the price. In the chaotic scene of blue and red energy, powerful rays of energy emanated outward, creating dazzling streaks of light and debris flying everywhere, evoking a sense of destructive power unfolding. The royal power storm move caused the space to shake violently. The blue energy swirled into concentric circles. A dazzling energy explosion, tearing through the space with immense power. The people below were also panicked. Earthquake, they shouted, run, help, cries for help rang out continuously. A guy with a fish on his head was surprised by the scene. How is that possible? The subordinate next to him pointed, my lord. The entire aerial castle was destroyed. The explosion not only devastated the castle but also greatly affected the people. Amidst the desolate scene, the king stood on the turquoise water, surrounded by shattered rocks, the picture showing the devastation after a fierce battle. Above, the calm water reflected the white-gray remains of the destroyed structure. Lu Li painfully got stuck and pulled back. The king praised his life, you still didn't die after all that. Indeed, being my vessel is your destiny, he asserted firmly. In the dark red virtual space with horizontal and vertical lines like a matrix, a pink notification suddenly appeared, initiating random achievement grimoire. Initiating random achievement grimoire. Personal attack on the king. Teva Kim, your simple attacks are a bit too mediocre, please use your full power to make the opponent weep in despair, that would surely be interesting. In the desolate and ruined space, with smoke and dust swirling, King Teva Kim and Lu Li faced each other. King Teva Kim covered his mouth, smirking, and asked mockingly, what, do you have any more moves left? Lu Li glared and replied through gritted teeth, I have one last move. Lu Li switched the interface to Azura mode. Teva Kim stood with his arms crossed, looking disdainful, and said, honestly, I'm starting to feel dissatisfied with you, you still have such a strong fighting spirit even now. The two rushed at each other, fighting at high speed, creating intense motion effects and energy bursts. After a while, Lu Li was able to get very close to Teva Kim's face. He attacked quickly, causing him to unexpectedly step back. He continuously attacked him, but he still had thoughts of looking down on him. The speed and strength have increased quite a bit, but that's all it is. Suddenly, Lu Li's hand touched his face, causing him to panic greatly. What? He pushed him hard against the wall. Teva Kim intended to unleash a blow with his left hand, red light spreading from the punch. He swung hard, causing Lu Li to bounce backward. With his large physique, he sprung upward with the intention of attacking again. He unleashed a powerful blow with immense energy emission. Teva Kim continued to prepare to deliver an extremely powerful blow to the opponent below, regardless of the fact that the place where Lu Li was standing had been destroyed, with pieces of rock breaking and flying everywhere. He lunged down and smashed down with great force, but luckily Lu Li was able to block the blow. Everything around them was shattered. Teva Kim thought angrily, his strength is still increasing, what's behind him? Azura mode condenses fighting spirit, enhances attributes. When fighting spirit takes shape, it can unleash the wrath of Allah. Note that in Azura mode, you cannot defend, cannot evade combat, cannot run away, otherwise the fighting spirit will dissipate and cannot be condensed again in a short time. Lu Li jumped up and hugged him, causing him to unexpectedly fall backward. Both of them smiled a terrifying, challenging smile at each other. Teva Kim created circles of power of varying sizes to push him away, silently cursing, "Get out of here, you maniac." Lu Li did not fall because of that, he continued to smile confidently and rushed forward to fight again. He landed a sudden, powerful blow that made him retract his hand. Lu Li kept hitting him to the point where blood splattered from his hand. Teva Kim angrily used his other hand to punch Lu Li hard in the stomach. The two hands touched each other, creating a massive explosion of power. The power of both merged, creating a massive destructive force that turned everything around upside down. Red rays surrounded everywhere, they still fought fiercely. Teva Kim unleashed power, causing Lu Li to slam hard into a large wall. He fought until he was sweating, his breath coming out in smoke. "Clearly I broke his ribs and arm, so why is he even more ferocious? Madman, truly a madman." Lu Li said nothing, only smiled gleefully. He continued to rush forward to fight again. Smoke billowed up. Power from the small island flying in the sky radiated everywhere. The fish-headed man spoke up, "It must be that audacious devil dragon who wants to attack His Majesty the King." The remaining man in black continued, "The device for moving to the sky castle is broken. What exactly is happening up there?" Suddenly something fell down. The man in black pointed up, "My lord, look, it's the tournament warrior." The fish-headed man ordered, "Quickly, save him." Lu Li's feet stood firmly in the smoke. Teva Kim coughed up blood repeatedly, "Can't prolong this any longer, truly can't have it, only choice is to destroy it." He sprung up, his hands on either side, creating two streams of different blue and red power. He unleashed the Royal Authority Storm technique. Lu Li didn't react, just stood with his eyes closed calmly. But as soon as he waved his hand, that technique was destroyed, causing Teva Kim to exclaim in shock, "Impossible." He smiled triumphantly, creating a streak of power that flashed past. Lu Li used the Azura's Wrath technique to counter. This technique defeated Teva Kim, splitting him in two. But a ray of power fell upon him. Teva Kim stuttered in disbelief. "No, no," he said, terrified as Lu Li approached with his weapon, "No, no, no." A vortex appeared, and he screamed, "No, I can't die, I can't die, save me, please save me, I'm willing to offer my soul, to die faithfully to you, infernal purgatory, please save your servant." Lu Li's eyes turned red, widening into a glare. In the sky, purple masses appeared, gradually revealing something, infernal purgatory. Warriors lay scattered on the ground. One of them spoke, "These warriors must have fallen here while protecting the king after being wounded by the devil dragon. They fought so fiercely, His Majesty must be in grave danger now, we must think of a way to help." The fish-headed man snapped, "What are you standing there for? Go help." Suddenly, something appeared that made him wonder, "What is that?" A crack appeared in the sky, and the man in black hesitated, as if it were the end of the world. King Teva Kim raised his hands, laughing and shouting, "God has answered me, infernal purgatory is opening." Tears streamed down his face, "Indeed, I am the chosen one, indeed, it is I." Suddenly, something sharp flashed past, causing blood to splatter. Lu Li stood there, coldly looking down at Teva Kim. "Why am I so sleepy all of a sudden? I really want to take a nap." His head fell, mixing with the blood. "So God lives in infernal purgatory, I wonder if I'll meet him soon. How will you judge my life?" The crack in the sky grew larger. Lu Li stood with his eyes wide open. "This is infernal purgatory, the place where my brother disappeared." Without hesitation, he jumped up. He gritted his teeth, determined, "I've finally found it." A light flashed through him. Lu Li's face showed worry. "What's going on? I can't move." He stood there, unable to do anything more, even though it was right in front of him. Eyes appeared and spoke. Zhan Yu, in Lu Li's heart, began to feel worried. "Who's behind me? It's so annoying that I can't even move my eyes." The eyes asked, "Do you want to enter the infernal purgatory to find Han Yixiao?" Countless other eyes flew out from the crack. "No need to look, he's already dead." Suddenly, a mess of chaotic sounds filled Lu Li's ears. "Just kidding, actually, he's almost dead too. Isn't it more painful than death? You must want to talk, right? I bet he really wants to see his brother. How pitiful, I should let him see him, maybe it wouldn't be a problem to meet, but I don't want them to meet. How about we decide with rock paper scissors?" Many eyes gathered together, creating a dazzling red light that spread everywhere. "There, you lost, I guess I can't let them meet. Actually, it doesn't matter whether they meet or not, Seeing this, Lu Li felt very confused. I need to think of something fast. Those eyes have now become a human with large wings, because you're about to die. His hand created a small force that confused him. Without hesitation, he immediately attacked, causing Lu Li to retreat, his body almost fatally wounded. Lu Li's iron armor trembled with great fluctuations. Hidden behind the iron armor was Lu Li's enduring face. Warning. Warning, player's heart rate is decreasing, life-threatening danger imminent, initiating forced logout, logout failed. A mass of data emitted from him, system error, restarting. Restart failed, restart failed. Jean, you controlled Lu Li with a sharp purple ring. Before you die, let me show you the opening ceremony. Now other cracks have appeared in the sky, the opening ceremony that even your brother couldn't stop in the end. In another space, Mai Tam and Mai Min were standing under the Wayang Island forest. The two of them intended to take pictures. Mai Tam praised, "Wow, this place has such beautiful scenery, let's take a picture." Mai Min agreed with a smile, "Okay, okay." Suddenly, the sky behind them darkened. Mai Tam wondered, "Wait, why is it getting dark when I'm adjusting the brightness?" That's right, it was normal just now. They looked up and saw the sky part, wondering one by one. What is that? The sky is cracked. In another place, seeing the broken pieces in the sky is also very surprised. What is that? Must be some special activity. There are people sitting by the fire in the middle of the cold snow and ice. One person asked, what is that? The other person replied, "The smell of danger." Bright purple crosses covered the earth. The world is gradually opened up by magical purple blocks. Two parallel worlds facing each other. One side of the world radiates blue energy, the other side of the world radiates red energy. The Eye-Man snapped his fingers to command the link. As soon as the command was heard, the two worlds were immediately connected by a coverage area. When the red energy poured down, create a huge explosion under the earth. Everyone shouted in fear and carefully retreated, afraid that it might be some legendary treasure. Why does it feel like the door is moving? Someone's feet slowly walked towards me. Blood Claw smiled smugly. This is the world of players. Zhuanghui Shui grinned, finally passed here. He smiled slyly, determined to kill them all. Looking out at the vast scene with the gloomy sky, torn by purple blocks of light, giant red rays of light shining down on the ground, his eyes asked, majestic. Dear players, this game will enter a new phase at this moment. Opened Illusory Moon version 2.0 Purgatory without intermission. The body gradually dissolved. The player's life feature has disappeared. A group of warriors rushed into a fierce battle. The leader was a leader wearing a black cloak. His face was very formidable. A warrior spoke up, "This is a small soldier, he is too strong, he tried to fight such a strong monster, his equipment must not be bad." The leader smiled slyly, his hand was creating fire. The so-called players are these weaklings. Suddenly, giant spikes shot up from the ground, injuring countless warriors. The earth attacked. One of the lucky ones who escaped was scared and wanted to retreat, saying, "Damn, I can't fight this, so I'll just run." The remaining teammate agreed, "That's right, run quickly." Blood Claws appeared from somewhere threatening, running, wanting to run to the front. Not giving the others time to speak, he swung his claws, sending sparks through their bodies, causing their bodies to shatter into pieces. Countless others charged forward to fight fiercely. Monsters, don't be arrogant. Peak and Dynasty, all guild members charge, must reach the top, charge, charge. Nostalgia with a solemn face, hands creating blue magic. His hands clenched into fists, emitting blue energy. That power spread out with great destructive force, causing everyone else to be sent flying. Blood Claw proudly shouted, "Master is the best." The other leader also added his praise, "Your Majesty is peerless in power." Huai Shui's face clearly showed evil power. In his hand he held a blue energy ball, emitting strange rays of light. Kill these players, collect their dropped souls, can return to Illusory Moon. In exchange for everything you want, go, strength, money, and benefits are all waiting for you. Blood Claw and the others smiled smugly as they walked forward. In the modern technological city there is heavy rain. In a small, quiet room, a mother walked in and shouted, "What time is it? You've been playing all day and all night. You only know how to play, you used your energy to play, but used half of it on studying. I'm going to burn incense for my ancestors right now." While the child was still lying motionless on the bed, the mother walked out and opened the curtains. "Oh, it's raining so hard, What will you do if you can't get into university and can't find a job in the future? Get up quickly, take a shower and change your clothes. Your dad will take you to extra classes. The mother approached the bed with an angry face. Wake up quickly, you can't even hear what I say anymore. I worked hard to raise you to be an adult only knowing how to play games. I'm going to smash your game console now. The tech helmet was thrown to the ground. The mother tried to shake her son. You're deaf, little Tien, what's wrong with you? The boy's face was stiff, his mouth open, his eyes pale. Outside the rain was pouring harder and harder. In another room, a girl was also flattering her lover. Honey, stop playing games and play with someone. The phone rang at exactly 8:30, and so did a lot of other people. Controlled by this game. On the news, the reporter reported that the globally popular game Illusory Moon published by Destiny Company had an extremely serious technical problem, resulting in more than 1 billion players worldwide being unable to exit the game. The reporter's face was angry. Currently, hundreds of thousands of players are in life-threatening danger. Next, we have a reporter live at the headquarters of the Destiny Corporation. The scene at Destiny Corporation is extremely chaotic, with people shouting questions, asking if this incident is due to a technical malfunction or a conspiracy, and demanding an explanation for the cause of this situation. Countless reporters are asking questions. How long will it take Destiny Corporation to come up with a solution? Can Destiny Corporation handle the compensation for so many victims? But the answer they keep getting is, no comment, no comment. The reporters are outraged. No comment. Is this Destiny Corporation's answer to the whole world? Is this your attitude? Even when faced with lawsuits from various countries, you still have no comment. The spokesperson stated that only Destiny Corporation can resolve the current situation and all you can do is wait. This interview is now over. Under the pouring rain, everyone was whispering, what's over? Are you guys provoking the people of the world? This is a large-scale kidnapping that was planned in advance by the Destiny Company. Inside the Destiny Corporation Central Conference Room, everyone is arguing incessantly. Everyone is shouting, such a huge mistake, what the hell is the technical department doing? If you don't know anything, shut up. If this isn't handled well, the whole company is doomed. Everyone knows that. The leader pounds his hand on the table. The others fall silent and listen. I ask, you answer. He begins to ask what caused the players to be unable to log out. Someone answers, the explanation is a bit complicated. The leader continues, then keep it simple. The person replies, yes. The operating principle of a fully immersive game is through the game headset, linking consciousness with the game's network center to transmit real-time player actions and game feedback. But last night, the network center suddenly blocked the transfer route, causing the player's consciousness to only transfer in and not back to the player's brain. If the headset is forcibly removed, cutting off contact, it will cause serious damage to the brain, leading to brain death. The leader asks, what about emergency solutions? The blonde-haired man sighs and replies, a dozen emergency backups have all been blocked. A man in black adds, just cut the power to the network center and turn it off. The blonde-haired man points and shouts, idiot, that's the same as taking off the headset. Right now, the player's consciousness is trapped in the network center. Once it's turned off, it will damage the nerves of all the players. The leader speaks up, silence, at all costs. The technical department must speed up the decryption. I will arrange the best specialists in the world to provide technical support. The public relations team will increase the budget to minimize negative news, and get me an appointment with the UN Secretary General as soon as possible. He declares the meeting adjourned. In the silent room, only the leader remains. He taps on the table, and a high-tech screen appears. He touches the screen, manipulating something. He stares thoughtfully at it. Soul is lying on a modern metal bed, with many black cables and devices attached to her body. Illusory Moon, the unescapable game crisis, Day 2 in the city, shrouded in nighttime rain. Cold blue light reflects off the tall buildings, creating a sense of loneliness and gloom, with a cyberpunk and sci-fi feel. The news reports breaking stories. This crisis caused by Destiny Corporation has resulted in a large number of people missing. Many employees in important positions are absent. The harm and casualties caused are escalating. A couple sits motionless on a couch, heads bowed, wearing VR headsets and handcuffed, as if immersed in a virtual world. The scene evokes a sense of unease and fear. While the TV keeps playing, please pay attention to sudden situations in life. Actively contact relatives and important friends. If there is a situation of loss of contact, please go to their residence in time to clarify the situation. If you are far apart, please call. The phone on the woman's lap rings loudly, but she can't hear it anymore. Mom, answer the phone. Mom, answer the phone. The entire city experiences a power outage in the pouring rain, creating a sense of anxiety. God, the power's out in the area. Is anyone doing anything about it? Let it all be destroyed. My food hasn't arrived in 2 hours. How long is this rain going to last? The first floor is about to flood. At the city's upstream embankment. In a room, 3 people in white coats are slumped over the table unconscious, still wearing head-mounted devices. A radio echoes the call. Control room, heavy rain is causing water levels to rise. Please immediately open the floodgates. Please immediately open the floodgates. The call rings out, repeated over and over, but no one can hear it anymore. Please immediately open the floodgates. Repeat, please immediately open the floodgates. Elsewhere, a small figure is frantically urging the system while facing a monstrous creature with a deformed shape, a skeletal body, purplish, wrinkled skin that looks burned, and abnormally long arms that have transformed into sharp blades dragging on the ground. Exit game, I want to exit the game. It swings its arms with the sharp blades, wanting to kill the player. He can only be afraid. I have to go to work. I don't want to play anymore. Mom, a red stream of fire shoots over. The blonde-haired teenager, glowing red like his flames, has reached the monster and kicked it, breaking it apart. It is burned to death in a lava-hot fire. That person is Fei. He asks the other player, hey, has anyone seen a very handsome, dark-skinned guy with dual blades? The other player stammers, no, I haven't seen him. Fei is extremely worried. Damn it, why can't I find second brother anywhere? There's no information here. He uses his fire power to fly away. Second brother, the player from before reaches out, trying to grab him. Great one, don't leave me behind. In a space filled with dense screens of neon pink and purple data interfaces, charts, binary code, and flashing information panels, Lu Li is floating. He is stunned. Am I going to die? But his eyebrows furrow, and he resolutely says, I'm not giving up. The clown book displays a notification at the right time. You have completed the random mission of single-handedly killing Teva Kim. A random reward is being given to you. Your reward is a lucky revival coin. A glittering gold coin appears. It saved Lu Li's life. He sits gasping for breath in the murky water, leaning his back against a large stone cross amidst the ruins, surrounded by smoke, debris, and dust. He looks at his hand, exhaling in relief. I'm alive. My body feels so heavy. The mage holding the staff suddenly appeared. This time I was willing to summon Jiangshi, my tragic death. I was indeed stronger than others. Lu Li looked at this strange place. This place is. The mage with a face like a black bear pointed at him. Come here and kneel down. Swear to be loyal to me. He stared in surprised anger. Lu Li got up and approached the mage, making him confused. What do you want? Lu Li replied. I want to ask you something. He still didn't know how terrifying the man in front of him was, and still spoke loudly. What kind of attitude is that? Kneel down to me. Instantly, a powerful force was released by Lu Li, blowing away the stone crosses on the muddy water. This move was enough to scare the mage, causing him to kneel down and clasp his hands in forgiveness. Little one, I'll tell you what I know. I'll tell you what I know. In the purplish-pink space filled with data, a person as black as ebony, with 2 wide wings, and 4 bright spots on their face, spoke as if talking to the orbs in the purple space. How strange. Suddenly a code appears in the monster world that resembles Zhan Yu. Impossible. We killed him with our own hands. Now is not the time to worry about these things. We must concentrate on dealing with the traditional channel. But what if? The orbs talked too much, causing her to yell, stop rambling. In whose territory did that code appear? An orb replied, in the territory of the illusory Moon City Lord. Hearing this, she decided, then let the illusory Moon City Lord clean it up. In Illusory Moon City, the City Lord's secret realm, a white-haired person was sitting majestically on a rock in the middle of a lake of blood. Behind them was a huge dragon skull with sharp teeth. The scenery exuded death and evil. An orb from the purple space appeared here, saying, the will of my Moon Lord has been conveyed. The person closed their eyes and coldly said one word, understood. The Crimson Moon City Lord called out to Blood Servant. He emerged from the murky red water. The City Lord ordered, go and do it. Blood Servant knelt and saluted, respectfully saying, "Yes, my lord." Back at Lu Li's location, the mage had already scampered away. "Great one, if there is nothing else, this humble one will take my leave first." He also had the information he needed, the connection between the monster world and the players. Monsters can freely come to the player world to hunt and kill players. As long as they collect souls by killing players, they will be completely destroyed. Lu Li remembered the black figure with 4 bright spots on their face. She is the Blood Lord, but he doesn't know her, and the source of all these things is that person. Is she a person or something else? But the most important thing is to know that older brother is not dead. Very likely he is being held captive by that person. Before leaving, he looked up at the vast space around him. If I can find her, all the problems will be solved. Lu Li turned to leave, but he realized, was he seeing things just now? It seemed like there was a silhouette on the mountain peak. But it wasn't an illusion, there really was someone there. No. Lu Li turned around to check again, but that person was already standing right behind him with a huge horse. The person and horse had approached Lu Li at some point. He stared in panic, so fast, faster than any enemy I've ever encountered before. Blood Servant held the reins in one hand, and summoned his own fiery red weapon, the Blood Spear, in the other. He held the Blood Spear and stabbed straight down at Lu Li. His small hands holding the sword could only block a part because he felt too heavy. His arms were about to shatter. The spear in Blood Servant's hand stabbed straight down into the desolate battlefield filled with leaning black crosses and flying rubble. A violent rage erupted. From the epicenter of the fiery red explosion, Blood Servant still rode the black horse with green eyes with overwhelming momentum amidst the floating rubble. Taking advantage of the chaotic space, Lu Li used shadow clones and paralysis strike to attack him. The black horse neighed loudly, breaking through his attack immediately. The move it used was War Stomp. Its stomp had terrible power, throwing everything around it far away, creating a large crater. Lu Li and the rocks were knocked back hundreds of meters. The black horse snorted, and the armored man spoke, "I am Blood Servant, ordered by the city lord to take your dog life." Blood Servant swung his spear for intimidation. Lu Li stood in the distance and assessed, "Too strong, several levels stronger than King Teva. My body hasn't recovered yet, and I'm extremely weak." He made a new plan immediately. Retreat first. Blood Servant chased after him with murderous intent. Die. The horse's hooves rushed forward. He swung his spear and cut off one of his arms. Lu Li clutched his empty right shoulder, only gushing blood, turned and ran, too fast, several times faster than me. He lowered his body to gain momentum. He couldn't shake him off by running normally, but if he planted paralysis strike on his legs. Lu Li used paralysis superspeed, immediately running as fast as the wind. His figure couldn't be seen. Blood Servant looked in the direction he was running with such speed and exclaimed in surprise. The horse's hooves scraped on the ground preparing for the chase. The chase went on from when the sun was still shining until darkness covered the space. The moonlight was already hanging overhead. Blood Servant chased right behind Lu Li. He ran with difficulty. The speed was enough, but the burden on his legs was too great. His legs gradually lost sensation, plus his arm was constantly losing blood. Paralysis superspeed was about to fail, and he would be caught immediately. His eyes darted around. He could only rely on the terrain to buy time. Before Blood Servant's spear struck him, he jumped to the side. Lu Li jumped off the towering cliff. If he hadn't run in time, the fiery red slash on the ground would have burned him alive. Lu Li fell at an extremely fast speed. He fell into a lake of water. As soon as he touched the liquid, Lu Li used the illusionary god merman race to transform into a long tail, making it easier to swim. The blood slave looked down from above at the raging river. He firmly gripped his blazing red spear, slashing horizontally with the bloodbath unbounded technique, sending a long column of water flying into the air. He slashed 2 or 3 more times, and finally the water fell back into the river. The water poured over him like rain. The blood slave tasted the scent of blood, truly exquisite. He had found Lu Li's scent. There was no escape for you now. Downstream, the water flowed quietly, and the blood slave slowly walked forward under the bright, yellowish moonlight. He rode down from above, looking down at Lu Li lying on a rock by the riverbank. "End your hunt and accept death." His whole body was battered, blood flowing from his lips, his gaze cold and helpless, his heart filled with resentment. "Just resurrected and already have to die? Are you kidding me, God?" The moonlight was about to hide behind the clouds. Suddenly, a blazing red ray flew through it. In the vast sky, it flew swiftly, leaving only a red. The people who saw it mistakenly thought, "Mom, a shooting star." The mother urged her child, "Make a wish quickly." The red ray, before he could do anything, the blood slave gradually vanished, recognizing the technique as the Lantian finger. A cross-shaped door appeared, and the person who stepped out was Wu Yu. The blood slave looked at her in disbelief. "Lord Wu Yu, why?" Wu Yu stood next to Lu Li with her arms crossed. "Kid, you always look disheveled every time I see you." Even Lu Li was surprised to see her there. Wu Yu frowned, reminding him to call her master. The blood slave gradually vanished. "I am." Before completely disappearing, he managed to say a few words. By order of the city lord, Lu Li had already sat up, looking at her in confusion. Master." In the sky, dark clouds gathered, striking the two of them with crimson lightning. Wu Yu calmly looked at the light, while Lu Li was a little surprised. From the eye of the vortex a gate was erected to the sky. 3 people flew down from above. 2 protectors holding identical spears spoke. "The Crimson Moon City, City Lord Blood Crane has arrived." Blood Crane also appeared, and he asked in a cold voice, "Hall Master Wu Yu, why do you want to kill my blood slave, preventing me from acting?" Wu Yu coldly called his name. City Lord Blood Crane. Lu Li, sitting beside her, was already trembling all over. "What are you talking about? I don't understand." "City Lord of the Crimson Moon City." Lu Li was enduring terrifying pressure, a strong murderous intent, and the air became heavy. He gritted his teeth and stared at the white-haired man. This person was Wu Yu's direct superior. It seemed he was sure to die today no matter what. "No, before I die, I have to clarify my relationship with Wu Yu. I can't implicate her." Blood Crane landed and said impatiently, "Hall Master Wu Yu, do you want this city lord to repeat myself?" She was not afraid to talk back. "Say it again, I don't understand." The pressure from the city lord was not insignificant. It was extremely terrifying, frightening all the demonic beasts. "Run, quickly, 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 retreat." All the animals fled. "Move, move, we don't need this place anymore." Blood Crane crossed his arms and said, "I am the city lord of the Crimson Moon City, governing the entire city, and you are the Eastern Moon Hall Master, managing the distribution of resources and the secret blood pool." Will you change the subject? The economy has declined. The city's finances are short. The expenses of the city lord's mansion need to be reduced. Blood Crane was angry. "Don't think that just because my father brought you here, you can be disrespectful in front of me." Will you continue to threaten? "The taxes of officials, large and small, in the city should also be increased a bit." Blood Crane was provoked and flaunted his power in front of her, measuring his strength. "I can also defeat you." Wu Yu was not afraid of him at all. "Oh, I almost forgot, the military budget of the Guardians Formation game world also needs to be cut." His tightly closed eyes were forced open. "You dare." Blood Crane's power exploded, shattering the Rocky Mountains, creating deep ravines, and an exploding, terrifying pressure. Wu Yu didn't care what he did. She used her magic to move Lu Li past Blood Crane, and said, "The Eastern Moon Hall is responsible for distributing resources, all of which are determined by generations of city lords. Why wouldn't I dare? City Lord Blood Crane, there's nothing else, I will take him away." He shouted in a deep voice, "Leave him, that's the person the Moon Lord wants to kill." Wu Yu looked at him coldly. She was silent, as if thinking about something. Lu Li looked at her. Instantly, in front of Blood Crane, Wu Yu waved her hand and chopped off Lu Li's head in front of many people. Blood Crane frowned, but couldn't find anything to fault her for. "Your head is in Wu Yu's hand. She opens the cross-shaped door and wants to leave. If it is Moon Lord's order, Wu Yu will certainly not object, but I really like the shape of this head. Giving it to me as a decoration is fine." The 3 people stood silently watching her leave. The 2 protectors next to Bloodhawk laughed heartily. Wu Yu is usually lawless and unrestrained, but in front of the city lord, she has to obediently listen to orders. Wu Yu's expression when killing the pretty boy was especially interesting. The 2 subordinates were lifted up, and wounds appeared on their bodies. Bloodhawk angrily shut his mouth. Their bodies twisted and bled, groaning and begging for mercy. "Great Lord, spare us." But Bloodhawk clenched his fist, turning them into a rain of blood, because he was extremely angry. "She obeys the Moon Emperor's orders and not mine." He bathed in blood, his mind becoming slightly deranged. "She doesn't even put me, the city lord, in her eyes." Wu Yu, sooner or later, I will crush your pride and make you a obedient dog. At the secret realm of the Crimson Moon City, Lin Hoa Blood Pond, Wu Yu brought Lu Li back to this place. He soaked in the blood pond, beginning to restore his white bones. The two chatted animatedly. Are you saying your younger brother liked 3 people at once? In the end, they just wanted to rob and kill. That's right, Wu Yu said happily, crossing her legs. Very interesting, the outside world is indeed interesting. Continue, don't stop, tell me more. Lu Li waved his hands wildly, recounting. Okay, then my brother and I didn't understand why we did that. It was really strange. Even after meeting Afai, we never talked. We just wanted to quickly find clues about older brother. Why, now that I've met her, I want to tell her everything. A drop of water fell on the surface of the lake. Quite a long time had passed, enough for Lu Li to tell everything. Wu Yu asked him, so, your identity and older brother Han Not You are both players. He confirmed it was true. She stepped into the waters of the blood pool. Approaching him, standing from above and looking down with great arrogance. So what makes you think I will continue to help you? Wu Yu analyzed. If I continue to help you, there will be 100 harms and no benefits. Pushing you out will bring 100 benefits and no harm. Lu Li knew how valuable he was. Yes, I am very grateful that you haven't turned me into dust yet, so I must confess everything to you. He bowed his head before her. As I get closer and closer to the truth, I get further and further away from my brother, more and more helpless. Now, you are my last straw, if you are willing to help. Lu Li bowed like a true courtier, his hand sincerely over his left chest, and said, I am willing to dedicate everything to you. Having said this, Lu Li solemnly raised his hand to his chest and said clearly, I am willing to offer everything for you, Lu Li declared in the form of a skeleton. As soon as he finished speaking, his skin gradually regenerated its original shape. Unexpectedly, Wu Yu brought her foot in front of him, confusing him. Wu Yu sat on a high chair made of blood, surrounded by crimson rays of blood, like a luxurious chair where Wu Yu was the queen. Her face was full of arrogance, her hand supporting one cheek, leisurely resting one leg, and that foot was right in front of him. She said, very good, then first lick my foot really clean for me. Then stood up, wiggled her hips, and called me master. Wu Yu happily ordered him. Seeing him not moving, she provoked, why, can't you do such a simple thing? Didn't you just boldly say that you were willing to dedicate everything to me? Lu Li looked at her pale white foot in front of him. He clenched his teeth and then licked it lightly. She was so stimulated that her face turned completely red with embarrassment. Her hand clenched and raised near her lips. She hurriedly moved 9 meters away from him. She said shyly, I understand your determination, but there is still a huge gap between your current abilities and what you want to achieve. He soaked in the sea of blood and asked, exactly how far is it? She pondered and replied, in our world, all monsters are divided into 3, 6, or 9 different levels. Among the 3 low-ranking categories, the lowest rank, 9, is called the wretched. Wretched usually refers to extremely weak monsters such as birds, mice, spiders, or centipedes. They always do 2 things, eat other monsters and prevent being eaten by other monsters. The 8th level is called the laborer. The most primitive way to increase strength is to eat others. When some wretched eat enough monsters, they will be promoted to a laborer. Some laborers will be selected and raised in captivity, forcing them to perform labor tasks such as farming, transporting goods, building houses, etc. The 7th level is called the skilled. A laborer is provided with resources through labor, plus constantly devouring monsters after completing accumulation, will be promoted to a skilled. While increasing their strength, they will be given opportunities to learn. Once they begin to master skills, the person's social status also increases and they are allowed to participate in trading, repairing, assassination, or other jobs. These are the 3 low levels. This is the growth order of most monsters, but some monsters are born at higher levels. Next are the 3 middle levels. The 6th level is the Soul Slayer. Only those in the 3 low ranks who have reached sufficient strength are qualified to participate in the promotion exam in their fortress. Only after passing the exam can they be called Soul Slayers, qualify to join the formal army, be recognized by secular monsters, and make their family proud. The next level is the 5th level, called the Demon. Monsters of this level are very strong in combat and have good official positions in the fortress. Oh right, the blood slave who just chased you was one of those demon-level monsters. At this time, the 2 of them were sitting side by side on the blood beach made of skull bones. Wu Yu still sat leisurely with one leg up, looking at Lu Li, who was dejected, saying, "That demon-level blood slave is actually at a level I cannot fight." She comforted him, "Don't take yourself too seriously, on average, only one demon can be found among 10,000 monsters." She began to tell again, "The fourth level can be called the Great Calamity. This type of monster has the power to level rivers and mountains and can be considered a true powerhouse in the monster world." She imagined them in her head. These monsters, when they appear, are usually very tall, ferocious, and aggressive. Their hands can crush a group of people. After thinking about it, she continued, "At this level they already have high status. They can decide the development and direction of the fortress by participating in meetings. These are the three middle levels, the backbone of the monster world. The next step is the high level, which is the level of my master, the Four Directions Hall Master. Each city has only 4 Hall Masters, who are all people who hold the most important powers, military, resources, equipment, and so on, respectively. The 4 Hall Masters promote the development of the fortress through cooperation and checks and balances. It's hard to describe their combat power, just imagine it yourself. Above me is the City Lord, the person you just met. The City Lord is the spokesperson of the highest power and strength within their jurisdiction. The entire monster world is divided into 9 cities, corresponding to 9 city lords. Each city has at least hundreds of millions of monsters, and because of different statuses and positions, the city lords have different management methods, and the customs are also different." After introducing, Wu Yu gently tucked her hair and asked, "Having said this, you must understand that the distance is very large, right?" He replied gloomily, "Understood." She glanced over and provided more information, "And that mysterious person in your mouth, the one who connected players and the monster world and ordered the City Lord Bloodhawk to kill you, as far as I know, there is only one person with such ability and level. That is the Moon Lord, the head of the monster world. No one knows what she looks like. She is the god of the entire monster world. She controls everything I know and possesses unparalleled power." Moon Slayer was still silent at this time. Seeing that he didn't respond, she was also silent. After a while, she said sadly, "Sometimes it takes a lot of courage to learn to give up. Growing up is the process of discovering that you are not the center of the world." He held his head and replied, "I know what I have to do is difficult or impossible to do, but I have no choice." He confided in her, "My older brother is my big brother, he's my family. If it weren't for him, I probably would have frozen or starved to death. But not only couldn't I rescue my older brother, but even if I got involved, I'm so useless." He closed his eyes and blamed himself. Hearing this, Vio Noyet told him, "Come here, relax and breathe." She decisively pulled him down, his head on her lap. His face was bewildered. Then she comforted him. "You don't have to blame yourself and hold yourself responsible for everything. Life like this is too tiring," he replied softly, "but I." She stroked his head, making him a little more aware. "It's hard to become stronger like this. Your goals and motivations are for others, not for yourself." His eyes lit up, wide with surprise. He murmured, "For myself," she continued. "Those who truly want to become stronger will constantly hear the most primal desires in their hearts. Ask yourself, do you enjoy every battle? Do you feel happy from the bottom of your heart for victory?" He was stunned by these words, feeling joy. He gradually remembered that at first, fighting was just a game to him. Maybe he didn't even play it. "I just wanted to speed up the progress and quickly discover clues about my older brother. Even when my abilities improved, fighting just made me feel repetitive and boring. Until the story developed, I began to crave fighting to vent my anger. But fighting didn't make me happy then." Memories flooded back like shards of broken glass. "I thought about other people, until I met them at the arena. I felt the pure joy that fighting brought me. I temporarily forgot everything then. I just wanted to enjoy that fight, just wanted to win." He was like a madman, eyes blazing red. "Win, I want to win. I will win every battle. I will defeat all the enemies in my path." The corners of her lips curled slightly. Watching him transform into the form of a bloodthirsty white tiger, she said with satisfaction, "Looks like I've awakened an incredible monster." He was lying on Vio Noyet's lap. She was still stroking his hair, but her voice gently called him, "Apprentice, if you figured it out, get up, master's legs are going numb." He then sat up in a panic, his face so ashamed and embarrassed that his whole body and the top of his head steamed with white smoke, stammering, I'm so sorry." She glanced at him. "Now that your inner self is clear, the path ahead will be easier." he asked with some curiosity, "What should I do next?" She said thoughtfully, "What do you need to ask about doing?" He still stared at her and said cautiously, "Master, I don't understand, I don't know." She hesitated a bit, of course. Suddenly she realized that she also didn't know. Breaking out in a cold sweat, she muttered to herself, how can this be? Of course, Master knows, I was born at the great calamity level, just breathing every day can make me stronger, but I can't say that, I have to make something up to trick him. After all, this little darling looks so stupid. Seeing this, he just sighed. "What are you saying?" Her eyes suddenly lit up. "I have an idea." She raised a finger towards Luke Ly, solemnly saying a name, Han Not Tu. I suddenly remember Han Not Tu once said. He was a little surprised and asked, "My older brother." She recounted everything without missing a word. If you want to become stronger, you can't miss the resources around you. There are many ways to increase your power in the Crimson Moon City. The Nam Noyet Hall Master has the secret to strengthening the body, which is the best first choice to build a solid foundation. After listening, he thought about it. Based on his older brother's understanding of the game, this choice is not wrong. Then I'll start with Nam Noyet Hall. Hearing him say that, she could finally stretch comfortably and said, Go, good luck, I will keep an eye on you." But she didn't forget to remind him, "My relationship with the Hall Masters is very bad. If they know you're my disciple, you'll probably die in the next second, so you have to figure out how to get into Nam Noyet Hall yourself." Hearing her say that, he was very surprised and gaped, "Huh." Vo Noyet angrily pinched his ear and ordered, "What, huh? Before you go, you have to massage my feet for me." He cried out in pain, "It hurts, it hurts, it hurts." In the Crimson Moon City, Luke Ly, wearing a black cloak, was walking inside the city. He passed by the monsters, but they didn't seem to notice anything unusual. He was now very relaxed, with both hands in his pockets, walking very slowly. He recalled what Vo Noyet had said earlier, "Remember to disguise yourself when you go out, after all, you're already dead in this world." He sighed, "Everything happened so fast, I need to sort out my thoughts. I'm now in a monster world, in an area called the Crimson Moon City. There are countless powerful enemies and an unreliable master, and I need to use this place as a springboard to continuously improve my strength, then fight all the way to the Moon Lord and take back my older brother." Luke Ly planned carefully. He looked at the map to see that the place he needed to go was here. He looked ahead with determination and said, "This is the first place on my path to becoming stronger." He now came to the front door of Tao Thiat Lao south of the Crimson Moon City. He remembered and repeated, Vo Noyet said that the Nam Noyet Hall Master is responsible for managing the production and preparation of food for the Crimson Moon City. The Nam Noyet Hall Master is also a food lover. This Tao Thiat Lao was opened by the Nam Noyet Hall Master. She often comes here to study quiz, so the chance of meeting her here is greatest. As he stepped onto the steps to enter, one of the two gatekeepers asked, "Hey, stop." The other also asked, "What are you doing here?" He replied calmly, "Just here to eat." Hearing his answer, they were a little surprised. Both of them said together, "Eat, eat." Then they burst out laughing, unable to contain themselves. One opened his mouth wide and blew him down below, yelling, "Get lost." The other looked disdainful, casually standing next to his comrade, looking him up and down the stairs, and said, "Where did this country bumpkin come from? If you want to dine at Gluttonous Tower, you need to be at least at the demon level this time." Seeing the strength of the gatekeeper surprised him, he stopped and steadied himself, exclaiming, "Even guarding the door is this strong, it seems I can't just barge in." He remembered what Vo Noyet had said, "If it's really difficult to meet Hall Master Nam Noyet, your master will tell you a secret." The two gatekeepers saw him stepping up the stairs again and warned, "Hey, don't be ignorant, if you dare take another step, we won't just chase you away like before." He lied blatantly, "I'm a chef here to cook for the Hall Master." Both of them were stunned, and they quickly opened the door for him to enter. Fawningly they said, "Please come in." "So you're a chef, we were impolite earlier, please come in quickly." Then, they bowed their heads and closed their eyes, saying in a respectful voice, "Thank you for your offering." Inside Gluttonous Tower, the monsters were sitting and eating. Then an employee approached and enthusiastically said, "Excuse me, are you the head chef here to cook for the Hall Master?" He coldly replied, "That's right." The employee placed both hands near his knees, bowed his head respectfully, and said, "Then please follow me." The catfish-headed monster, a guest eating here, couldn't help but exclaim, "Indeed, after eating at so many places, the taste of Gluttonous Tower is the best. The person sitting opposite him replied, that's right, you really can eat it 100 times without getting tired of it. While walking on the steps of the corridor, the aroma of the dishes wafted around, and he couldn't help but exclaim, it smells really good. The employee in front leading the way, introduced, the kitchen is just ahead. The two were standing in the main kitchen, pointing to the room where other monster chefs were cooking, and said, for chefs have already cooked before you, it is now the final stage, please wait a moment. The two-headed chef was skillfully slicing, the one next to him was expertly scooping things inside, not dropping a single piece. The other two were also confidently presenting their dishes to be offered to the hall master. At this moment, the referee rang the bell to announce the end. Ding, time is up, please chefs immediately stop cooking. Several new employees in black appeared and carried the eye-catching dishes cooked by the chefs earlier. The referee then said, the staff will now collect the delicious dishes you have cooked. The chefs were relieved and said to the servers, be gentle, don't affect my presentation. Phew, I'm so worried, my hands keep shaking. What's there to worry about? The taste of the dishes we cooked will definitely be fine. 4 servers carried 4 dishes respectively, 1 stir-fried sea worm with mountain bamboo shoots, 2 Jiangnan-style rice, 3 bloody sauce-covered arms, and 4 spicy steaks. The referee announced, the creations that you have cooked will be brought to the screen and hall master will taste them before making the final decision. He was overjoyed at this moment. So, hall master Nam Noyet is here, not bad luck. Is this a cooking competition? Why do I feel like the chefs are very worried? In the order of the chefs standing, number 1 is the two-headed monster, number 2 is the green elf with 2 long pointy ears, number 3 is the human head all teeth and no lips, and 4 is the pig head. All bowed their heads uneasily. The referee announced, hall master has tasted your dishes, and the results will be announced immediately. The hall master's comments were, number 1, the bamboo shoots are cut too thick and have an uneven texture, number 2, the fried rice is too greasy, number 3, the elbow has no added flavor, number 4, the steak is overcooked. Hearing these comments like knives stabbing into their hearts, they panicked and begged, please, hall master, give me another chance, I'm done for, this is over. What, impossible. The referee and the female servers in black, one hand on their left chest, bowed their heads sincerely and said in unison, then thank you for your offering, thank you for your offering. Suddenly everywhere turned blood red. Some drops of fresh red blood splattered in front of him. The employee who had been following him all this time now put his hand on his shoulder. His mouth grinned from ear to ear, and he said maliciously, head chef, it's your turn now. Hearing the waiter's words, Luke Ly glanced at him, and then he pointed the way respectfully, please come this way to change clothes. He put his hand in his pocket and calmly replied, I know. He sighed, is cooking that simple? Vo Noyet, you lied to me again. His hand now grasped the doorknob and pushed it open. Gluttonous Tower, dressing room, opened the door, 3 figures appeared inside, 1 stepped in front of him, he was already changed. He glared at him. This mustachioed man was as tall as a protector, and he asked in a resounding voice, are you my opponent in round 4? Immediately afterwards, he emitted a terrifying aura, but he remained very calm, still with both hands casually in his pockets. He frowned, assessing his strength. Then he turned away with a disdainful look, oh, where did this chicken come from? There's no smell of experience on him. What do you think Gluttonous Tower is? Comparing myself to someone like you is simply an insult to my cooking career. After saying that, he slammed the door shut. The blonde with 2 pointy elf-like ears slowly approached and looked at him with an admiring expression. Indeed a great aura. It seems you must not be a simple character, but it's a pity, only one of us 4 can live. I hope in your final moments you can have the best flavor. Hearing his words, he immediately understood the problem. He said only one of the 4 will be chosen, then the rule of this game is that the losers will be killed. Even if successful, only the best will be chosen to survive. Right. The employee outside kept urging, chef, have you changed your clothes yet? The match is about to start. Luke Ly, who was wearing chef's clothes, replied, I'm done. He glanced at the two-headed guy sitting dejectedly in the corner of the room. The 4 of them proceeded to their tables, and the referee shouted loudly to invite the next 4 chefs to appear. He quickly presented the rules, welcome 4 excellent chefs, I am the host of this competition. Next I will announce the rules of the competition to you. in this cooking competition, we provide the ingredients, you must improvise. The competition time is 1 hour. The final decision is made by the head of the hall and does not accept any objections under any circumstances. He glanced at the large claw in front of him and pondered. A cooking competition, he thought to himself. It's been a long time since I cooked. The last time I cooked was. The scene of the family before appeared in his memory. He stood at the head of the table on the other side wearing gloves, carrying another pot of food placed on the table. Then Afai smiled brightly, handed over a bowl of rice and said, "Big brother, give me another bowl." Luke Ly then advised him, "Eat less, you have already eaten 3 bowls." Afai couldn't help but praise, "The meat is so delicious with rice, brother." Han Not Tu, sitting opposite him, also spoke up, "Second brother, the dishes are cooked, quickly sit down and eat together." The image of the whole family of 3 happily together, at that time for him it was a beautiful memory that could never fade. The judge announces that all the chefs are completely confident in their cooking, so we've carefully prepared random ingredients for everyone so you can demonstrate your adaptability as a chef. Please open the lids in front of you. Inside, you'll find random ingredients. You have 2 minutes to familiarize yourself with them. He lifted the edge of the cloth on the table, thinking that random ingredients are fine as long as they aren't too bizarre. But when he pulled up the cloth, he was shocked, and his whole body stiffened. Laid out in front of him was the body of a previous chef, with various parts scattered on the table. The judge reminded everyone, "Please remember that the hall master treats all ingredients with the utmost respect, so poor cooking skills and food waste are absolute sins. The merciful hall master has forgiven their sins after death and allowed them to offer themselves and become valuable ingredients." He put his hand on his left chest and said, "Thank you once again for their contribution. Okay, the competition starts now, you have 1 hour left." He was quite surprised by his attitude, thinking, is this even called a contribution? The blonde guy used his powers to levitate a pig's head on the table, gleefully saying, "I actually got a pig's head, luck is indeed on my side." The bearded guy next to him reminded him, "Don't be arrogant, demon meat also has a special flavor." He looked at the corpse on his table and felt nauseous. "I'm done for. How am I going to deal with this pile of meat? Not only does it look disgusting, but the meat smells awful." He thought to himself, "This is just the first level, I have to stay calm, there must be a way. The main problem comes from the ingredients. What should I do if the ingredients aren't fresh?" He suddenly thought of something. He snapped his fingers and was very excited. "Ah, I've got it. Use the spicy Sichuan flavor to cover up the unpleasant smell of the ingredients. This is like fighting poison with poison." He looked at the things on the table and considered, there's no problem with the flavors and spices, but there's only 1 hour, so, I'll use sliced steamed meat, a typical dish of Sichuan cuisine, to decide the win or lose. He started working, his hands quickly slicing the meat. Sliced steamed meat uses the best tenderloin. The thickness of the meat should be controlled at 2 mm. If the meat is too thick, it will be difficult to cook and eat. If the meat is too thin, it will easily affect the flavor. Then, it's time to marinate the ingredients. This low-quality meat should be marinated longer with salt, cooking wine, onion, ginger, and other spices to cover up the smell. His skillful hands gently sprinkled each spice into the bowl of meat. The blonde guy stared at him, wondering, "Hey, what cooking method is that?" He exclaimed. Sure enough, he's a man of hidden talents, but it's a pity that he chose the most disgusting parts. The blonde guy was confident that victory definitely belonged to his beauty and the beauty of the delicious dishes he wanted to cook. He immediately cut the pork into thin slices using his powers. Just by spreading out his hands, the large pieces of meat were cut into slices without having to touch a knife. Over there, Mac was using a pestle to smash the demon meat very hard. As he smashed, he shouted, which made the blonde guy uncomfortable, "Ugh, you savage, can't you be gentler? What is that, anyway?" Mac looked disdainful. If you don't like it, stay away. What are you mumbling about?" He was also thinking to himself, "My demon meat isn't as tasty as pork, but it's better in terms of toughness. I want to create the most elastic demon meatballs by hitting them continuously." On the other side, Luke Ly had also started putting ingredients into the pot. The judge announced, "There are still 20 minutes left, please pay attention to time management." He had now completed his plan. After preparing the chili oil, the next step was the most difficult stage of dipping into the hot pot, with the meat slices being tender for only a few seconds. At the next table, the two-headed guy was dejectedly looking at the corpse on his table. He held the knife in his hand but couldn't bring himself to use it. He stammered, "No, I can't do it, I can't do that, I have no hope." He suddenly shouted, "No way, I can't do it, older brother, wait for me, I don't want to compete." Then he took the knife and cut his own throat. His blood splattered everywhere, causing him to look over in a panic, wondering, what is going on? Then he saw the blood of the other guy splatter onto the bowl of meat he was marinating.